vídeo a seguir possui recursos de legenda e libras. Apresenta cenas dinâmicas que registram diversas manifestações culturais de todas as regiões do Brasil, ambientado tanto nas ruas, nos palcos, como em grandes eventos e produções ou ambientes intimistas. O vídeo é plural, com agentes culturais de todas as idades, etnias, roupas e figurinos coloridos próprios de cada expressão cultural.
A cultura é um dos mais preciosos instrumentos de democracia. É um canal de expressão plural que permite a convivência de diferentes vozes, histórias e visões de mundo. E por isso a cultura, tal qual a democracia, deve ser defendida e fortalecida. Essa é a função da Lei Rouanet, a principal política pública de incentivo à cultura brasileira. Com ela, perseguimos a missão de assegurar o acesso democrático à produção e à difusão cultural. Ao longo de mais de 3 décadas, a Rouanet permitiu que inúmeras iniciativas culturais, antes inviáveis, ganhassem o mundo. Revelou histórias, preservou tradições e transformou vidas. Lei Rouanet, há 33 anos tornando a cultura brasileira mais plural, acessível e democrática.
Logos, Lei Rouanet, Ministério da Cultura, Governo do Brasil, do lado do povo brasileiro.
A Gamescom Latam 2026 vem aí. Vem acompanhar os grandes lançamentos de publishers e estúdios globais, participar de experiências exclusivas e viver seus mundos favoritos. Este ano, além de tudo que você já conhece, palestras com grandes nomes da indústria, campeonatos de esportes, brindes, gameplay, conteúdo com influenciadores e grandes lançamentos. Também vamos celebrar os nossos mundos, aqueles que criamos com nossos amigos, que compartilhamos em cada jogo, em cada evento, em cada sensação dentro e fora das telas. Para quem busca o frio na espinha, a emoção visceral está na Shadow Zone. Pro rebelde que deseja reescrever as regras do jogo, a gente se encontra na Neo Zone. Para heróis e heroínas sonhadores, ansiosos por suas jornadas, os desafios estão na Hero Zone. E para os curiosos, criadores de mundos, as respostas estão na Open Zone. Viva o melhor mundo, o seu!
Muito bom dia, Games com Latam! Estamos de fone, estamos todos ok. Olha, o fandom está pesado aqui. Eu sou Maurício Sovenzari, também conhecido como Eslováquia. Estarei conduzindo o palco Journey 1 com vocês até o período da tarde. E a gente já vai começar em grande estilo esse sexta-feira de Games com Latam. Porque a gente vai falar de quem está fazendo os games acontecerem na cidade de São Paulo. A prefeitura está de olho no mercado de games. E não é pouca coisa que a gente vai falar aqui. Capacitações em game dev, um hub de game com games jams, eventos do setor e programas de aceleração para estúdios independentes. A ideia é simples e forte, apoiar desde a formação até a estruturação e crescimento de negócios em jogos digitais. Conosco no palco agora, o secretário adjunto Armando Júnior da Secretaria Municipal de Desenvolvimento Econômico e Trabalho. Secretário, o palco é seu.
É bom demais. Você tem que botar o fone. Ai. Bom, é um grande prazer estar aqui com vocês hoje. No Dia do Trabalho, no Dia do Trabalhador, Secretaria de Desenvolvimento Econômico e Trabalho. Só podia estar assim, né, minha gente? Não entendi. O verde pra frente? Ah, sim. Bom, vamos usar esses 34 minutos aqui da melhor forma possível para a gente poder falar sobre o Sampa Games, o nosso programa voltado para o apoio ao fortalecimento no setor de games na cidade de São Paulo. Para falar um pouquinho sobre o setor de games, né? Acho que na cidade de São Paulo, vamos contextualizar o Brasil, o estado e o município de São Paulo. Hoje a gente está falando aí de cerca de 1.000 estúdios de games no Brasil, sendo que no estado de São Paulo a gente tem mais de 300 estúdios e na cidade de São Paulo são 167 estúdios aqui na cidade de São Paulo. E a gente está falando de uma movimentação econômica de 13 bilhões de reais, onde a gente tem a participação do estado de São Paulo com cerca de 30% desse investimento e 1 bilhão fica aqui na cidade de São Paulo. O setor de games hoje, o Brasil é responsável pela décimo maior mercado de games do mundo e no estado de São Paulo esse é o ecossistema onde a gente fala do ecossistema de games da América Latina e São Paulo é onde tem o capital humano e a área de investimentos desse setor e é por isso que a gente vem investindo muito no capital humano. E a gente tem esse dado super bacana dos 100 milhões de jogadores no Brasil inteiro. 50% da população joga game de alguma forma, seja no celular, seja nas plataformas, e isso movimenta uma extensa cadeia produtiva, né? A gente está falando do setor não só da produção do game, mas a gente está falando do setor de música, a gente está falando do audiovisual, a gente está falando do marketing, a gente está falando da comercialização, uma extensa cadeia produtiva para a gente poder falar desse setor de games cada vez mais na cidade de São Paulo. E o que a gente vem fazendo na Prefeitura de São Paulo no setor de games? A gente desenvolveu o primeiro hub público e gratuito de games do Brasil. Existem outros lugares que falam que são hubs de game, mas hub mesmo é o hub que a gente desenvolveu aqui no centro da cidade de São Paulo, na rua Líbero Badaró, onde a gente tem uma escola de games, uma arena de jogos, a aceleração de startups, cowork com rede de conexão, sala de podcast e uma área de playtest. Então, tudo isso é o que a gente tem nessas fotos que a gente traz aqui para vocês, um pouquinho de tudo aquilo que a gente tem nesse hub. E qual que é o foco, né, do nosso hub? A gente tem 3 objetivos no desenvolvimento desse hub na cidade de São Paulo. O objetivo número 1 é garantir acesso à infraestrutura de cursos e oportunidades para o cidadão, né? Então trazer o cidadão para perto desse setor, garantindo uma oportunidade que muitos deles não teriam por ser de baixa renda. A referência de mercado, estabelecer o hub como um centro de conexão do mercado, né? Não só dos empresários, mas dos publishers, dos desenvolvedores e por todo mundo que é apaixonado por games, e virar esse grande polo nacional. Referência no Brasil e na América Latina, São Paulo como o hub do setor de games no Brasil. Esse é o nosso grande objetivo de desenvolver a política do Sampa Games. A política do Sampa Games é uma política que faz com que a gente tenha essa infraestrutura e esse apoio para o setor de games. E eu vou detalhar um pouquinho cada um desses setores aqui pra gente. O primeiro é, dentro desse hub de games, a gente está falando aqui das nossas cabines de streaming, né? Então, a gente tem 2 unidades lá com isolamento acústico para reuniões, transmissões, que as pessoas podem buscar gratuitamente e utilizar por 55 minutos para fazer sua reunião, sua live, seu streaming lá diretamente no hub. A gente tem também o coworking, né? O nosso coworking público e rede de conexão, onde a gente tem um espaço de trabalho com salas de reunião, local para esse encontro e esses networkings, onde a gente pode ter essa conexão de quem quer trabalhar, mas também com a escola de games que a gente tem lá, com os eventos que a gente tem lá. Então é um grande ambiente de conexão, onde as pessoas elas conseguem interagir entre elas dentro do nosso hub. A gente também tem a nossa área de playtest, né? Então, quando a gente tem a apresentação de jogos acelerados, que passam pelas nossas acelerações ou de eventos específicos, a gente tem essa área de playtest. E aí o nosso prefeito Ricardo Nunes, inclusive, jogou videogame aqui, desenvolvido pelos startupeiros acelerados pelo Sampa Games também. Então, mais uma área para a gente poder disponibilizar esse espaço lá na Rua Líbero Badaró. O SampaCast, que é o nosso estúdio de podcast. Então, a gente tem um estúdio lá também com toda a infraestrutura, maquinário, microfone, o suporte do editor de conteúdo para que as pessoas possam gravar o seu podcast diretamente lá no SampaCast. Já sai de lá com o seu podcast gravado para poder subir nas plataformas, seja no YouTube, seja no Instagram ou qualquer outra plataforma, para as pessoas poderem utilizar. Totalmente gratuito, as pessoas podem fazer o agendamento pelo site da AD Sampa. Então, o SampaCast também é uma infraestrutura que a gente tem, e a gente trouxe aqui para o stand da Prefeitura de São Paulo uma representação dessa sala do SampaCast. A gente tem aqui também um SampaCast para as pessoas poderem utilizar durante a gamescom. Durante todos esses dias, elas podem fazer aqui também a sua gravação do seu podcast. A gente fala também sobre a parte do desenvolvimento, né, da aceleração de startups. E aí entra muito desse trabalho que a gente vem fazendo, onde a Prefeitura de São Paulo investe mais de R$1 milhão por ano na aceleração de 25 negócios aqui na cidade de São Paulo, distribuindo R$52 mil para cada uma dessas 25 startups. Então são 6 meses de aceleração, são 6 meses de suporte para que esses 25 negócios eles possam acelerar, crescer e progredir na cidade de São Paulo, com acelerações, mentorias, rodadas de negócios, capacitações. E a gente está com as inscrições abertas para a nossa 5ª turma, né? A nossa 5ª edição do Sampa Games, onde a gente já acelerou 87 startups. Então agora a gente vai acelerar mais 25 startups, vamos passar de 100 startups aceleradas no programa de games da Prefeitura de São Paulo, com as inscrições abertas aí até o dia 22 aqui na cidade de São Paulo. E o nosso xodó, que é a nossa arena de jogos, né? Nossa arena de jogos e eventos. Então a gente tem uma arena com uma arquibancada para 80 lugares, com um telão de 13 metros, é um pouco maior, inclusive, do que esse daqui, se não me engano, pelo menos de extensão, com o palco com 2 sets, né? 2 sets de 4 lugares, para a gente ter o quê? Batalhas, para a gente poder ter a apresentação de eventos. Então, lá a gente pode ter eventos corporativos, institucionais, lançamentos de jogos, competições de esportes, palestras, workshops. São áreas que estão disponíveis para que as empresas possam acessar esse espaço e fazer o seu lançamento, a sua divulgação, e a gente promover cada vez mais essa interação entre as empresas, as publishers, os desenvolvedores, os estudantes, os apaixonados por jogos, para que a gente possa fazer essa grande conexão. Lembrando, é um hub. O hub é justamente para fazer essa junção das pessoas, né? Desde aquele apaixonado por jogo até aquele empresário que está atuando nesse setor. Então, esse é um pouco do nosso hub, e aí tem um videozinho aqui para a gente mostrar um pouquinho de como que é esse hub. Se vocês puderem soltar aí para a gente. Esse aí é um pouquinho do tour aí do hub que a gente tem. Então, lá no centro de São Paulo, nosso hub do Sampa Games. Além do hub, a gente tem essa escola, né, que vocês viram aí nas imagens, né? E essa escola é o nosso Avança Tech Games, né? O Avança Tech é um programa um pouco mais amplo, e o Avança Tech Games é o nosso programa de games da Prefeitura de São Paulo. Então, lá nessa escola de games, a gente tem um desenvolvimento de 700 alunos por ano, né? O objetivo é passar de 800 por ano, mas a gente coloca aí essa meta de 700 alunos atendidos por ano, com toda a infraestrutura lá, com 2 salas, 20 alunos por sala, 4 aulas por dia. E as inscrições, próximas inscrições são em junho e agosto. A gente também criou aqui no nosso stand da Prefeitura de São Paulo uma sala, reproduzimos a sala do Avança Tech Games aqui, onde os alunos vão fazer as aulas aqui também. Inclusive, daqui a pouco começa a aula dos alunos aqui. Então, eles estão vindo aqui também para a Gamescom para poder fazer as aulas aqui com a gente e a gente demonstrar um pouquinho dessa escola de games que a gente tem na Prefeitura de São Paulo. E como é que funciona essa escola? Eu acho que esse é o desenvolvimento da mão de obra aqui na cidade de São Paulo, né? Então, essa escola de Game Dev, ela é uma escola tanto para iniciantes, mas com aulas presenciais, um aprendizado básico em projetos para o desenvolvedor de jogos. E aí ele tem toda uma jornada de 12 meses que vai passando por esse curso de formação de Game Dev. Então, a gente começa no primeiro mês com a pré-produção. Então, o aluno ele começa com os fundamentos do desenvolvimento de jogos. Então, ele vai começando a entender como que funcionam os jogos, quais são os diferenciais, compreende o ciclo do desenvolvimento de um jogo. No segundo mês, ele entra na pré-produção. Então, a pré-produção, ele vai da teoria do design de jogos, né, passa ali pela introdução desses elementos essenciais e vai para o design, né, que é o GDD. Então, ele vai, nesses 2 primeiros meses, fazendo essa introdução. O terceiro e o quarto mês, ele já entra no Game Art. E aí ele começa a ter a introdução da arte digital. Modelagem 3D e também a apresentação das técnicas de 2D. Então, ele já começa a fazer a vetorização e a criação de personagens também nesses 4 meses iniciais de curso. Passados esses 4 meses, ele vem para o 5º e 6º mês, onde ele já vai no Game Art de 3D. Então, ele já vai na modelagem 3D, começa a fazer a animação, ele começa nas técnicas de arte 3D também, e a apresentação do Environment 3D e Pixel Art. Passados 6 meses, metade do curso, ele começa agora o final da jornada. E aí entra a parte de engine. A parte de engine já é a introdução já de programação, com desenvolvimento e implementação aqui da mecânica de jogo, né? Então, como que a mecânica de jogo vai fazer o desenvolvimento, né, do jogo dele. E aí entra aqui também essa parte do Unreal Engine, que é a introdução aqui dos blueprints, onde ele vai passar esses 3 meses fazendo essa qualificação na parte de engine. E os últimos 3 meses de curso é para ele poder fazer um projeto final. Então, os grupos desse curso se juntam e fazem o desenvolvimento de um jogo final para a gente poder ter a avaliação se eles conseguiram desenvolver um jogo efetivamente. Então, ele começa desde o básico e sai de lá produzindo um jogo efetivamente. Essa é a jornada de 12 meses que os estudantes fazem com a gente na nossa escola do Avança Tech Games, e também tem uma parte online, onde ele tem mais 15 horas de complemento, onde ele faz 6 cursos de 2 horas e meia para fazer esse complemento de especialização online, de narrativa, de 3D, de engine também, mercado, enfim, uma capacitação completa para que o profissional do setor de games ele possa se desenvolver aqui na cidade de São Paulo. E aí ele pode buscar 2 alternativas: ou ele trabalhar em alguma empresa do mercado, ou ele abrir a sua própria empresa, ele poder se desenvolver, ele criar o seu próprio negócio. Então, quando a gente fala de ir para o mercado, a gente também tem outros cursos que a gente dá na Prefeitura de São Paulo, que também são no setor de tecnologia, que agregam nesse setor de games. Então, na nossa plataforma do Avançatec tem outros 44 cursos, mais de 65 mil certificados já foram realizados nesse programa, e outros polos presenciais aqui, onde a gente também faz a qualificação dessas pessoas. E aí, quando a pessoa já está capacitada e qualificada, ela pode ir buscar uma vaga de emprego na nossa plataforma do Avançatec. Na plataforma do Avançatec, a gente já tem mais de 20 mil currículos cadastrados e mais de 41 empresas do setor buscando profissionais de tecnologia. Então, são profissionais de tecnologia, mas profissionais de games também. Então, as empresas que têm vagas disponíveis, elas podem colocar a vaga aqui, e as pessoas que estão procurando uma vaga de emprego, elas cadastram o currículo aqui. É o LinkedIn do setor de tecnologia, é o LinkedIn do setor de games, onde a gente faz essa conexão entre as empresas e os profissionais que já passaram pelas capacitações e as qualificações. Além, se a pessoa ela não quer ir trabalhar para outra pessoa, ela quer ser a sua própria chefe, ela pode abrir o seu próprio negócio. E aí a gente tem, por exemplo, Fábrica de Negócios da Sampa, que ajuda os empreendedores na sua jornada inicial. Então, eu já me qualifiquei, eu sei fazer o meu próprio negócio, mas eu não sei ainda empreender. A gente ajuda do começo ao fim dessa jornada na estruturação do modelo de negócio, a criação do MVP, precificação, estratégia de venda, criar a sua própria empresa com todo o apoio e o suporte que a Sampa, que é a nossa agência São Paulo de desenvolvimento, consegue dar. E no setor de games a gente também tem a SPCine Game apoiando também nessa jornada do empreendedor na área de games. E a gente falou do nosso hub, a gente falou da qualificação, a gente falou da empregabilidade, do empreendedorismo. Quando a pessoa faz essa jornada toda e ela abriu a própria startup e ela passou pela qualificação do Sampa Games, ela pode estar com a gente nos nossos estandes, nos grandes eventos do Brasil e do mundo. Então a gente leva essas startups que são aceleradas pela Prefeitura de São Paulo para a SXSW, para a gamescom latam, para a gamescom da Alemanha, para o Web Summit de Lisboa, para outros eventos que a gente tem no Brasil e no mundo, fazendo com que a gente alavanque cada vez mais esse setor, levando o game na cidade de São Paulo para o mundo, apresentando, fazendo conexões com publishers, fazendo conexões com outros mercados, para que a gente possa ampliar o leque de oportunidades na cidade de São Paulo. E, para finalizar, a gente tem outros 2 eixos que a gente atua também na cidade de São Paulo como política de desenvolvimento econômico, né? A gente tem que lembrar que o setor de games é um setor de negócios, é um mercado, né? Então, como esse mercado é um mercado muito forte, um mercado que cresce no mundo inteiro. Uma das empresas, né, se não me engano, outro dia estava até vendo que a empresa que foi vendida pelo maior valor de mercado no mundo, 5 bilhões de reais, foi uma empresa de games, né, que é a EA. A EA foi vendida por $1 bilhão. Então foi a maior venda de uma empresa, um setor de games. E para buscar esses investimentos, para buscar essas empresas, a gente tem a São Paulo Negócios. A São Paulo Negócios é a agência da Prefeitura de São Paulo que busca investidores e empresas no exterior e traz para São Paulo. Busca empresas de outros países para São Paulo, de outros estados para a cidade de São Paulo. Então a gente tem um atendimento gratuito para esse investidor. Então a gente faz essa prospecção de negócios na cidade de São Paulo, a facilitação. Então a gente ajuda na melhor forma do empresário poder fazer o seu investimento na cidade de São Paulo com informações qualificadas, e também a gente ajuda quem quer exportar, quem quer levar o seu jogo para fora. São Paulo Negócios também é um braço da Prefeitura de São Paulo que ajuda na exportação, seja de produtos, seja de serviços aqui na cidade de São Paulo. E tudo isso a gente tem na cidade de São Paulo. O nosso grande objetivo que o prefeito Ricardo Nunes pede para a gente é de estruturar marcos regulatórios e a gente ter segurança jurídica, né? São Paulo passou nos últimos anos por uma retomada do seu desenvolvimento, né? O PIB da cidade de São Paulo cresceu nos últimos 20 anos, ele foi crescendo nos últimos 20 anos anteriores até os 10 anos anteriores, e nos últimos 10 ele ficou estagnado. Então, nesses últimos 6, 7 anos, São Paulo vem retomando o crescimento do seu PIB. Por quê? Porque a gente vem trabalhando numa segurança jurídica para os investidores, marcos regulatórios estruturados, a gente não muda a regra do jogo no meio do jogo. Isso faz com que o empresário tenha segurança de investir no Brasil, tenha segurança de investir no estado, tenha segurança de investir na cidade, né? É muito difícil quando as regras mudam no meio do jogo. Então, essa segurança jurídica ela é fundamental para que a gente possa ter o desenvolvimento dessa cadeia cada vez maior. Então, esse ambiente de negócios e um marco regulatório bem estruturado, ele é fundamental para que a gente possa ter um ambiente de negócios produtivo na cidade de São Paulo. E esse é o objetivo que o prefeito Ricardo Nunes pede para a gente na Secretaria de Desenvolvimento Econômico e Trabalho. Então, a gente tem câmaras temáticas onde a gente dialoga com todos os setores, seja do setor de sustentabilidade, do setor de gastronomia, do setor de saúde, mas também no setor de tecnologia e inovação, onde o setor de games está inserido para a gente. Então, a gente tem câmaras temáticas onde a gente consegue trocar ideias com as associações, com as empresas, com as publishers, com quem está começando, com quem quer empreender, para entender quais são as dificuldades que esses empreendedores estão enfrentando, quais são as dificuldades que o cidadão enfrenta para poder se qualificar e a gente, como poder público, poder ajudar. O papel da prefeitura, o papel de um governo é apoiar o empresário, é apoiar o cidadão no desenvolvimento dele. Então, esse é um dos projetos que a gente tem, e a gente foi fazendo decretos e leis para que a gente reduzisse os impostos na cidade de São Paulo. Reduzindo os impostos nesse setor de tecnologia, a gente conseguiu atrair novas empresas para São Paulo, e a gente hoje tem aí um conforto muito grande de poder cada vez mais trazer grandes empresas aqui para São Paulo, para que essas empresas possam gerar cada vez mais negócios nesse setor. Gente, é isso. Esse foi um pouquinho do resumo do que a gente tem na cidade de São Paulo, essa cidade que transformou o setor de games num setor importante, porque a gente entende que o setor de games é um setor do futuro do trabalho, onde ele vai passar por uma cadeia produtiva extensa, onde a gente está falando não só de games, mas a gente está falando de tecnologia, a gente está falando de arte, a gente está falando de música, a gente está falando de design, a gente está falando de diversas áreas onde a economia criativa manda. E a economia criativa é a cara da cidade de São Paulo. Ó, o Eric aí. Gente, é isso. Hoje a gente tem aqui uma plateia muito seleta, inclusive com a presença do meu filho, Dante, que está aqui também. Uma salva de palmas para o Dante. Valeu, gente. Obrigado. A Prefeitura de São Paulo está à disposição e o nosso stand é logo ali. Todos estão convidados para participar lá. Valeu, gente. Obrigado.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Hora de série, é hora de Seara.
Play. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time.
Chegou a linha Seara Netflix. A hora de maratonar ficou mais gostosa.
Play. Snack time.
Alok, oi, tudo bem? Pode tirar uma foto comigo, por favor?
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil, tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão, faz pix por voz, aperta o botão, extrato multibanco. Aperta o botão...
A gente tem que ir.
Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, pra tudo que você imaginar.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
E seguimos aqui no nosso palco Journey 1, todos de fone. Estão me ouvindo? Vamos lá. Seguimos agora no Journey 1 com uma programação super legal. Vamos falar de Riot Games. Vamos falar como a Riot Games veio mostrar na prática que o feedback dos jogadores muda o jogo pra valer. A gente vai ter uma conversa para entender sobre como conversas diretas, os programas estruturados, as atualizações ao vivo e as evoluções em design de League of Legends, Wild Rift e Teamfight Tactics nascem todos da voz de vocês mesmos, ou seja, de quem está jogando. Conosco no palco, Matt Buchholz, da League of Legends, Derek Chen, Wild Rift, Noemi QT, da TFT e todos da Riot Games, como moderador Dean Takahashi, da Games Beat. Por favor, o palco é de vocês.
All right. Hope everybody can hear me here.
Yeah, we've got you.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Welcome to our panel. My name is Dean Takahashi. I'm the editorial director at GamesBeat. We spun out as an independent company last year, but I've been covering things for GamesBeat for 19 years and covering games for about 30 years. So very happy to be here with our panel from Riot Games. I think we're all from California. Is that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
So I'm going to have our panelists introduce themselves one at a time. Let's start with Matt Buchholz from, he's the America's Community Lead for League of Legends.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Matt Buchholz. I'm the Regional Community Lead for Americas on League, like Dean just said. So I get to work with players across the Americas, so North America, Latin America, Brazil, to just make it better to be a player across the Americas. So really fun ways that I get to integrate with devs.
And Noemi Kute, game designer for TFT.
Yep, I'm a game designer for TFT. I am the set design lead for the recent set that just came out, Set 17 Space Gods.
Space Gods.
You can see some graphics of somewhere over there.
All right. And Derek Chan, he's the Senior Director of Product Management for Wild Rift. Tell us more about yourself.
Hey, it's great to be here. I am fairly new to Riot. I'm coming up on my first year. It's been an amazing journey so far. In my role, I lead the global publishing team on Wild Rift. That's writers in all across the world, from LA to Shanghai, here in Sao Paulo, Manila, Seoul, and Istanbul. I'm responsible for everything you see around the game. So, guiding the teams in the game, but all the marketing, all of the community efforts, organized play, everything that's not directly in the game is my responsibility.
So our panel is going to be all about really how Riot, builds player-driven worlds through live feedback. And so what does the communities want and say, and how does Riot listen to the community? And I'm also a journalist. I've been doing this for decades. We also run the GameSpeed Summit events. Our next one's May 18th and 19th in Los Angeles. So in case anybody wants to fly a long way, you can go. But our first question really is, what's the thing you love most about the community of your game? And let's start with Derek.
Well, I think what you'll hear, which is common across all our games and from all our panelists today, is that we at Riot love our player community because of the passion that they bring. Our games are competitive, and players are really get fired up about competition, and they have a lot of feedback to give. I would say for Wild Rift in particular, what distinguishes us is that our players are mobile first. They've chosen mobile as their primary gaming platform, and you might think that that diminishes their level of passion, but actually that's not the case. Our players on mobile are just as passionate as the ones on PC or console, and that really fires me up.
So I take it you've been to Brazil 7 times, right?
That's right. This is my 7th time to Sao Paulo.
Noticed that they're a lot more enthusiastic about games here than others.
They're very passionate. When things are good, they're very good. When things are going not so swimmingly, they tell you.
Noemi, how about you?
Yeah, a similar thing. Our players are very, very passionate about the game. One of the things I do love, though, is it sounds funny, but it's really how they break things, which sounds bad, but it's like we release a set and people immediately will do the most insane builds, the most the things we just never thought about. And it is a source of joy for me, because that means they're really deeply exploring the game. And, we just had the other day somebody find out that you could hyper accelerate Aurelian Soul. And so he's doing insane figure eights across the board. And I was like, wonderful, amazing. I love it. Please, more of that.
And Matt?
Yeah, so I think across the board, we've all said passion, but I'll tell you my personal favorite, not to, play favorites, but I love the creative community. Prior to being at Riot, I was the head of digital content and community at DeviantArt, and now I serve on the state of California's Creative Economy Work Group and forming legislature around the creative industry. So the creative community, fan artists, cosplay, people that make video edits, that's all at my heart very much. You can find my desk real easy at HQ because it's just surrounded with pictures of fan art and cosplay from across the Americas. And I think what's so cool about it is seeing that inspiration and that physical manifestation of the passion that our players have reminds us of the responsibility that we have in our games to really make sure that they're awesome and really great for players. So for me, the creative community. Like, I love it. It's my battery recharger.
So we're going to stay with Matt on this one. But Riot is famous for playing into community memes and thinking about League, TFT, and Wild Rift. What would you say is something the community asked for that you were able to deliver, and what impact it had?
So I think Brazilians know you all like win the meme war. Like, Brazilians are number one in memes. And so we have a regional team in Brazil, and they are just nonstop 100% fire on socials. Like, the Brazilian social channels are so good, and you can tell that like the memes there are made by Brazilians, like for Brazilians. So it's very authentic. And what I love is getting to be here like in person. I get to learn a little bit more about that culture each time. So it's less times that I have to go to the Brazilian team and be like, what's this joke? Like, I can tell it's funny, but like, what's the specific? And the Brazilian team will let me know. And so coming here and getting to share that with y'all is super fun. But bringing that into the game, we've seen it across a lot of different ways. And I'm really excited on League, like the ways that we get to do that. We've actually renamed skins, made special emotes, and even voice lines have been changed to reflect memes specific to Brazil around like Brazilian streamers, Brazilian, cosplayers and stuff like that. So it's been really cool to see it reflected in our game.
And the other?
Yeah, we, I think, are actually kind of a more meme-heavy game. I'm actually very proud of this one. In our most recent set, we were able to, for context, Bard is like one of our 5 costs. He's astronaut Bard, so he summons this little UFO and he abducts your units. But we have like PvE monsters, so there's like a giant dragon in the game. And on PvE, one of the like bugs that we had was that you could actually abduct the dragon and then put a dragon on your board, which was like, that's just insane. And we, instead of being like, oh, we'll just fix that, we actually leaned into it, and now you can just get a little dragon on your board. He's not that strong, but it's for fun. But I think TFT actually gets to do this a lot with we do these things called 4 fun patches at the end of a set, where, we're about to say goodbye to the set. And as a little farewell send-off, we do kind of whatever the community's been asking for. And that can range from anything to like champions that weren't that strong now get super buffed so they see play. But also, another one of my favorites was all the way back in Set 8, Monsters Attack. We made Urgot a Star Guardian, and so we used his pajama Star Guardian skin, and we just kind of tossed him in, and it was really strong because he had like all these traits. But we kind of allow ourselves to lean into the fun there a little bit, and a lot of that is community-driven.
I'd say in Wild Rift, I'll point to 2 things. I think in many ways you could think of Wild Rift as a close sibling to League of Legends, and yet it is its own thing. We converge in many ways and we diverge in others. One thing that we had teased back in 2021, I think, as early as 2021, was the idea that we would bring Wild Rift original champions to the game. And that's actually something that we finally made good on earlier this year with the introduction of Nora, our Yordle artillery mage, plays mid. I think it took us a while to really understand what would make a really great mobile experience and how that would translate into champion abilities. Something that we could only do through Nora was mobile-specific controls. So you see with her ults, she opens a portal and she can trap enemies inside of it, and you can swipe sort of like Fruit Ninja style with your finger to drag fireballs that crash into enemy champions. And that's just something that we finally made good on, that the community had been asking for a long time. I think the other thing around the game is that our game is very competitive, and to be honest, we haven't had a real strong competitive scene for a while. We've certainly had things like Wild Rounds, which is our creator-based organized play series, which feeds into our capstone organized play event, Wild Round Smash, at the end of the year. However, we didn't really have anything up until now for grassroots players. I'm happy to say that our Brazil team this year has restarted that with an open series.
Let's go.
Where Split has just concluded. The initial results have been really promising. A lot of viewership, a lot of engagement, some of the best teams in the world duking it out. And they don't come from creators, they're just regular players. And we're super proud to reintroduce that.
I like the detail in all those answers. So it does show that you guys are listening out there, right? And You also mentioned you have a local office, so that's cool too. So I know competition is a big part of all the games, but so is creativity. And I guess we've seen these examples of player expression of the love they have for your games. Do you have any particular examples of that in mind?
Yeah, so like I kind of already went into some creative community earlier, but to pick a specific example, I think at First Stand, which was our international tournament, which was held here in Sao Paulo just a few months ago, so I'm back. We had some really cool stuff. We had an artist alley where we brought in 4 artists from Brazil, and that was really cool to get to have them there. I see one of them in the audience. Hello, I have a gift for you later. Also, it was a time where we were reworking one of our champions, Shivana. We did a visual update to her, and we thought that something that would be really cool, because that moment was centered also around an esports moment here in Brazil, would be to work with cosplayers around the world. So starting in the Americas, we commissioned cosplays of the different Shivana looks. So being in Brazil, we knew that we wanted the best one to be a Brazilian cosplayer. So we had Ferrer Rush, who is over at our League booth over there, so go visit the Riot booth. She's currently looking like the Wild Rift Kaisa. And so a very cool look. Make sure to go take a picture. See the smoke come out of the engines. It's really neat. So she was our base Shivana. And that was really neat to see her go around First Stand, because players not only got to see like the new look, but they got to like actually meet Shivana, which was really neat. And we also flew over Peyton Cosplay, who did the Bone Claw Shivana look from Argentina. So not only one Shivana, but 2. And getting to see those builds in person really helped you like appreciate the amount of work that our designers put in to really make those skins something special and like intentional for the players that love Shivana. And it was just really neat getting to see players interact with them in person. So I think for me, that was one of the real big ones recently.
Noemi?
Can you reread the question? I was very interested in...
Sorry, an example of the creative community that you love.
Okay, thank you. I got distracted by Shivana talk.
Easy to happen.
Yeah, so actually one of my favorite creators, Paper, she's a TFT player, and I got to see some of her work at the Paris Open pretty recently, towards the end of last year. And she makes these, she makes all kinds of stuff, but she brought this giant inflatable chonk, and she was walking around in it and dancing. And I was like, oh my God, it's Chunk, oh my God. And I thought we made it. But then I walk in and I saw her, I was like, oh my God, it's Paper. But also as she was walking around, she had this smolder puppet, and its head moves and its wings move and it walks and everything. It's insane. And so she's walking around with this little smolder puppet, and I was like, oh my gosh, somebody's got their dog cosplaying Smolder. And it's just it's a whole puppet that she made. But it's not just her. There's so many people who really step up the TFT cosplays and the TFT just creations. I've seen people make lamps that I kind of want to buy. I've seen people make all kinds of paper mache things of our little legends, and yeah, it's really great when we go to these open events at the end of the year and everybody gets to come together, because all the artists usually will bring some of their creations, and then I get to fangirl out on them a little bit.
I'm going to +1 all the cosplay stuff. I don't really have much to add, except I'm blown away by the attention to detail and the devotion that players are showing through their creativity on that front. The one plus that I would have to say is that another aspect of devotion is really what our creators are doing on Wild Rift to promote their own competitions, their own grassroots competitions, which is creative in a way, right? I think they're just really doubling down on what the community wants. We have a really prominent creator here in Brazil named Emerok, who's started his own competitions with his own prize pool, and just seeing that energy around our competitions is really invigorating.
Awesome. So you guys have this big giant booth here at Gamescom Latam, and I don't know how many years you've been coming as well, but so why has Riot decided to be here? I mean, there's lots of gaming events all around the world. What's your goal here? Let's start with Derek on that.
Well, I think even before we start talking about the awesome booth that the team has put together here, it's important to recognize that actually Riot has had presence here with an office for 14 years with rioters who live and breathe Brazilian community day in, day out, and for years. That consistency has been invaluable to the company. Like feeding intelligence and community sentiment back into our games so that we make it particularly better for Brazilian players. But as far as today goes, from a Wild Rift perspective and from a League studio perspective, it's just a recognition that Brazil is super important to the company. It's an opportunity for us to once again interact and have dialogue with our community here and our creators, which is super important. And I think in a wider sense, it's a signal that Brazil continues to be an important part of the international gaming community. For Wild Rift, Brazil players and our player base here is one of our biggest internationally. And it's just a super privilege to be here.
Yeah, I agree. I think when the opportunity comes to do something in Brazil, we're always just really stoked. It is so exciting to be here. We feed off of the passion of Brazilian players. My first time coming down here was First Stand a couple months ago. I'm already back. The 18 hours on the flight couldn't stop me. I wanted to be here. But some of the most special moments happen in Brazil. So being at a place like Gamescom is essential to us. We want to experience those moments with you and experience how Brazilian players experience our games. If we do that, then we can serve it better. And through our regional offices, we do get some really great information, but us getting to come here and understand it with them and for our regional teammates and for our players to get to share that culture with us is huge. But at our esports tournament, there was a moment that I think stands out as one of my top esports moments ever. And I've been around for a long time, there's gray in my mustache, that was so special and so unique to Brazil. And that was when G2 beat Gen G at First Stand. And something that was really cool about that is Caps, the mid laner, who's a little bit more reserved at times. After they won, he ran into the audience of Brazilian players, and the Brazilian players just hugged him. And it was such a cool moment. It was like a football game, it's just so exciting. And so to see that makes us remember, we have to be here. This is where the passion is at its highest. And that makes the, essential for us to be here whenever we have the opportunity.
Brazil hits different.
Yeah, Brazil is real.
I mean, this is actually my first time in Brazil ever. And so, I love going to events like this around the world, but here the energy is infectious. We were jet lagged and super tired yesterday, and then we came here and we were oh my gosh, I'm energized again. But I really love coming to these events because I get to talk to people that I would not otherwise get to meet. And I think for somebody like me who sits behind their desk all day and is busy working on the game, it's really important to take these times to connect with the community because otherwise, I just make the game that I want to make and not the game that other people want. And I think that's very important as designers, especially. But my first experience with kind of the Brazilian energy and fandom was at TPO when Taji was when he made it to the final 8, and there was we were watching the stream, and then we look over because we suddenly hear a bunch of yelling, and I see people lifting people in the air and all kinds of stuff, and I was man, I want what those guys are on. That's an energy I strive to have. Yeah, and that wasn't even in Brazil, right? So they showed up and they were there to support, and it was just it was really exciting. I brought my dad to the event, and he was hey, when do you go to Brazil? Can you take me there? I was I'll try, man.
Nice. So I think Riot has 4,000 employees, right? And so it's a lot of resources, but the company doesn't localize all of the games for every single country in the world, right? And I can think of other game companies that actually try to do some of that. C's Free Fire game is a good example of just localization everywhere. So what's sort of your sense for what's the right level of localization that, Riot needs to do to stay in touch with the community, but also, not have 40,000 people working for it, right?
I think some of the special sauce of that in determining how much localization is important is having our regional offices. Like, that really is that touch point on the ground that knows the truth that's happening at every moment for players in those regions. Through our regional offices, that's where we get our first pulse check. That's where we understand what is upcoming, what's rising, and also what's happening locally that could impact our game. One of the things that we're really lucky on with Riot is we do have that investment in localization as well. It's super important to us to be able to supply the game in your native language however we can, and also bring pieces to the game that are unique to you. So we've got Carnanivia, the skin that is all about Brazilian Carnival. And so, wherever we can, it's not only making sure that the words resonate and sound true, but also that the experience rings true and feels like something at home for you.
Yeah, the plus one on that for me is that for Wild Rift, it's just been invaluable to have people in the market, on the ground, living the culture, who are players themselves, that are super passionate about the product and making it better for their local communities. And that's really important because sometimes you just can't substitute real life advocacy. Our dev team, which is based out in Shanghai, they're not here. So they without a regional team advocating on behalf of players on the ground here, it sometimes becomes a little bit hard to process, hard to access. But we're one team on Wild Rift, and I'm super happy that that flow of information happens on a daily basis with regularity and openness, transparency, and respect.
Yeah, on the TFT side, I guess I can't say too much, but there's some stuff coming that I am very excited about that directly relates to some of this question. But it's also the same for us. It's relying on regional partners, regional offices, to get us that information on the ground that, again, we otherwise would not get. And we, throughout the process of set development, have these check-ins to make sure that we're representing regions and also taking opportunities to get these memes, get these specific translations in. And that's all driven by the regional offices.
Can you tell us more than you're authorized to tell us? That's a journalist question.
No.
Okay, all right.
Now our PR people are right here in the front row. They keep us honest.
What do you want to know, though?
Jorge's staring at us I
want to know what he wants to know.
All right. So how do you balance feedback that's useful and feedback that isn't, like the signal and noise problem, I guess? So there's, such a thing as too much feedback or inconclusive feedback, Noemi?
Yeah, so I deal with feedback on our sets on a daily basis. That's one of the biggest parts of my job. So there is such a thing as too much feedback. There is also such a thing as too little feedback. A lot of the ways that we handle feedback, especially from around the world, is we've got kind of 3 different ways to get the feedback. So there's obviously social media. People are very vocal on social media, but we know that it represents a small portion of our audience, which is the vocal minority. That's not to say that they're not, that the feedback is not useful. It very much is. The running joke is that if you see a problem on social media, it's already too late. But we also have our insights team, which is a team that is dedicated to getting this kind of information and feedback, but helping us kind of neutralize it and find the actual correlations and the patterns. And then again, we have our regional offices who get us that region-specific information, which is also very important because different regions perceive things very differently and have different needs and desires for the game. And so for us, that all of that funnels down to us, and then we have to decide how we solve problems and how we modify things from that, which is very tricky. But yeah, we kind of rely on even our publishing team to help us filter out the kind of hyperboles that you'll see in feedback to get us really just the core of it. But even internally, we have this. So it's kind of, as designers, it's our job to find the root cause, not necessarily the I hate this because of, and we're oh, that must mean it's bad. No, it doesn't always mean it's bad, but it is kind of our job to parse through and ask questions, follow-up questions, to understand what the actual core problem is and why people aren't liking specific pieces of content. It's a little tricky, but I think we're pretty good at it. What about you?
Yeah. So very similar. I think a lot of the Riot games use a lot of the similar things: insights teams, social listening. For my team specifically, we also dive in a lot with like in-person stuff. So coming to events like this, talking with players, getting to know exactly how you feel, really important. And I think that we get a lot of specific feedback that way, because every way that someone experiences the game, like each perspective represents thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of other players. So every person we talk to, that is very useful for us. When it comes to like, is there ever too much feedback? I don't think so. Like even the stuff that like maybe isn't useful in that moment will be useful later. So like if we're getting feedback on a skin for like Evelyn, and we're wondering more like, oh, can you see her abilities? Is it reading clear? And you're like, I think she needs a different haircut. I think she needs a ponytail. Like, is that useful right then? No, but if a lot of people say it, maybe it's useful for her skin in the future. And so a lot of feedback is always nice and definitely better than too little. I think one of the cool things that we're doing right now, though, is a project that we've launched called Council of Mains. And this has been something that's really helped us on League get to the heart of what makes things exciting for League players. And that's like our champions and how you connect with them. So earlier, like last year, we put out the Exalted Sanazul Mordekaiser skin. And right away, Mordekaiser mains, when they saw the like skin, they were kind of like, this is like a little bit off. Like this isn't how we see Mordekaiser. So we immediately went in, we went to the Mordekaiser Mains subreddit, the Mordekaiser Mains Discord. We reached out to our regional teams and said, who in your region is like #1 Mordekaiser fan? And we took players that like not only had like high level mastery points or were playing Mordekaiser competitively, or even just like drew fan art of Mordekaiser, but people who loved the champion. Like that was the #1 thing that we were looking for. And we brought them into a room with our skins team to talk specifically about what they wanted in that skin. And, you know, Brazilians love Mordekaiser, so we had, I think, 5 Brazilians in that room with us, which was pretty great because y'all are opinionated and brought some good answers. But doing that, we took a couple weeks after having those conversations, came back to them, they gave the thumbs up. And when we brought that skin back, players were like, yeah, this is it, this is Mordekaiser. So it was really cool, and we've been doing that more and more and more, and just continuing to invest in that space with everything we do. So if you're in one of those channels and you really love a champion, you might get a call from us someday to talk about it.
Awesome. I'm a Arc Raiders fan right now, and I've seen the community divide almost equally between player killers and friendly players who help each other, right? And I don't envy the Embark team on getting feedback that is just split right down the middle, right? And I don't know how they're going to work that out. But so we're getting towards the end here. But what feedback do you find most useful personally? And start with Derek on that.
I like to think of the feedback that is helpful to me personally as bipolar. I'd like things that are highly positive and highly negative. I care about the volume of feedback, but more importantly, I think I care more about the why behind the feedback. It's certainly helpful to know when topics are trending, when there's a lot of heat around things like skins or game modes or the next patch update, or in our case, like ranked and matchmaking seem to be perennial topics for us to deal with. But it's really that. I really don't get a lot of value from feedback right down the middle. I want to hear that emotion, that passion, that I loved this or I hated that and here's why. To Matt's point, more feedback, the better. The risk is less feedback. There's all sorts of systems that we employ now. We're starting to use AI to sift through the volume of feedback to really get to signal. And that's been a really great use case for us. But I really want that passion in the feedback.
You're probably going to get a lot of AI feedback as well. And how are you going to sort that out, right? It's like, is it
We'll just
human?
have to figure it out. I have to believe it's human. The stuff we get on our App Store ratings and reviews, it's definitely human.
It's actually interesting because, so you look at kind of like overarching decisions across like the whole of Wild Rift, and I'm looking at a lot more granular feedback on individual pieces of content. And I think I actually value very different things when it comes to feedback because I'm looking at something completely different. So for me, it's actually when people give feedback on our content, I want to understand like how you feel rather than the like super polarizing one way or another feedback. So like one of the things I often tell newer designers when they join the team is tell me what you were expecting. Like what did you go into this champion or this trait expecting? And why did that not match your expectations? Like what did you expect and how did you feel when it didn't meet your expectations? And really getting to understand the kind of experience rather than, because when we get feedback that's like, oh, this trait sucks. I'm like, well, cool, but I don't know how to solve it because I don't know what your issue with it is. Is it the visuals? Is it the design? Is it the numbers? Is it the champions in it? And so getting that detail of like, well, I expected this trait to do this. And then when I put them in, it didn't do that. And it did this thing instead, which was fine, but that's not what I wanted for these reasons. Great, I can solve those problems. So I really look for kind of your experience and why your experience was bad.
Yeah, I think exactly that on our side too. Like finding balance changes and stuff like that. Knowing the why is number one. Like I feel weak before hitting level 6 now. Big indicator for what we need to change. It sucks. Tom Kench Top sucks now. Doesn't help. I know why, but you telling us why also helps. I think for me specifically in my role right now, it's a lot about like more how things make you feel as a player in a more holistic sense. So like, I really am proud to be a League player because you guys did this thing, or I'm really excited for League because you did this. And finding those moments, like that's what makes my job exciting, because if you tell us what makes you excited to be a League player or what makes it feel fun to play League, we just get to keep doing more of that. And so keep telling me that the fun things you like are fun so that we can keep doing fun things is the great part of my job when it comes to feedback.
Probably have a whole other panel about whether you could optimize for esports players or for regular fans too, I guess. But I don't know, very interesting.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. And then our last question here is like, how can players just give better feedback to support your teams and your game? Derek, you want to go?
Keep it coming. Keep the conversation flowing. Whether it's on your social platform of choice, through your creators. We very much prize feedback coming through our creators because they are nodes. They are community leaders for us. They see things sometimes far ahead of what we're able to see and are able to aggregate that feedback. Just continue the dialogue with us because we're always here for you. We at Riot don't see ourselves as above the community. We are here long term to be in dialogue with the community and to serve the players. And that's what really will make or break us as a company, that long-term dialogue, responding to the community needs and building together over time.
Yeah, I think it's very similar for us. Kind of same as my last answer. Try and tell me about your experiences. But yeah, keep the feedback coming. I mean, I think I can speak for a lot of us when I say, like, we're in this industry, we're doing this job because we want to bring you joy and we want you to enjoy the things that we make. So yeah, I just keep the feedback coming, and I want to make the experience better for you. So tell me your problems and I will try and fix them.
Yeah, big plus one. I think something that we've been hearing a lot is like, League is better than ever right now. And a big part of that is because y'all are coming to us with your feedback more and more. A big part of that responsibility is on our side to talk with you, to be authentic with you, be honest. We've been doing that through things like dev updates, Q&As, coming to events. And because we get to do those and get these opportunities to get the feedback like what we've been talking about today is what really helps us deliver for you. So again, please tell us when you like something, when you don't, and why, so that we can keep making these games that we all love something very special for years to come.
Awesome. Thank you very much for this panel.
Thank you, Dean.
I hope you guys all saw the passion up here on stage as well. So that was great to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Obrigado. Chama, Brazil.
Come see us at the panel.
Come say hi at the booth.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho e tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
O vídeo a seguir possui recursos de legenda e libras. Apresenta cenas dinâmicas que registram diversas manifestações culturais de todas as regiões do Brasil. Ambientado tanto nas ruas, nos palcos, como em grandes eventos e produções ou ambientes intimistas. O vídeo é plural, com agentes culturais de todas as idades, etnias, roupas e figurinos coloridos próprios de cada expressão cultural.
A cultura é um dos mais preciosos instrumentos de democracia. É um canal de expressão plural que permite a convivência de diferentes vozes, histórias e visões de mundo. E por isso...
E voltamos aqui ao Palco Journey Gamescom Latam 2026, feriado do 1º de maio, sexta-feira da Gamescom. Todos de fone, me ouvem? Tudo sob controle? Quem me ouve, levanta a mão. Quem não levanta a mão, temos um ouvinte aqui. E a gente vai seguir com a nossa programação. Já pensou o que acontece quando você dá um passo para trás e encara anos de submissões de jogos de uma só vez? Pois foi isso que a Latino-American Games Showcase fez e o resultado é impressionante. Nessa sessão, a gente vai revelar os aprendizados acumulados na curadoria das vitrines do LEGS, as tendências de gênero que mais crescem, a direção de arte que se destaca, a evolução país a país e o mais legal, que são os pequenos detalhes humanos que tornam os jogos desenvolvidos na nossa região tão únicos no mundo inteiro. E para falar sobre isso, eu convido David Lúcio, com seu olhar de curador e alma de desenvolvedor. Palmas, David, o palco é seu.
Hi everyone, how are you? Can everyone listen? Yes? Good? Okay, cool. I think it's gonna start soon. There you go. So first I wanted to thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna start talking about what we do at the Latin American Games Showcase. My name is David. I founded the Latin American Games Showcase back in 2023. And we have basically a platform that brings visibility to games that are being developed in Latin America. But I first wanted to start talking about who we are. Today's talk, it's all about what trends we've noticed through the submissions that have gone through the showcase. So you're gonna look at some numbers and some trends that we've seen that are happening all around Latin America. So my background is in film. And I wanted to tell you about how I got here first, because I think it gives a lot of context to what we do. I started film because when I was a little kid, I saw this movie called Fallen, and I was completely moved by this idea of a demon that goes from person to person through touch. I remember that I left the theater feeling that I didn't want anyone to touch me because I felt that their demon was going to possess me. And that idea of having control over people's minds through stories, it just pulled me in the right way. So I started really interested in telling stories, and that eventually, in the early 2000s, I got my first PlayStation, and I got like a demo disc that had a demo of Metal Gear, and then that's when I realized you can also tell really incredible stories through video games, and that's where my passion for video games started. And that little by little just pushed me towards the indie scene. I fell in love with what indie titles can do, both for the industry as a whole, but specifically for the ways that we talk about games and the way we explore stories about games and humanity through games. So that's basically like a little bit of how I got here. I'm someone from Colombia that lives in Panama, that studied film, that fell in love with video games, and then that tried to find, through the capabilities that we had as a team, how we could support that indie scene that was happening within Latin America. So then I started thinking, okay, so where can we help? What's the biggest struggle that Latin America is going through? And the struggle that I think that Latin America had and still has is visibility. It's access to opportunities, it's being able to be discovered as a Latin America. So we wanted to come up with a solution or an idea for a solution, and that's what LAX comes in, because the solution was just find a way that we can shine a spotlight in what was happening in Latin America and hopefully bridge the gap between opportunities, visibility, accessibility, and games from Latin America. But then we had a couple of first showcases back in 2023 that they were more proof of concept. Like we didn't have like an actual idea of what was happening in Latin America, what was the volume of games that were being developed, what was the volume of interest from the audience to actually consume games from Latin America. And we were surprised both by the demand from consumers and the demand by developers, but specifically developers. We found that they really didn't have a window to be discovered by. So we started working on, okay, so now that we understand that the need is to have a window and to have like a strict path to visibility and access to opportunities, what can we do to make sure that this is the best window for them to get discovered? So the first step was getting a good curation board. So we surrounded ourselves by an international industry curation board led by a lot of people that from around the industry. We have Javiera Cordero from Meta. We have Jenny Wyndham from Focus and Wholesome Games. We have Clara Cia, ex-scout at Devolver. Felix Kramer, producer of games like Tunic and Saber. Danny Peña, leader of one of the best podcasts of gaming all around Latinx communities. And Victoria Tran, that's part of the scouting team and lead team at Other Stuff. So we surrounded ourselves with people that have a great taste, understand what the industry is looking for, understand what the market is, and we surrounded that to have a great creation board. And then we started working on alliances. We wanted to have strategic alliances and find how we could position ourselves the best we could, and that totally meant that we had to knock on the doors of the biggest events around the world and the biggest platforms and communities from around the world. We started with the Latinx in gaming folks that do a lot of work from the United States to help and support developers that are up and coming from Latin America. We started working with IGN to get more broadened visibility. We created a partnership with Summer Game Fest and the Game Awards, so we have showcases with them. So we have now the capability of putting our games in a global stage that already has like cemented positioning within the industry. Gamescom Latam, we're having a booth here with a selection of games from all around the region. I'm giving this talk, but we're also working on an official showcase with them. This year's Gamescom Latam Countdown is powered by the Latin American Game Showcase. So we're trying to find a lot more windows where we can actually showcase games from the region. And now we're actually also, one of the things that we discovered is that the Asian market and the Asian media really connects with what's happening in Latin America. So we're now having a lot of efforts to have our showcases on Bilibili so that we can also reach the audience in Asia, particularly China. So with that, what does LAX bring to the table? We bring particularly, specifically 6 things, I would say. The first one is we bring wide visibility through the partnerships that we have and the boost that the industry partnerships give us. We have a trustworthy platform because of our creation board and a strong sense of production. We have global media partners to reach beyond what's happening in Latin America. We also have team events that align with all of the showcases that we have. So we have a lot of traffic and we have been able to promote a lot of wish listing for the games that we promote. We have a full marketing support pipeline. We help the games from start to the finish. We have games that have announced their games with us and launched the game with us. We support connections with publishers. We do a lot of mentorships and support throughout the year. And finally, we have I come from the streaming side of things. So the creator ecosystem was huge for us, and we wanted to also bridge the gap between creators and developers. Right now, after our 3 years, this is kind of the numbers that we've been able to achieve. We have 6 total editions of our showcase. More than 300 games from Latin America have been promoted and exposed. Last year, we topped our 7 million views, and that's a 10x on what happened in 2025. We've been able to, on 2025, have an average of 4,000 wishlists per games that we promote, with some specific cases that have been able to get over 60,000 wishlists on the events that we have. We have at least 100 creators per edition that co-stream our event and support everything that we're doing. And finally, we have more than 10 global co-broadcasters per edition. That means games like sites like IGN, latam, GameSpot, Bilibili, and we're working with a lot more right now that are helping us even broaden more our signal. So now let's start looking at the trends that we've been able to discover through our submissions. This is not an exact a prediction or trend of what's happening in Latin America, but at least what's happening through the submission process that we see. That's a curation process of what's the best of Latam. So first this is like the spread of what's happening from the how the countries are represented within our lineup. So from the 300 games that we've been able to support, we have 36% have been Brazilian. Then we have the 2 other pillars that are Argentina and Chile, and Argentina and Mexico, my bad. And then the rest of the region represents 31% of what's happening in the region. And that includes countries like Chile, Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, that have been bringing games over the years. But the interesting thing about this is that you can see how through our creation process, that has changed a lot. So when we started, we had like 40% of the games from Brazil, and the distribution of the other countries was quite similar. But now we have a lot more representation from countries like Argentina and Mexico, so that not only it has broadened the way that the market is growing within Latin America, but it also has increased the amount of countries that we've been able to represent. So now we have countries like Dominican Republic. We've had our first game from Bolivia. Like every year, we have new countries in the ecosystem. We have, like last year, we had Bolivia for the first time with La Malandia, a game that's now being published. We've had games from Dominican Republic, like Culebra and the Souls of Limbo. And the cool thing about it is that it shows that the growth is not only on those 3 big pillars, but it's layered and it goes all around Latin America, where we're seeing it grow, and we're seeing how innovation is key throughout the region. The other cool thing about us is, or not about us, but about the games that are being curated through LAGs, is that 60% of them are launching. So we're seeing how games are being finished and dropped to market. We're now not only a region where we're innovating through development and mechanics, and maybe the games get dropped off. Games are actually being finished, marketed, published. We've had 27% of them that we've had actually support with launch and sales. So games that have arrived to our showcases, either launched or that have launched with our showcase of ours. And then we also have like a 33% of those games that we have curated and supported throughout the years have been launched through the process of what's happening in Latin American Game Showcase. Right now, only about 40% of the games that we have showcased are still in development, but it shows how most of the games are going through all the pipeline of development, and we've seen an increase of that throughout the years. The other thing that's quite interesting about Latin America is the trend in genres. So you can see here how genres have been represented across all of our editions, and there's 4 key things that I want you to take away from this chart. The first one is that action adventure, it's the most stable. And what I mean by this is not only on the sense of the amount or the volume of development, but how easy it is for those games to be showcased in a space like ours, just because how trailers are easy to comprehend. You can easily get what the mechanics are of a game of that genre, and that makes a lot of sense. The other one is that puzzle and platformer are consistent genres. Like we get them in every official session that we have. We have a distinct batch of games that are from either one of those 2 genres. And the cool thing is that this is not equal to what happens in the US or what happens in Europe. This is specific from Latam. We've also seen how RPG has dropped off, we have some conclusions about that. But when we started, we had a lot of games that were RPGs. We had some peak during 2024 where we had our biggest showcase, but it has dropped quite a bit. Like the development of RPGs in Latin America has decreased quite a bit. And then finally, that horror, it holds ground. Like we've always had the same amount of games of horror within our showcases. We always have between 6 or 8 new games that are being developed in Latin America. Particularly Brazil and Argentina are developing a lot of games that are horror. And I think that this brings us to 3 conclusions. The first one is that horror, it's not behaving like a trend. Developers are attaching themselves to this genre. One of the things that we think happens is that it likely tied to streamability. It's an easy game to market through influencers and content creators, so it makes for an easy pathway to distribution. The other is that action adventure is the easiest one to showcase, like I mentioned before. The cool thing about it is that it's readable mechanics. So for them, when it comes through curation, those are very catchy trailers, or sparky trailers, or easy to be selected and go through. And finally, that RPG is the hardest to take over a pipeline. Those are games that are bigger, that are broader, that are bigger in scope. So sometimes it takes wider and longer time processes of development. And that means that our chart doesn't mean that we're developing less RPG games, but just that when we arrived, we had some that were launching, and now we're waiting for the next batch of RPG games to be launched in Latin America. The other cool thing about this is that there's a lot of cross-pollination between genres. We get a lot of games that have multiple genres. We have puzzle horror, we have cozy puzzle adventure, like there's a lot of that. And what that does is that it makes categorization harder, it's harder for us to identify specific genres, but it also talks a lot about our differentiation from the region. Like we are a region that when you talk to publishers, one of the things beyond visuals and stuff like that is that we are innovating in genre. We're mixing things, we're mixing mechanics, we're bringing mechanics from a roguelike and adapting them to a puzzle game. And we're doing a lot of that, and that's super interesting, and that's specific to us. The other thing that we think is quite interesting from the showcases that we've had is that demos are key. Demos are instrumental to the distribution of a game. We've seen that only 37%, so just under 40% of the games that we showcase have an available demo when we showcase them, but the ones that do have stronger audience attachment. Having a showcase and getting discovered through a trailer is great, but putting your game in the hands of players is even better. So when you have a showcase and your trailer is accompanied by a demo, it makes a lot of sense, and it makes a lot more impact with the audience that we're targeting. We actually, when we do our showcases, we have co-streamers, like I mentioned before, and we actually do a lot of distribution of keys, and we give them access to the list of demos beforehand so that they can play the demos as soon as the showcase is done, and they actually have opinions on the game that they are reacting to. And because of that relationship between creators and developers, we created the Creator Fest. That's another product, let's say, from the Latin American Game Showcase, where we basically try to create a bigger connection between the creator landscape or the creator ecosystem and the development ecosystem. And what we do is and that's why the poster is like that. It's almost like a music fest. We had over 140 creators that were playing more than 40 games exclusively from Latin America throughout a weekend. And the cool thing about that is that it's quite different. There are games that are better showcased as demos than as trailers. So the cool thing is that when you look at the chart of the games, you see that it's different to the trends that we look at the showcases. We had a lot more roguelike and puzzle games here, and then we started seeing a lot of more visual novels. Like that's a very tough genre to promote through trailers and to assets like that. But putting a graphic novel on the player's hands makes a lot of impact. So what this only means is that depending on your game, there are different avenues to promote it. Sometimes a trailer is the best, sometimes having a demo is the best, sometimes a combination of both is the best for your game. So understanding your audience, understanding how you market your game helps a lot on landing what's the actual path and the actual pipeline of production. Next, we have the other thing, and this is, I think it talks a lot about our creation process and how deep our creation process is. We've had, if you look at this, the highest scoring games have been showcased multiple times, but the cool thing about this is that if you look at the chart, we've had very positive, it's the marquee thing throughout Latin America. Like when you go to Steam and you look at their reviews, most of the games are at least very positive. And that's really good. And when you look at OpenCritic, for instance, like the median of reviews is at 75. So validates, to a sense, our creation process because we're actually being able to showcase games that then critically do quite well. And it also talks about the quality of games that are being developed, are being launched, and are being critically received quite well. So it's really cool to see that our games are being received quite well. Finally, I have like 5 slides more. I don't know why I said finally. Okay, so creation is not only taste, it is timing. What we mean by this is sometimes a strong game can still miss if the beat is premature. Sometimes you have to find the right moment to showcase your game. So when we do curation, we are not only looking for a good game, we're looking for the right time to showcase a game. Sometimes it's not about the best moment, but it's not about the best game, it's about the best moment to showcase that game. We've had titles, for instance, like Despelote, that were with us a couple of times, so we were able to support them in different stages of production with different marketing beats throughout the years. So we have them when they were announcing their game, we were there when they announced their demo, we were there when they announced their release date, and we were there with the launch of the game. So this was really instrumental because we can see how 1 in 5 games that we showcase have been more than once in our platform. 67 games have been more than twice, and this only means that we try to support beats that we can actually boost. We're looking where there's a fire so that we can put more gasoline on that fire. So even though we try to, of course, try to support as much games as we can, we're now trying to target games that have actual marketing beats, that when we accelerate them, it has actual impact. So having games that come back and we can actually support several beats of their marketing agenda, it actually boosts a lot of sales and a lot of representation. And I think that games like Despelote are great precisely because of that, because highly specific cultural identity can travel if the game keeps arriving with a fresh beat. So even though games like this are like highly culturally specific, because they talk about a specific experience that a kid from Ecuador had, inspired by their team going to a World Cup, it connected worldwide because it was showed several times and it knew when to showcase and where to be showcased. I wanted to also talk about trends that we think that games should avoid. Sometimes we get a great game, but bad presentation. So we get submissions with games that look mechanically quite well, but maybe they are not paying a lot of attention on their UI, on their UX, on their overall presentation, their optimization on the Steam side, their thumbnails, where their assets are presented, their press kits, their pitch decks. Sometimes the presentation is not accompanying them, and we try to then step in, help them, advise on them, mentor them so they can come back and we can showcase them when they're ready to be showcased. Finally, I keep saying finally. It's like I want to leave. I promise you I don't want to leave. Sometimes we get solid projects, like great projects that have a lot of potential, but that they don't have a marketing plan. So they arrive to us and we ask them like, okay, what's your beat? What are you trying to announce? Why are you being showcased? What do you want to promote? And they have no idea what to do. We understand that. We understand why that is. Sometimes, or most of the times, the development teams that are built in Latin America are like artists, programmers, basically developers that don't have and don't have and maybe don't need to understand marketing, but they have to find a partner to actually understand how to market their games. And that's why it's really important that when you start the development process, you also start thinking about what your audience is, how I can market my game, who are the best creators to align with my game. Because if you have a solid project but there's no strategy, sometimes you get stuck in the way. And it's the same thing with the last point. Like sometimes a promising title that has bad timing is the same thing. Sometimes we get like great games that are about to launch, but they haven't even marketed their games. We've gotten some submissions from games that are ready to launch, are ready to market, but don't even have a Steam page ready. So again, it's all about understanding your marketing plan, understanding what you're aiming for, and planning ahead, not waiting for your game to be ready to start promoting it. In conclusion, the strongest teams are not only making good games, they are learning how to arrive at the right moment. Some of the teams that we've been able to support the best are teams that arrive to us and already have a plan. They're like, hey, we already announced our game 6 months ago. We have our demo ready. We need your platform to actually promote the demo that we're about to launch. We are soon to be released in December. We want to announce our release date. We want to launch our release date. this is the perfect timing to be with us. So games that understand timing, that understand that to have clarity on their trailers so that we can understand the gameplay loop, the mechanics, and not only the visuals of them makes a lot of sense. And of course, like I've said, iteration, okay? Resubmit your games. Like sometimes we don't are able to select you. That only goes down to one of these key things. Maybe you're not ready to be showcased. Maybe you're too early. Maybe you don't have a beat that we can promote. Maybe your assets are not as fine-tuned or polished as they should be. But if you resubmit and you ask for our advice and mentorship, we will give it. Everything that we do at Lux is for free. We don't charge to have games within our platform. We don't charge for any advice or mentorship. We do free QA for the games. We do free advising on mentorship, on pitch decks, on their trailer assets, on their marketing campaign. Like we are a platform that's here to support what's happening in Latin America. We're not here to make buck out of the Latin American developer. We are aligning ourselves and we're getting funded by publishers and by brands just because we want to precisely be a partner and be the connection between publishers and developers. Through that relationship, we've been able to support more than 20 games that have been discovered through the showcase and are now signed with a publisher, or publishers that reach out to us because they see the showcase, they see 5 games that they want to know, that they want to at least contact, and they reach to us to get a contact with those games. So we're also being a pipeline for you to be discovered by financial opportunities. So that's why we try to surround ourselves with publishers more than anything. And finally, that's the key word. I should have called it finally the Latin American Game Showcase in Gamescom Latam. This is our timeline for 2026, just in case anyone wants to know where we are at. Right now, we are in Gamescom Latam, as you know, finally in Gamescom Latam. And we have a showcase today at 2 p.m. So if you have access to some Wi-Fi, you can actually look at the official Latin American Game Showcase for Gamescom Latam. We have more than 25 games with world premieres, exclusive announcements, great updates from some of the biggest titles from Latin America. We are announcing even release dates. There's a games that are releasing today with the showcase. That's one of the most anticipated games from Argentina. And then we have in June 2nd, we have our biggest showcase of the year. That's with Summer Game Fest. We have our Creator Fest. We have something with EVA in Argentina later in the year. And we close with our The Game Awards edition. So yeah, that's it. That's the Latin American Game Showcase. So please visit us. We have our website. That's lacshowcase.com. You can follow us on all the social medias at LACShowcase. You can contact me anytime you want. I talk daily with developers. The developers that come through our showcases, we have meetings with them every week to look at their trailers, look at their assets, mentor them so that when the showcase comes, they are in the best way possible. And we have the best trailer for those games. So please reach out to us. We're here to help. We're never going to be a burden, and I'm more than happy to support you and listen to you and sit down with you as many times as I can. If I am not the right person to give you advice, I will know the person to give you advice, and I'll connect you to that person. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Ya me tomaste foto.
corre no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho e tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
E estamos de volta a Gamescom Latam, todos com os fones. Quem está de fone está ouvindo, levanta a mão. Quem não está ouvindo, não levantou. Temos ouvintes aqui. E vamos lá, seguindo com a nossa programação do palco Journey 1, aqui na sexta-feira da Gamescom Latam 2026. E a gente vai falar sobre um assunto que interessa e muito. Que todo estúdio quer um publisher, isso a gente sabe. Mas poucos estúdios realmente entendem como os acordos funcionam por dentro. O que os publishers esperam de verdade, quais os sinais que fazem uma negociação morrer antes de começar e por aí vai. Essa mesa foi feita sob medida para quem leva o negócio a sério e a gente juntou publishers experientes e profissionais que vivem isso todos os dias para responder as perguntas que os estúdios têm, mas que ninguém tem coragem de fazer em voz alta. Vamos falar de estrutura de acordos, expectativas reais e as verdades da prática de negociação. Conosco no palco agora, Ben Elise, da Team 17. Dan Stern, da Dungeon Entertainment. Junpei Stanislas, da Plugin Digital. E Margarita Pino, da Powell Group Consulting. Muito obrigado. O palco é de vocês.
Hi.
Okay.
Yay.
Yeah, I saw the timer already started. I guess we could just go.
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Let's start with introductions.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So my name is Margarita. I'm from Chile, and I work for a U.S. company that does consulting. We also have the indie game business, and we also have Blue Ridge Games, which is a child publishing company.
Oh, I'm June. I'm from Japan, and I work for a French publisher called Plugin Digital Dividages, and I'm in charge of the business aspect of publishing.
Dan Stern from Dungeon Entertainment. We are based in Japan, and I'm in charge of operations and business development.
My name is Ben Ellis. I'm from Team 17, and my role is to find cool games for us to publish, or studios to buy, or IP to acquire. So lots of different things.
Very cool. So if you guys don't mind, I've already got some questions, and I thought we could just jump right into certain things. And I'll go ahead and load one of those up. The main topic here is about deals and just questions that developers may have for publishers. And so I thought we should start with signing. So in the beginning, what should a developer do before signing?
I have a very hard take on this. Is you as a studio should know exactly why you want a publisher. We see that a lot in the pitches we get. Sometimes studios, they think they need a publisher. They don't know what a publisher does. They don't know why they need a publisher. So the question you need to ask yourself is, what exactly do you need? Do you need just funding? You need to sort it out. What exactly is the type of relationship you want with that publisher before you even start pitching? That is the very first basis of about anything that's going to go down after that, in my personal opinion, yeah.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, touching on what June said, is that you need to want a publisher and not just want funding, because there are plenty of places to get funding, and what a publisher offers is way beyond that. And so you will be giving up more of your project in terms of the revenue if you go with a publisher rather than just getting funding. And so it's as much about, making sure that what you need is a publisher, making sure that that publisher is the right fit. They have similar games, they have a similar mindset and ethos to you, like that you are philosophically aligned. But yeah, I think it's the most important thing is, do you want a publisher? And then if you do want a publisher, do you want this publisher? Or are you just looking for any publisher? I think the best results always come when you find a publisher that aligns with the type of game you're making or the type of philosophy that you have as a studio.
That soft point that you made, I think is really interesting, because people often talk about deal terms or the T&Cs of how is it going to work to be with a publisher. But I think one of the cases where people have where a publisher-developer relationship may not work out, may not feel good for either party, is when you aren't aligned. Because if you start off from a funding perspective only, and that's the only value that you have, when there's so much more to publishing and so many different things to do, and it's a lot of small tasks, and so a lot of developers may be like, well, what is my publisher doing? What are they doing all the time? And it is a lot of micro things that need to be done, and not any individual one is we've got to make corresponding to development. We've got to make all these different assets, and that's a very discrete thing that you can describe easily. But in publishing, it's so much little stuff, and maybe not easy to quantify in that way. So if later on, if things don't go well, then you may find yourself thinking, well, all I got out of this was just this one thing. All this other stuff that they said we're going to do, I didn't value that, and it may lead to resentment and a disconnect between the parties.
I also think that there is a lot of honesty that needs to go around that conversation. I don't know why, but sometimes developers think that if they say that things are going wrong or south, or they are facing challenges that they think they need help, they don't ask for it. Because they think it will look badly in them as their craft, or unprofessional, or if they ask for help, they will just break the deal and leave or something. So I think you also have to come with a mindset of working together towards launching a good game. Because if your game gets picked, it's because they love it. Not every game gets picked by a publisher, so that's also a good sign of how much they care about your game. So you also have to be very honest with the publisher, or at least that's what we try to do. We try to be very honest with the developer, so we can solve things together and not only launch a game and forget about it. We love them as well.
If I can build up on what you two just said, because I totally agree. So the first thing is everyone wants a publisher for fundings. Going to a publisher for funding is probably the worst idea. Sure, we're going to find the game, but a bank could do that. So you go to a publisher, we set it enough for the added value, for what we can give to the production, what we can give to the feedback that you can't have anymore because you're too close to the project, the marketing, the network, all of the things that you don't know how to do. We know how to do them. For the same reason that if we could make game ourselves, we wouldn't need you, because that is your job and everything else is ours. So that's the added value of a publisher. Focus on what you're doing. We will help you make it right. Everyone wants to make a good game. No publisher wants to release a shitty game. So that's the first thing. The second thing you said is extremely important, because here's the thing. A lot of studios think that they should hide it when things go wrong. Everything should always be good, progressing smoothly. We know, right? We release 10, 15 games a year, and we've done that collectively for decades. We've launched hundreds of games. We know it's going to go bad. We know it. We've anticipated. We've seen it 1,000 times before. We know what's going to go wrong before you do. Sometimes we know you're going to fail milestone. QA is going to break your game. Events are going to take some of your time. You didn't anticipate that marketing asset. We know that. So it's a relationship between you and us. We're in a couple, right, during the production phase. And if the game is your baby, you have to accept it as step parents on that. Right? We all want the best for the child, and we're in a relationship, right? So let's talk, let's figure it out, and to circle back from the point that all starts with how do we meet? How do we, get to know each other? How do we seduce each other? How do we negotiate the deal? And that's a very important part. But going into that knowing that we all want the same thing, which is a great game, successful, and honesty is the key. Once we've nailed that, I think we can go into the details of what the deal actually looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agreed. And what Margarita said is 100% true. If there's a question that you can't ask in the beginning, then that's already a red flag, and you should probably be watching out for that. Which brings us to our next question is, what are the red flags that you think developers should watch out for? We'll start there, but after that, we'll also talk about what are the red flags that publishers are watching out for?
Oh, how good. So the red flags that we're looking out for. Yeah.
Are there things that you see before signing a deal where you're like, whoa, I don't know about that one?
Yeah. There's, top of my head.
We could start there if you've already got something.
Top of my head, I had like 3, right? First, when it's clearly a work-for-hire company that is not clear, we're circling back to honesty about what part of the resource is going to be allocated to the game and what part of the resource is going to be allocated to their services things. So it can feel like we're just funding the company in general, and that's not what we're doing. We're not buying your company, right? We're funding a project. So that's the first red flag. The second red flag is, go on.
May I on that one? I mean, that's a different deal. That's an equity deal.
Absolutely.
And that's different terms and conditions, and 100%. We're not doing that. And, the benefit for the developer is that they get to own their own company. And
100%.
In an equity deal, somebody's getting something out of funding the operations and the overhead.
Yeah. Second red flag is when a studio is lying to us. Don't do that. Don't tell us, oh yeah, we can build this huge RPG in 8 months. No, you can't. We know you can't. You know you can't. And if you don't know you can't, you shouldn't be pitching us. That's a huge red flag. And sometimes studios try to impress us, like, yeah, it's our first game and we're making Persona 5 because we're genius. Like, if that's your attitude from the get-go, I don't want to deal with you when shit will hit the fan, right? So that's a big red flag. And third red flag, we'll talk about this later, is when studio try to make profit during the development phase. We'll talk about it later, but development phase is not there to make profit for anyone. It's there to stabilize the studio, make sure that you can live decently while working. Profit comes later. Those would be my personal red flags. I don't know what you guys have.
Yeah, I think they're great, and I fully agree with those red flags. Another one that I would add to it is when developers are not organized, don't have the planning is all over the place. You get a budget and it's just an amount, and there's no kind of breakdown of here are the staff, here are their salaries, here's where the money's actually going. Because, to what you said, we're not funding studios, we're funding projects, and so it's super important to include as much detail as possible in where the money's going, because oftentimes it's extremely large amounts of money, and so that's important. The other thing that is a huge red flag for me is that the team doesn't understand the commercial side of the business, and it's not that we expect a team to come with all this data about what the market looks like, but just understanding who are the competitor titles that you're up against, what games are coming out around yours that are similar, that might eat into the attention or sales that your game can get. Not developing in a bubble. Sometimes it can pay off. You can have this, crazy idea that you develop on your own and then you release it into the world and it blows up. But a lot of the time, you have to have an understanding of the commercial aspect of the business. Making games is an art, but we can only work on making games if the games make money. So having that sort of foresight to, look at what titles exist, being open with what you've borrowed from certain games. So, we've taken inspiration from this game and this game, but we've added a unique twist onto it. Just showing that you understand the genre and therefore you understand the audience that you're trying to appeal to. I think if that isn't included, it worries me, because I think, have they just heard that this genre is popular and we should make a game in this? Oh, sorry. Have they just heard that this genre is popular or seen that the genre is popular and want to make a game in it because they think that they can make a quick buck? Or do they actually understand, play this genre and know that, we can make something unique and interesting within this space?
Yeah, I think for me, the first red flag is on the first meeting. If you are a bad person, a mean person, or making comments about that, it could hurt someone somehow, for me, it's like, I don't want to deal with this point of view during the whole production of 2 years of a game. So for me, that is like, oh no, then maybe it's not, because you will be working with people besides like building an amazing game, an amazing idea, and an artist idea, which we are all very passionate about. If not, we wouldn't be talking. But then if your attitude towards whatever you are building or other people or whatever, it's like what is important to you, it shocks, or it's not very in cohesion with our values or like your values as a person, then it will be like, oh no, maybe this is not a good idea, because it will be a relationship, as you said. And then another one, I would say that they don't have clarity on their product. Like, they don't really know how much money they need. It's like, oh, we could do this money or that money or that money or maybe this money, like so many options. And it's like, yeah, of course you can put your budget in whatever numbers, but if you really don't know what is the end product that you want, then maybe you should like review that before pitching. Because if you don't know the product at the beginning, then you don't know what you're selling and what your goals and what you're aiming for. And that means the whole production will be constrained with the issues that will come of not knowing what is your final idea or what is your goal. And things can change in production. That is, of course they will, because the game is improving. But if you have like 5 ideas and none of those is the actual idea, then you will be struggling a lot with that team.
Yeah, totally. I agree. I mean, obviously everybody wants to work with somebody nice. But I mean, that comes out in all kinds of different ways. And sometimes it's the first meeting, but sometimes it's before the first meeting. I recall a pitch that I got some years ago. And I was like, no, this was somebody, I pitched them. I reached out because I thought the game looked cool. I saw it on like Twitter or something. It's like, oh, this looks sweet. And sent an email out. And then I think it was like 6 months later, I got an email back. And I was like, well, that's already a red flag, because why did it take you 6 months to respond to an email? Are you not checking your email? That indicates that like communication is maybe not there, or like diligence in like basic work ethic. Maybe a problem that could indicate issues with production. So like instantly, like several alarms were going off. And when I checked their Twitter, I mean, frankly, I saw like a lot of toxicity. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna move on. So that was a big one for me. You seem like you have something you want to say there. Okay. On the points that Ben was making, like one, maybe this is just me, but if I receive a meeting and the pitch is for one of like 7 different options, to me that's not what I'm looking for. Maybe red flag's a strong word for that, but what I want to see is that a developer has a dream for this game, because this is the thing that they want to make. And like I mean, on like the fun side of my job, like one of the best things we can do is help somebody to make the thing that they've dreamt of. It's the thing that they want to make, and they're the only person in the world that can make this specific thing. And the place where I would hope that is that like they have a game that they want to play, but nobody else is making it. So if they don't make it, they don't get to play it, which means they love it. So the passion is there to get them through the hard years of like the long development cycles. And that's going to come through in the execution, that the enthusiasm is going to be there. That's going to communicate in marketing, and the knowledge and passion will also make just for a better quality experience.
100% agree. Let's circle back to the red flags from the studios, because I think a lot of you are just here to get maybe some insight on what really is happening with publisher. What's the deal? If I can ask, by just raise of hand, who here already worked with the publisher? All right. Who wants to work with a publisher? Okay, so because it's important, because I'm going to throw some technical terms at you. So now I know I might have to explain those. There's 3 major things, and we're probably going to circle back to it at some point, that you need to look out when you're dealing with the publisher. The first red flag is IP ownership. An IP is a proper intellectual property. That means the game is yours, right? The world you created, the brand is yours. Always be wary of publisher who claim that, right? The second is the definition of revenues that you see in contracts. Okay, so revenues is the money that comes in. Okay, some publisher will count only sales in those revenues. They won't count any other funding they might guess. Would it be Game Pass, PlayStation, whatnot, minimum guarantee from other distribution company. So you get screwed on that. And the third one is the recoupable amount, the recoup logic of things. Just again, raise a hand. Who know what recoup is? All right, so recoup, to be fair, when we are a publisher, we invest a certain amount of money into the project, either directly or indirectly. Some of this money we will get back. This is the structure of the deal. We pay for everything up front, so we pay ourselves first, okay? And after that, we apply a revenue share, meaning the money that gets into the project once we pay ourselves back gets split between you and us, okay? Because you did the work, but we'll keep on working on the game for years and years after it release, right? So everyone gets a share, okay? Some publisher will put into the contract that they need to recoup the amount of money several times before you get paid for the first time, right? There are publishers out there who will get like two, 3 times. When we've made the money, we put in 3 times, then we do a revenue share. Those are the things that you need to, in my personal, humble opinion, need to look out when you're dealing with publisher. The structure of how they recoup, what classifies as revenue, and who owns the IP. Once you have those 3 things cleared out, you can start talking.
If I could chime in on the IP thing, I remember there was a meeting that I had where somebody said, they took for granted, or maybe it goes without saying that IP ownership would remain with the studio, I think that phrase gets used a lot without people thinking about what it really means, but it does not go without saying, and it is absolutely worth asking every single time. That should be like outlined very clearly in the initial conversation.
Yeah, and to touch on that, so I think Team 17's story is a great example of this, because we started out 36 years ago making games and publishing games on the Amiga. And then we made a game called Worms, which ended up being a huge success. And we then stopped publishing other people's games and just made Worms for the best part of 20 years. And during that time, this is obviously before Steam and digital storefronts. This is when you really needed a publisher, because you had to get your game put onto a disc and put in stores. And we worked with EA, Ubisoft, Activision, everyone, basically, because everyone was interested in working on a Worms title. And our previous CEO, who owned the company during that time, had to fight tooth and nail to keep the IP, because they were all trying to take it. And because of that, because she managed to keep the Worms IP, that was what kept us sustainable during that time. It's what allowed us in 2014 to move back into publishing and start to fund other people's projects. And so, yeah, to that point, keeping hold of your IP is super important. Another thing to look out for regarding IP is what happens if you default the contract and you fail milestones, because I've seen contracts where they will at that point try to take the IP from you because you've defaulted on it. That's a huge red flag. There should be wording in there. I know that we, for example, if a developer fails and can no longer make the game, we will make the game ourselves and then adhere to the original revenue split. So everything remains the same. We just fund the rest of development and finish the game ourselves. That's what you need to be looking out for in the contract, is that contracts are weird, and I'm sure you'd all agree that you're sort of organising the divorce before the wedding in a way where you're looking at everything bad that can go wrong. So really, with a fine-tooth comb, go through and make sure that if things do go bad for whatever reason, that you're protected, your IP is protected, and you're not going to be in a position where you've lost money, you've lost the game that you want to make. So I guess the moral of that is always have someone legally minded going through the contract with you. Don't try to do it yourself, because legal terms can easily be misunderstood. Make sure that you have some legal counsel that can pick through and really, in layman terms, map out exactly what the contract means and what happens in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, and I will also add, considering like the legality of the stuff, maybe also ask around other developers that had worked with publishers before. What was their experience with them? How was working with them? Because if things went not as good as possible, or they were very, very challenging, it's probably that what they will tell you. Like, it wasn't what I wanted. It didn't work out. They treat me this or that way. So don't be afraid to ask, or to like honestly look out for advice on that matter. Like it's developers most of them are nice. So they will be more than happy to warn you of situations that you could avoid. So be part of communities, join to your group of, like in your city, or here in Brazil, you have amazing associations. There are places to get that information without having to plainly ask to the publisher, are you a bad publisher? Like, they will never tell you, like, no, yes, I'm so bad. Like, that doesn't happen.
I do think it's fair, though, for developers to ask, what are your strengths and weaknesses as a publisher? I answer that all the time.
That's a great question, but no one asked it. Yeah. So.
And if they only tell you about the strengths, then okay, there you go. There's your red flag.
100%. Either way, it's a small industry, right? You can pretty much inquire about a publisher. Just one thing, we were toying around of how maybe we could talk about publisher math. By the raise of hand I saw earlier, I realized that, okay, a lot of people here might just not know exactly what a publisher do and how does it work, so maybe we can touch onto that very quickly. As I say, publisher most of the time will fund the game, right? So it will give you the means to develop the game without worrying about money, will produce the game. So have a proper production plan and milestone agenda, will give you feedback on each milestone. Each milestone needs to be a certain deliverable. It will handle localization, QA, porting, business development, distribution, marketing. Basically, what's left for you is to make the best game possible. Everything else is handled by the publisher, right? So that's what a publisher should be doing. However, that creates a little bit of a misbalanced relationship, because all of the risk of the project lies on the publisher during all this time. Okay? You're being paid to develop your game. We're paying you. We're paying ourselves while we're doing it. This is what I call publisher's math. It's not only your cost. It's not only the marketing and external production cost. We're investing that money, which means from a legal standpoint, from an accounting standpoint, this money is an investment. It goes out of our accounts. It's very technical. It's very complicated. All our salaries, our electricity, our everything else, like we're using the computers, is on us. So we're paying all of that. We recoup only a part of it. Okay, we recoup a fraction of that. We recoup, as I say, recoup is when we make our money back first, right? We recoup what we directly invested in the game. That means that all the legal trouble, all the overhead, all the salaries and so on is not recouped, okay? So when the money has been recouped, has made its money back, so to speak, the revenue share applies, right? So let's say that your game cost 100 and it cost 100 to produce and 100 to market. That's 300. And after $300,000, we split 50-50. So you think, oh, okay, the game made $400,000, you got paid, and then you get $50,000, and the publisher made his money back and got $50,000. $50,000 is not covering what it cost us to produce your game, what it cost us to pay our people, and is also absolutely not covering investing into another game, right? So publisher take a lot of risks. So this is why you oftentimes you will be pitching to a lot of publisher, which is why we're so picky, which is why we're so adamant. People, you need to realize that the amount, you doing the heavy lifting, but the amount of work and money we put into a project is insane. If there's 4 people in your team working in the game, I can guarantee you there's 10 people in mine doing it, right? So we're very misunderstood into that. We're not the bad guys, okay? We're the amount of work we put is you would be surprised, I think.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to stress that it's a lot of like micro tasks, but it's like micro tasks across like 10 disciplines. And it takes a lot of meetings and communication to keep those things synced up. And the second it gets desynced is the second that the conversation is completely lost. And then you're like, well, what's going on with this project? And how do we move things forward so we can line up with, this third party or this opportunity? And there's a lot to communicate. So yeah, you said a thing I wanted to comment on.
I'm not sorry.
No, and taxes. Like when you were saying like, okay, if we've made an extra 100K on top of the 300, split it 50-50. That doesn't cover the overhead that it took us to get there, and then later on, I mean, we're in Japan, some of the highest corporate taxes in the world. It kind of sucks when you've had a hit and you've made good money, and the government's like, okay, let me take they'll take 40% in Japan, and so after recoup, we have to make quite a lot of money in order for the entire thing to now this is a profitable thing. Now we've got like real money rolling in on a single project.
I mean, I'm so sorry, I'm jumping in. It's also one of the things that maybe you want to correct in your pitch. I have never seen that done properly in a pitch. When people, when studios are in a pitch, it's like, yeah, this is what the game costs. This is how much we need to break even. Break even means that like your project is at 0, right? And it's always like the price multiplied, the overall budget divided by the price. This is not how it works, right? You have Steam takes its cuts or whatever first parties. You have regional prices, overall sales. You can divide that price by 2, right? And that's the amount it takes for you to get to 0. But you're not accounting for production and marketing. And it's like, yeah, our game is $100,000. We need to make $100,000. Yeah, sure. What about the $100,000 of marketing we're going to put in the game? 30,000 of localization, 20 of QA and stuff like that. So making a game with a publisher. Here's the thing: you not always need a publisher. Sometimes you will make more money on your own. You're going to sell less, but you're going to have less cost, right? Publisher adds a lot of cost. So for us and for you, it needs to be a project that has the potential to sell 3-4 times what it costs to make it, right? Publisher add value, they add a cost. And not all projects, I'm sorry, this is true, not all games are going to be hit. Some games are just going to do fine, right? So maybe it took you 2 years to make and you made $10,000 and it's all right. This was a $10,000 project. We could maybe take it up to $20,000. But the costs are going to go, 4 times up. So not all project needs a publisher. We bring value. This value has a cost, and this cost needs to be reflected into sales.
Yeah, I think when it comes to us deciding that we're going to publish a game, there's so many departments within our publishing function that developers may not even realize. Like, we have dedicated release managers for console that have to get the games through cert check and things like that. We have, because we develop our own games as well, we have a full studio. So we do things like design consultancy with games that we sign to help. we do design consultancy with developers that we sign. If the studio is in its infancy and we know that, hey, there's a kernel of an idea here that's great and we need to help them polish it up and create the game that they want to. There's all these small things, and these are just salaries that of whose costs we eat as part of, it's part of the cost of doing business for us. So yeah, it's I think it's slightly misunderstood how much a publisher puts in, and also that publishers only have a finite amount of space to publish games. We can't publish everything, so we have to be especially choosy of the games that we decide to publish. So it's an incredibly everyone would attest here, it's incredibly hard to try and find the games that you think have the potential to break out. But we try to be as selective as possible and try and pick the games that we think have the biggest potential, but that's not always possible because, unfortunately, there's no magic button that we can press to make games successful. For us, it's always about, there are things that are within our control as a publisher, as a developer, and those risks we can manage. But there are risks outside of that which we have no control over. So we just try to get the things right that we can get right, and then hopefully, as the game is put out into the ether, it resonates with people and the game is successful.
Yeah, and just to add in a little bit, remember, publisher is also an editorial. Like when in books comes an editor and edits your book to make it better, publisher also does that work. Like your game is going to go through a QA team, it's going to go through gameplay sessions and tests and a lot of different kinds of ways of viewing your game. So you will have to be open to change it a little to improve it. So you have to learn to take feedback. You have to take accountability for the things that are not working. And sometimes it's going to hurt a lot because we know this is your baby, but it's not personal. It's always to improve the product. And sometimes when someone tells you, okay, this sucks, we have to change it, you have to be able to say, yes, you're right, let's change it. So, yeah.
At the end of the day, we all have the same goal, which is releasing a game which is super successful. It creates sustainability for the developer. It allows us to, carry on with business and fund new projects. So, yeah, any feedback is always with the best intention, hopefully.
I think we are out of time, maybe.
We're close up on it. There's one thing that I wanted to address that is like less a question and more of like just a topic to share. One thing that this is something June and I have talked about before, but like one thing that I want to express to developers who are building out budgets and doing pitches is that pitching budget in order to make the game is not the time to make profit. That was the thing they said we'd come back to. It's important to understand we get thousands of pitches. I saw a number for Team 17 one time where you guys said 3,000 a year. I bet it's more now. We're a small studio. We're only 8 people, and we get 2,000 a year. And I'm sure Plug-in Digital and Power Group, I'm sure it's incredible numbers.
About 4,000 for us. Yeah.
Amazing. So like one of the things that I have to watch out for, because I look at every single one of those, is I need to make sure that one of them is not a scam. And people may not realize this, but I have to run every build I get through virus detection. I need I have to be aware of clicking on links, and I've seen situations in like, oh, for this location where we need $1 million to make this game, and it looks like they're trying to just get $1 million and run. So that's something that, like, in the worst case scenario, we're trying to avoid that, and even in the best case scenario, we want to know that we're working together as a partnership in order to make this game, not in order to like siphon money off, in order for somebody to drive a Lamborghini.
We're super out of time. We need to go. Thank you so much. We will be around the gamescom, probably in the business area if you need to talk to us, or outside if we're having a backing. Because I think they're going to drive us off stage now. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming to the panel. It was super nice chatting with you lots.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks to all of you guys. Thank you, fellow speakers.
que vem da rua. Tem cinema no sertão, tem criança no ginásio com talento de montão. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil em ação.
O governo do Brasil está do lado da cultura, do esporte, do meio ambiente, da ciência, da educação, da inclusão e do povo brasileiro. É assim que o desenvolvimento chega, a oportunidade vira realidade e o nosso país avança. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho e tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
Hora de série, é hora de Seara.
Play. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time.
Chegou a linha Seara Netflix. A hora de maratonar ficou mais gostosa.
Play. Snack time.
por favor.
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil. Tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão, faz pix por voz, aperta o botão, extrato multibanco. Aperta o botão.
A gente tem que ir.
Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, pra tudo que você imaginar.
Ok, temos ok. Então a gente vai continuar com a super programação Fronteiras do Audiovisual, Linguagem, Audiovisual e Narrativas, Transmídia, apresentado pela SP Cine. Quem vai conduzir esse painel para vocês é o Cláudio Guzmão, da SP Cine. E quem participa são Emiliano Zapata, da SP Cine, Rodrigo Terra, Árvore e Abra Games e Sérgio Nesteriuk, da Universidade AMB Morumbi. O palco é de vocês.
Boa tarde a todos. É um prazer estar aqui mais uma vez. Gamescom é um evento incrível e que muda a vida de tanta gente. Eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui hosteando. Sérgio, meu grande amigo. Emiliano, outro grande amigo. E agora trabalhando juntos, né? Em breve, o Rodrigo Terra, presidente da Abra Games e fundador da Árvore Interactive, está subindo aí logo menos para bater esse papo com a gente sobre as fronteiras do audiovisual e perspectivas de linguagem e conectividade nesse sentido, né? Então, eu gostaria já de começar com um papo descontraído aí, para a gente poder ir desenvolvendo o tema, aproveitando aqui toda a expertise do Emiliano e do Sérgio, no sentido de que, quando a gente fala de fronteiras do audiovisual, a gente está falando de várias plataformas, vários meios, vários tipos de discurso, né? Eu queria que vocês falassem um pouco para a gente como é que vocês veem isso, né? Do lado profissional e do lado de pesquisador, que o Sérgio e do lado do poder público e da gestão pública, e o Emiliano.
Olá, meu querido.
Presença de todas as pessoas. Pensando no tema aqui da nossa mesa, eu acho que um primeiro lugar nessa questão das fronteiras do audiovisual, da mesma forma que as pessoas falam, né, de cinema expandido, a gente também pode falar hoje de games expandidos, né? Então a gente tem uma série de experiências que são desenvolvidas por artistas plásticos, por outras pessoas, que às vezes ficam num limiar, né? Que as pessoas falam, isso é game ou isso não é game, né? Então, a gente tem inúmeros casos, né, voltados para isso, mas também pensando na medida em que as ferramentas que são usadas para fazer games, né, como as engines, por exemplo, elas podem ser utilizadas para diversas outras coisas, né? Então, eu estava conversando com o pessoal falando, por exemplo, de um projeto que eles estão participando num porto, né? E que é usada a Unity, a mesma ferramenta, para administração, né, de logística do porto, usando uma engine. Então, se você olhar ali e não souber o que é aquilo, ele vai parecer um game que você está controlando navios, cargueiros, logística e tudo mais, né? E a questão da transmídia, que eu acho que é uma questão aí bastante importante. Eu posso passar a palavra rapidinho, Guzmão, depois eu retomo esse ponto, mas que eu acho que é um ponto bacana aí para a gente pensar na relação com os games, mas eu entendo que a gente tem que ter um certo cuidado, porque normalmente quando se fala de transmídia se pensa em grandes franquias, né, grandes propriedades intelectuais, e nem sempre isso pode ser transposto, né, de uma lógica global, internacional, de produções de grandes orçamentos, né, para uma realidade de uma produção indie, por exemplo. Então, depois, num segundo momento, eu falo um pouquinho mais sobre isso, para passar a palavra aqui para o pessoal. Obrigado.
Emiliano.
Olá, pessoal. Vocês me ouvem? Que legal isso, parece um podcast, né? Então, eu sou Emiliano Zapata, sou diretor de inovação e políticas do audiovisual na SPCine. Então, tenho aprendido muito com o Guzmão, que é um grande professor para um monte de gente, inclusive para mim. E o grande desafio do poder público nós, né, que entendemos um pouco, estamos aprendendo muito, fazer um letramento, literalmente, com as pessoas que, de fato, têm o poder de criar iniciativas dentro do poder público, para que o audiovisual expandido, os games, se tornem uma realidade e não só estejam ali dentro de um contexto, de um recorte que de anos, né, são sempre um pouco mais elitizado, pessoas que têm mais oportunidades. Então, hoje a SPCine tem literalmente um setor dedicado a isso, no qual a gente pensa nessa chave, porque o audiovisual expandido é algo que vem crescendo muito. E nós estivemos na gamescom em Cologne no ano passado, e todos os gringos vinham perguntar pra gente: nossa, mas por que é tão famoso o jogo do tigrinho, jogo do bicho, porque o Brasil, enfim. E a gente tentava explicar, né, culturalmente, a história do jogo do bicho e essa coisa dos games. E aí a gente falou: não, a gente tem um potencial criativo, a gente tem, de fato, jovens que podem ser capacitados. E daí nasceu o nosso hub. E aí a gente começou a querer atravessar essas fronteiras do audiovisual e territoriais e levar para o maior número possível formações e iniciativas nesse sentido.
Maravilhoso, maravilhoso. Seja bem-vindo, meu querido amigo Rodrigo Terra.
Obrigado, obrigado.
Estamos fazendo as apresentações, né? Mas eu acho que a gente já podia pensar nessa questão das fronteiras do audiovisual e das plataformas e a conectividade, a transmídia. Você que está atuando já há muito tempo no setor público, mas também é founder aí da Árvore Interativa, que é uma empresa que a gente aprendeu a admirar no setor. Como é que você pensa essa estratégia aí pro audiovisual? Eu sei que vocês trabalham isso, inclusive adiantando, ganhador de M, né? Temos um ganhador de um M aqui na nossa bancada, isso é muito fantástico, né? Fala um pouco pra gente.
Obrigado, Guzmão, também. Desculpa a correria aqui, a gente chegou atrasado aqui, mil perdões. Eu tenho, acho que acho que na minha vida, assim, na minha vida, que eu chamo da vida pregressa, antes dos games e pós-games, né? Eu tô em games há 12 anos, mas antes eu trabalhei com cinema e televisão, né? Então eu sou radialista de formação, enfim, eu tenho... já tive produtora, enfim, trabalhei muito tempo também em emissora e produção independente também na área do audiovisual. antes de entrar, enfim, 100% na carreira em games também, e empreendendo em games. Eu sempre enxerguei o audiovisual como sendo uma... E depois, né, enfim, na década de 2000, eu comecei a entender a questão do audiovisual como propriedade intelectual, na verdade, né? Então, como um formato, um modelo de expressão, né, dentro de linguagens que a gente pode, né, canalizar de um lugar que é a propriedade intelectual, ou seja, a criação daquele universo, a criação daquelas histórias, daquelas personagens, daquele relacionamento ficcional entre esses elementos, e disso você tira um filme, disso você vai tirar uma série, disso você tira um jogo, não importando muito da onde começa o ponto de criação. Se você já pensou você pensou num roteiro de cinema, ok, mas não necessariamente você está criando naquele momento um filme, ou se você pode estar criando o seu filme, né, um roteiro de filme, mas dependendo da forma como você cria, você pode criar uma enciclopédia daquilo. Essa enciclopédia vira uma enciclopédia de mundo ficcional que você está criando, né? Então, muito da literatura também ali, a gente tem Tolkien, tem alguns outros, né, autores internacionais aí que tem uma coisa mais enciclopédica na criação. Eu sempre acreditei muito nessa visão, ou seja, disso, né, o nome comercial disso é criação, é a propriedade intelectual da coisa. E aí eu comecei a sempre enxergar de uma forma que não tinha, assim, não tinham as fronteiras eram muito porosas entre formatos, né? Enfim, YouTube, né? Comecei a trabalhar em televisão, o YouTube estava surgindo, tava lá, ninguém entendia nada o que era, falava assim, mas essa plataforma de vídeo de gatinho, isso aí na televisão, né? Enfim. E eu sempre olhei e falei assim, não, cara, isso aqui não é que não é televisão, isso aqui vai ser a próxima televisão, né? Aqui vai ser o nosso próximo formato. Netflix ainda entregava DVD na casa das pessoas, né? Não existia o conceito de streaming ainda. Ou estava em formação. Então eu sempre enxerguei de uma forma muito porosa. E os games, para mim, sempre fizeram parte desse movimento também, né? Então mesmo... Até nesse período que trouxe essa questão, né, de usar a engine para dentro de alguma coisa que não necessariamente é um jogo em si, mas é um jogo, mas é gestão, né? Eu nunca consegui entender as linguagens como sendo linguagens e formatos como sendo uma caixa fechada, mas assim uma potencial, né, um potencial exploratório. Você citou o M e é verdade, assim, primeiro a gente ganhou um Primetime M de inovação, né? Então, assim, a categoria é inovação extraordinária, ou seja, a academia de televisão premiando novas linguagens dentro de um espectro, dentro da própria academia, né? Com o nosso The Line, né? O A Linha, que é uma animação interativa, enfim, a gente chama de experiência narrativa imersiva, que é uma grande palavra para dizer diferentes coisas. Ela é uma animação... começo, meio e fim, ela não é um jogo em si, mas ela usa, né, um frame com mecânicas de interatividade que vão, obviamente, também se assemelhar ao que tem dentro de uma coisa que a gente possa chamar de jogo, né? E ela também é um curta-metragem. Então, assim, é um grande mistureba de um monte de formato e um monte de coisa para contar uma história de amor entre duas marionetes em São Paulo de 1940. Né? E isso foi reconhecido pela academia, enfim, é o primeiro Primetime Emmy que existe, assim, para Brasil, né? Porque esse é o Emmy dos norte-americanos, eu sempre falo, eu brinco, falo, esse é o Emmy dos gringos, e a gente pegou o Emmy dos gringos e trouxe para cá, então achei, foi uma coisa de reconhecimento também. E a gente também olha todo esse movimento das franquias, e eu concordo com o Nesteriuk também quando eu falo da questão das franquias, que não necessariamente são grandes franquias que você tem o potencial de você criar para outras janelas e para outros formatos. Muito do que dá para ser explorado na criação, e eu vejo, primeiro, custa tempo, né? Assim, essa criação enciclopédica, essa criação de propriedade intelectual, ela custa tempo, mas ela se paga muito bem depois, porque a partir do momento que você tiver uma coisa que vai realmente pode cair nas graças aí do consumidor, ou tá dentro aí de uma premissa de ser reconhecido ou não, e por isso que eu não tô querendo colocar aqui em formatos, né? Mas você já tem uma criação feita ali do lado de trás de um universo ficcional, seja, pode ser ficcional ou não, mas você já tem uma criação que vai poder fazer um caminho de você poder expandir ela e etc. Então acho que tem hoje em dia, para mim sempre foi, mas acho que hoje em dia essas fronteiras do audiovisual, elas são altamente porosas, se é que elas existem ainda, né?
Sensacional. Partindo dessa questão da propriedade intelectual, porque eu acho que ela é uma questão chave quando a gente fala de transmídia e dessas fronteiras, e não só nesse quesito, mas também para qualquer estúdio que queira. Eu queria ouvir um pouquinho o Zapata do ponto de vista da política pública, como é que a gente pode construir de fato um caminho para a propriedade intelectual, porque a gente tem essa dificuldade, quando a gente fala com o poder público, a gente às vezes tem um incentivo para um tiro curto, de um projeto curto, né? Então eu queria ouvir isso de você, e emendando eu queria já, porque daí eu fico tranquilo aqui, não preciso perguntar muito, né? Mas já com o Sérgio, nessa linha da propriedade, como é que a gente pode conectar com a pesquisa e impulsionar isso do caráter da inovação?
Bom, hoje na Specine nós temos o maior circuito público de salas. São 32 salas espalhadas por toda a cidade, inclusive 27 delas em territórios periféricos, que a gente chama de territórios criativos. Um debate muito grande que a gente conversa muito, né, Guzmão? É essa questão da trilha pedagógica. Como que a gente consegue inserir esse jovem que tem paixão por games, que nunca se imaginou trabalhando com isso, porque no poder público, às vezes a gente tem uma visão muito estereotipada e preconceituosa que todo menino que está morando na periferia quer ser jogador de futebol, o que é um grande equívoco. Então, quando nós estávamos lá na gamescom em Cologne, muitos investidores falavam para todos nós da missão que eles sabiam que o Brasil tinha um grande potencial criativo. Inclusive estava lá o menino do Árida, que é um jogo incrível, né? Que é
Felipe.
Maravilhoso, que fala sobre a Guerra de Canudos. E os gringos todos achando que era mitologia, né? E a gente falou, não, é verdade, enfim, é o Brasil.
Mitologia nordestina, né?
Totalmente. E a gente falou, não, como que a gente vai pegar agora, né? E criar editais, criar iniciativas dentro do poder público pra gente descobrir esses jovens, né? Fomentar isso, plantar essa semente. Porque a gente sabe que nós temos grandes potenciais de programadores, game designers, roteiristas. Mas para isso a gente precisa, de fato, pensar numa trilha pedagógica com começo, meio e fim. A Specine foi super inovadora no sentido de criar a primeira incubadora, aceleradora, as games, mas ainda é algo que a gente precisa caminhar bastante. E principalmente, quando a gente fala da fronteira, eu acho que a maior fronteira que a gente tem hoje é de linguagem. Quando a gente fala audiovisual expandido, games, às vezes a gente... É uma coisa que para nós soa tão natural, porque a gente vive numa bolha tão grande, mas às vezes esse detalhe, esse carinho que você tem, às vezes, de falar de um jeito mais prático, de um jeito mais fácil, a gente consegue atrair ali a atração desse público, né? E eles começam a se imaginar aqui do nosso lado, podendo fazer, né? E então, eu acredito que essas ações que pensam, né, o jovem numa trilha onde ele possa primeiro ver o que ele quer fazer, depois desenvolver o que ele quer fazer e posteriormente, né, aprender a vender aquilo que ele desenvolveu. Então, nós estamos lançando aqui um pré-lançamento na Games com o nosso hub de games, que é literalmente uma escola móvel que vai por todos os territórios aí. A gente vai começar com um ciclo de cinco spots, que vai levar essa capacitação e vai ficar um mês lá no céu, dando aula, trazendo jovens para esse universo de uma forma carinhosa, de uma forma afetiva e nesse lugar mesmo de descobrir os talentos e principalmente de uma forma humanizada, que eu acho que isso é o mais importante para a gente romper essas fronteiras de linguagem, do audiovisual e das narrativas transmídia.
Sérgio?
Não, legal, muito bacana aqui. Fiquei pensando um monte de coisa, mas puxando um pouco, né, para a pergunta do Guzmão, né, e amarrando com terra também. Fronteira é uma coisa que a gente inventa, né? A gente, a sociedade, sei lá. Você pode ter uma fronteira geopolítica, né? Precisa de um passaporte para ir para algum lugar. mas às vezes as pessoas de diferentes países fazem parte de uma comunidade que aquela pessoa não é da mesma comunidade que o vizinho dela do lado, né? Então, acho que o Terra foi muito feliz aí de falar isso. Acho que com essa virada que a gente teve do digital...
Tá meio afastado.
Tá afastado? Melhorou? Com essa virada que a gente teve, né, da digitalização, da globalização, elas diminuem bastante, né? Então, quando a gente pensa no audiovisual, né, assim, desde 1989 a gente já teve exposição sobre games em museus, né? Vocês participaram agora aí da exposição do Itaú Cultural, né? O MoMA tem uma coleção, né, já desde uns 10 anos, né, de obras do acervo do Museu de Arte Moderna, né, de jogos de videogame. Então essas fronteiras, elas cada vez mais fazem menos sentido, né? E se a gente pensar em games, quer dizer, a própria forma como o audiovisual se articula, para além da tela do jogo, se a gente pegar uma transmissão de um campeonato de esporte, por exemplo, alguém que está acostumado a assistir uma corrida de Fórmula 1 ou um jogo de futebol não consegue entender, né? Então, mesmo nas formas convencionais, né, ou mais tradicionais de audiovisual que a gente já tem outros formatos, né, que são motivados pelos games, né? As machinimas, que você pode usar engine para fazer uma animação, ou uma animação interativa, né? Então eu costumo dizer para o pessoal que acho que a coisa mais importante é ter a cabeça aberta, né? Inclusive para quem trabalha na indústria. Se quem trabalha na indústria tem uma visão muito pequena do que é game, a pessoa está dando um tiro no pé no sentido de que o que eu posso fazer é só isso aqui. Se você entende que tudo é game ou game expandido, você pode trabalhar com muito mais coisa, né? E se a gente pegar o sentido de jogo, de lúdico, de brincar, né? É uma questão da língua, né? Em inglês fala play, né? Play é um termo muito mais amplo, né? Representar, interpretar, né? A gente tem muito potencial, né? E em relação à transmídia, eu acho que assim, tentando puxar um pouco para esses casos, né? Que produção mais indie, a gente observa alguns casos assim, né? De games documentário, news games, por exemplo, né? Então, no documentário audiovisual, muitas vezes o drama, né? É que a pessoa tem 1000 horas de material gravado e aquilo tem que virar 1 hora, 1h30 de documentário. Então 99% do que você tem de material você joga fora. E hoje a gente tem possibilidade de aproveitar esse material que não entra numa versão de filme, fazendo um game, fazendo um site, outras coisas, né? A gente teve no Big aqui um game... Eu não peguei caso brasileiro para, né? Mas a gente teve o Atuel, né? Que é um game documentário sobre um rio argentino, né? Então, poxa, o que é um rio? A gente pode pensar muitas coisas sobre um rio, né? E um dos formatos sobre esse projeto sobre o rio era um game, né? Teve um news game do New York Times, se não me engano, que era aquele game que ficou famoso do Uber, The Uber Game, né? Então eles fizeram uma matéria falando sobre a questão da uberização e fizeram um game para que o leitor ou quem fosse jogar o jogo tentasse ter uma ideia ou sentir um pouco uma simulação do que seria ser um motorista de um aplicativo de Uber, mesmo não sendo, né? A gente tem jogos de impacto, né? O Death Dragon Cancer, né? Cancer Death Dragon. Que é um game que o game designer fez, o filho dele tinha câncer, né? E a partir desse jogo ele mobilizou toda a rede, né? Para criar uma rede, né, de pais e responsáveis que têm crianças que têm câncer, fizeram um documentário sobre isso, né? Então, quer dizer, isso desencadeou, né, e disparou uma série de outras coisas. Não quer dizer também que a gente está falando assim, poxa, não posso pensar no meu jogo como um jogo que vai arrebentar, né? Então a gente tem alguns casos, acho que aquele Kentucky Route Zero, né? Que, poxa, saiu trilha sonora, teve, né, exposição de arte, teve um monte de coisa que estava amarrada com a narrativa do jogo. Então o ponto que eu coloquei aqui na primeira fala, já terminando, é que a gente tem que olhar para o nosso objeto, nosso tema, o que a gente quer falar, né? E pensar quais mídias cabem, né? E não, depois que eu tenho o jogo, forçar alguma coisa, porque o público é muito sensível, o público percebe quando a coisa não é espontânea, forçada, né? Vou pegar só o caso aqui do Angry Birds, a série de animação que não vingou, né? Então, porque aquilo não era concebido como um universo narrativo desde o começo. Então, eu acho que a gente pode ter um plano A, né? Que seria, poxa, o que eu posso trabalhar? E nem sempre são coisas inacessíveis. Um livro, por exemplo, comparado com o custo de se fazer um game, ele pode ser bem mais acessível, né? Um projeto que envolva redes sociais, né? E daí por diante. Mas o ponto, a gente também tem que contar com a possibilidade que esse meu projeto pode dar muito certo. Então, o legal é você ter um universo narrativo que seja potencialmente expansível. As pessoas sempre falam do Star Wars, por exemplo, né? Ele foi concebido, você pode ir para qualquer galáxia, qualquer planeta, não sei o quê. Então, você pode, de maneira quase que infinita, desdobrar isso em várias narrativas, várias mídias, né? Então, eu acho que o melhor é não contar que o meu projeto vai virar uma franquia internacional de grande sucesso e tudo mais, mas, ao mesmo tempo, caso isso aconteça, né? Eu tenho esse potencial de expandir isso, tá? Tem um livro bacana que é o Transmídia 2.0, de um português que é o Nuno Bernardo, e que ele fez um projeto muito pequeno que chamava Diário de Sofia, que a ideia era trabalhar com filosofia para criança e para jovem, né? E lá ele fala um pouco a experiência do que ele chama de nano-estúdios, né? Que ele começou com um projeto pequeno e conforme a coisa foi dando certo, ela foi expandindo, né? Porque se fazer um game é difícil, imagina fazer toda a transmídia, né? Você pensar ao mesmo tempo, né? Então esse livro é muito bacana que ele fala uma estratégia que você pode pensar de lançamento, né? Como ir degrau a degrau assim.
Legal, muito obrigado aí. Eu sou designer de formação e trabalho na área de experiência do usuário e a partir do que vocês comentaram aqui, é muito legal a gente pensar que cada meio tem a sua potencialidade comunicacional, né? E a gente vai tentar usar o melhor dela em cada meio, né? Então, Terra, conta um pouco pra gente, como é que... Eu sei que os desafios não são só técnicos, né? Que outros desafios você vê, além dos técnicos, para que a gente possa construir um universo dessa propriedade intelectual e ela ser tão relevante assim?
Para além dos técnicos, né? Eu acho que existe primeiro uma grande organização do processo criativo nesse sentido também, né? Aí olhando para dentro de uma operação do estúdio para dentro, né? Pensando mais ou menos nessa linha, né? Existe é um processo muito desgastante, né? Na hora que você vai trabalhar para construir um universo ficcional, ele é um processo criativo muito desgastante. Então, sem você definir, por exemplo, metodologias para você fazer isso, se perder é muito fácil. Mesmo que você tenha um time altamente criativo, um monte de talento, um monte de gente maravilhosa trabalhando, se você não tiver um framework de trabalho, não tiver uma metodologia de trabalho, a chance de se perder na criação é muito rápido, né? Principalmente porque você pode ir para qualquer lugar, você pode fazer tudo cabe, principalmente quando você está trabalhando um universo narrativo. Para dali, enfim, gerar aquele produto, aquele formato, né? Aquela forma que você vai contar a história na sequência. Você pode se perder muito, né? Às vezes eu uso, enfim, a palavra paradigma, né? Você vai se perder no paradigma, né? Você está criando um grande paradigma e aí você não vai conseguir entender o que é que vai dar sentido para esse grande paradigma. Então, sem uma metodologia... E aí, como você falou, o primeiro desafio, eu acredito que é isso, encontrar a sua metodologia, seja você um desenvolvedor individual, seja você um artista individual, seja um coletivo, um time que está criando uma sala de roteiro, ou mesmo também em games com pessoal de narrative design, ou, enfim, outras áreas também do estúdio, se assim for, né, no processo criativo, desde que você consiga implementar. Então, um dos primeiros é definir uma metodologia para não se perder, né, na criação. Acho que um outro desafio também é acabar entrando também no aspecto comercial, né? Então você pode estar fazendo uma criação que não tem um destino, né, uma finalidade comercial de fato. E quando eu falo comercial é isso, você vai botar na Steam, você vai botar na Play Store, você vai botar no museu, são destinos diferentes que vão demandar também uma forma de você dar forma diferente. Partindo do pressuposto que a criação ela vai abarcar uma infinidade de possibilidades, né, de expressar ali dentro de um formato, mas na hora que você vai produtizar isso, ou seja, se você vai vender isso como um produto, né, os caminhos eles são muito distintos. Você pensar o seu jogo para museu, por mais que a sua origem ali da história seja única, vai ser diferente de você botar o seu jogo na Steam, né? E aí você fala, não, mas dá pra fazer. A gente vê um monte de jogos também que vão pra galerias de arte, ou são jogos, né, o game, né, os art games, né? Então você vai lá, porque o propósito e o objetivo daquele jogo não é exatamente, enfim, um ciclo, né, um core loop tradicional, um roguelike, qualquer outra coisa nesse sentido. Existe um outro objetivo para dentro daquele jogo de arte, né, um jogo arte. E ele pode ir para Steam também, como já aconteceu diversas vezes em exposições aqui mesmo, né, no nosso país. É um caminho diferente ainda. Não é mesmo que você vá colocar comercialmente ou vai botar de graça na Steam. Ainda assim, na hora que você vai pegar essa criação, você vai ter que definir essa forma de produto, desses produtos de uma forma diferente. E aí vem o segundo desafio, que é como fazer isso. Que time você precisa? Você precisa de um time? Você não pode fazer uma parceria? Você não pode ter, né, uma rede capaz de poder ter pessoas e empresas diferentes que você conecte, virando um grande hub para você dar um escoamento, porque você vai trabalhar diferentes formatos. Então você vai botar todo mundo para dentro, ou você vai fazer uma grande rede capaz de poder trocar e aí colaborar e trabalhar em termos de cooperação, coprodução, enfim, escolhendo os formatos. Então eu acho que o segundo desafio que eu enxergo quando a gente fala das fronteiras, ou da quebra das fronteiras, ou das não fronteiras, nesse sentido, é entender como é que você vai transformar essa criação que você conseguiu domar de alguma forma em expressões de fato. E tem você precisa ter um entendimento de que aquilo tem um formato, que aquilo, o formato que você vai colocar não necessariamente vai ser o mesmo para tudo que você vai fazer, né?
Legal, muito bom. Estamos encaminhando para o final, infelizmente, né? Então eu gostaria de ouvir um pouquinho, puxando a sardinha aqui para a SPCine, né? O nosso trabalho é um trabalho muito dedicado em incentivar e fomentar o ecossistema. Mas eu queria uma última palavrinha de vocês, rapidamente, porque a gente já está estourando, sobre de que forma, então, seria adequado a gente criar políticas públicas para apoiar esse tipo de iniciativa, né? A gente já fechou uma parceria com a Embi Morumbi, né? Que eu acho que vale anunciar aqui ao vivo, né? Então a gente já está com o nosso núcleo de formação junto com a Embi Morumbi, já começando um trabalho, né? E eu acho que isso é fundamental para nós. Então falem um pouquinho para a gente aí como a gente pode acelerar isso e como a SPCine pode ajudar o nosso ecossistema Terra.
Bom, eu acho que esse primeiro semestre a gente está debruçado em tirar isso do papel. É uma grande felicidade lançar o nosso hub de game, chama Futuro Gamer. Porque a gente falou desde o começo, dá o nome, a gente vai pensar ali como que a gente vai fazer com que esses jovens, né, geração alfa, geração Z, consigam de fato se enxergar nesse lugar. Porque eu acho que esse é um primeiro de tudo. Aquele jovem que às vezes está só do lado de que gosta, de que joga, como é que ele vai começar a entender que isso de fato é uma possibilidade de trabalho, que ele pode sobreviver disso, que ele pode dedicar a sua vida a desenvolver o próprio game. Então, queria muito que depois vocês que estão aqui visitassem o Futuro Gamer, que é o nosso hub, que eu tô brincando que ele vai ser geminiano, que ele vai nascer em maio, que a gente não sabe a data ainda.
Stand 46, Rua 8.
Então, lá, enfim, tá bastante do que a gente vai levar para esses territórios e muito do que a gente imagina dentro dessa trilha pedagógica, com começo, meio e fim. Porque quando a gente pensa o lado do poder público, a gente tem que literalmente, às vezes, pegar pela mão com conceitos muito básicos, muito essenciais e completamente livre de julgamentos, porque a gente sabe que o mundo gamer, ele é uma bolha, é igual ao mundo do audiovisual. E o do audiovisual eu até acho um pouco mais complicado, que eu brinco que é as torres de marfim do audiovisual, né? Às vezes eles parece que gostam que as pessoas não entendam do filme, acham bonito, né? Filmes que às vezes nem a própria pessoa que está falando que assistiu está falando que gostou. Então eu acho que a gente tem um grande potencial criativo na nossa cidade, no nosso país, na nossa cultura. E se a gente conseguir fazer, né, esse hub, juntar esses coletivos, juntar esses jovens, não só jovens, acho que os sonhos não têm idade, né? Conseguir fazer com que essa linha pedagógica tenha um começo, um meio e um fim, no sentido que o produto final seja conectar esse jovem a um propósito, a um diferente lugar. Eu acho que a gente já está vencendo, acho que o poder público já está caminhando e a gente precisa cada vez mais de inovações, de iniciativas criativas, enfim, em todos os estados. Eu acho que a SPCine é bem vanguarda, mas eu brinco que coisa boa a gente tem que copiar. Por mim, tinha um hub, um futuro gamer em todos os estados, mas a gente sabe que as coisas vão caminhando aos poucos.
Sérgio?
Agradecer o convite, a mesa é muito rápida, né? Mas acho que foi muito bom, espero que tenha sido bom para todos vocês. É fundamental esse papel, né, das políticas públicas e aqui agradecer duplamente, né, a SPCine, que eu acho que desde a fundação, né, tem tido essa participação junto com o game, agora acho que até de uma forma mais pungente, né? E também ao papel da Abra, né? O presidente da Abra, o Rodrigo Terra, que também acho que, né, fecha um tripé aí muito legal né, nesse ecossistema todo dos games e que é fundamental, né? Eu acho que a gente tem que pensar multidimensionalmente, né? Então, dessa questão, poxa, de quem está começando, né? E achei muito legal que a Emiliano falou, não tem idade, né? Porque muitas vezes a gente fala, o jovem adulto, não sei o quê. E hoje você tem profissionais já experientes de uma área que às vezes querem mudar de área e trazem um conhecimento, uma expertise muito legal, né? E às vezes dá um caldo legal ali, né? Misturar, poxa, alguém que é experiente de uma indústria de marketing, trabalhando com uma moçada que está começando a programar, com um artista que trabalhava com outra coisa, né? E os games têm muito isso, né? A gente fala sempre da interdisciplinaridade e tal. Então essas ações são fundamentais, né? Em nível aqui de poder público, da associação também, né? Que eu acho que é um grande catalisador aí para o nosso ecossistema dos games. Muito obrigado.
E eu queria aqui agradecer publicamente ao Guzmão, porque ele é um grande professor, um grande mestre. Eu aprendo todos os dias com ele e, assim, com toda a bagagem que ele tem a capacidade de humanizar e pensar essas políticas e a gente vê que, de fato, ele tem esse carinho, ele tem isso como missão de vida, como, né, algo que, de fato, ele acorda e eu sei que ele pensa como ele pode melhorar e ele ensina não só a mim, mas todos da equipe a transformar essa fronteira talvez numa ponte e que a gente possa cada vez estar pulando e aí ocupando esses espaços.
Obrigado, eu vejo como uma grande oportunidade fazer isso, né? As pessoas me deram muitas oportunidades, o Sérgio, você, o Terra, né? E para fechar aí, Terra.
Obrigado de novo pelo convite à mesa, que incrível também, então prazer estar com vocês sempre falando aqui, é uma honra, uma oportunidade também única. Você me perguntou para fechar, né, o que a SPCine pode fazer, né? Como o Nestor falou, eu também acompanho a SPCine desde o nascimento, né? Desde que surgiu e acompanhando todos os movimentos como sendo uma agência, uma empresa pública com uma orientação de olhar um espectro audiovisual como um todo, né? Desde a fundação sempre foi essa premissa e eu acho que isso carrega um simbolismo importante não só para as ações da cidade, né? Mas como exemplo, como a gente vê que a SPCine é exemplo, principalmente para a criação das outras empresas públicas. A gente está vendo o surgimento da Bahia Filmes, a gente está vendo no Ceará também. Então existe um olhar, né, de não só, você falou, Emiliano, né, de copiar é bom também, mas acho que a SPCine, quando surge, né, via inspirada no trabalho da Rio Filme, mas aí fazendo uma reorganização, reformatando, entendendo também muito como é que funciona. Em uma cidade como São Paulo, que também vão ter particularidades que vão precisar fazer, né, que exigem que a SPCine tenha uma outra estrutura, apesar de estar inspirada ali na primeira iniciativa que a gente teve no país, traz muito essa inspiração e reflexo para os outros estados já. Acredito só que a gente está num momento que é exatamente como vocês falaram. A gente tem esse pilar, que é o pilar da ação, né, dentro do fomento público em termos de financiamento do setor, mas existe também um papel muito importante na questão formativa, que é isso onde eu vejo que tem um potencial, um diferencial muito grande, um papel da SPCine que pode cobrir isso de uma forma, como vocês já estão fazendo, né? Claro, né? E já estão fazendo, entregando e fazendo mais, mas acho que agora tem uma questão territorial aqui também da cidade, em que a gente tem que ampliar esses espaços formativos de uma forma bem continuada, né? O hub, sendo um hub móvel, né? Tá já. Acho que isso a gente tem que ter agora. Tem o primeiro, que é o piloto, mas tem que ter 2, 3, né? Pra gente poder cobrir um território de cidade que precisa tá lá. Não mencionamos aqui, mas a gente tem um projeto junto com a SPCine, que é o Laboratório de Playtest.
Exato, né? Exato.
Que é também uma iniciativa que a gente construindo com a Abra Games e a SPCine, para que a gente consiga também, de novo, fazer uma ação formativa de jovens na cidade de São Paulo, através da porta de entrada, que é o quer, né? Que é uma das grandes especialidades aí do Guzmão como o mestre aí da área. O quer, ele é uma porta de entrada muito importante para dentro do universo dos games, né? Então a gente também, junto dentro desse, né, do edital, que foi o Laboratório de Playtest, já é o segundo, né, que está em andamento. Achei ótimo que teve continuidade, e a gente, enquanto Abra Games, a gente formou aí o Laboratório de Playtest para a gente poder trazer esses jovens também para essa porta de entrada para o universo do setor. Então eu acho que esse é o papel da SPCine, né? É trazer, mas não esquecer, aí a última coisa, não esquecer que tem as empresas estabelecidas também, né? Então a gente tem que ter as portas de entrada, mas a gente tem as empresas estabelecidas que contam com os acessos da SPCine para que a gente consiga continuar fazendo um fomento daquilo que está de fato em andamento, daquilo que está em crescimento, daquilo que vai crescer. Então eu vejo que tem aí uma função que é um desafio muito grande, né? Que é quando você trabalhar a base, mas você também tem que trabalhar o topo da pirâmide para a gente conseguir ter o espectro completo, né? Enfim, contemplado ali pela SPCine.
Obrigado, é tempo mais que esgotado. Tomamos uma bronquinha aqui, né? Mas eu acho que vale a pena.
Conversa muito boa.
E eu queria reforçar isso. O Laboratório de Playtest está em pleno funcionamento aqui na área business, com a exposição de jogos e testando jogos aqui. O Hub Móvel convido a todos a visitar também.
Futuro Gamer.
Futuro Gamer, Hub Móvel na Quebrada. Esse é o título especial. E eu queria aproveitar e agradecer ao Sérgio, ao Emiliano, ao Terra, pela oportunidade de a gente fazer essa troca tão rica. Muito obrigado a todos os presentes que pararam um pouco essa correria para nos ouvir. É sempre uma honra e um prazer estar aqui falando para vocês. Então, muito obrigado. Quem quiser contato, Cláudio Guzmão no LinkedIn, é fácil de achar. Tá bom?
Eu tô também no Instagram, @EmilianoZapataSP. Obrigado pela atenção de vocês, gente. Foi um prazer enorme.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho. E tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros.
Latam. Me ouvem? Tudo certo? Os fones? Bom, vamos lá. Indústria de games da Argentina. A Argentina é um dos hubs mais dinâmicos da América Latina. Nesse painel, a gente vai explorar por que os publishers e investidores globais estão de olho nos times argentinos e como a região oferece oportunidades reais em outsourcing, co-desenvolvimento e investimento de longo prazo, com apoio de plataformas como a EVA. Eu convido ao palco Luciano Musella, da Whiteboard Games ADVA, Franco Alberti, da CDR External Development, Lucas Wall, da Saber Latam, Nahuel Celerier, Buenos Aires City Productive Policies. Por favor, o palco é de vocês.
Hello, hello. How are you doing all? Thank you for coming to our beautiful talk about the Argentine industry. And we're joined by some very great people here that will tell you all about the industry, including myself, because I am also part of the industry. So without further ado, let us start with some introductions. Who are these guys? Why are we here? So I'm going to start from right up to the bottom with Lucas. Lucas, please, could you tell me, who are you? Why are you related to the video game industry? Why are you here?
Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear on the...
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So my name is Lucas Wall. I'm Chief Operating Officer for Nimble Giant. It's a studio based in Buenos Aires. We've been operating for over almost 25 years now. And a couple of years ago, we joined Saber Interactive. So we are now Saber Latam. We've got operations in Argentina, Chile, Peru, Uruguay, Spain, and other places of Spanish-speaking Latin America. We develop AAA games, mostly multiplayer shooter games. And well, our current project hasn't been announced yet, so I can't speak a lot about it.
You're the vice president of ADVA.
Yes, okay. I'm also the vice president of ADVA. ADVA is the Argentinian Video Game Association.
Hi, I'm Franco Alberti.
Closer to the mic.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes? All right. So I'm Franco Alberti. I'm senior producer at CDR External Development. This is an US company that connects buyers to service providers globally. I worked a lot in the Argentinian game development environment before in Game Ever Studio, which was this is really close, which was game development studio from Buenos Aires, and I'm also part of ADVA as in the board of directors as well.
Well, hello, good afternoon to everyone. I am Nahuel Celerier, Undersecretary of Economic Development of the city of Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires is the capital city of Argentina, and we are very, very interested in promoting the industry of gaming.
Excellent. Well, and myself, I'm Luciano Musella, CEO, co-founder of Whiteboard Games, an Argentine video game studio where we make games such as Icy Red. And I also part of ADVA, the association, and I represent basically the Buenos Aires region. That's why I'm here, joined by these beautiful people. So with that said, let us start with our conversations, because Argentina is here giving a talk because things are happening in the region. Things are getting quite large, quite insane actually, to the point where we would like to tell you all about it. And to ask our panelists here why they think Argentina is being such a power in the region right now after so many years in the industry. Lucas, can you tell us?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I think that one of the things that makes our country big in making video games is the amount of time that we have been developing them. We've got maybe over 30 years of history of local studios developing games, and all the region has been growing a lot in the past few decades. So we also grew with it, not only in the actual development itself, but on the educational institutions that make possible this growth. And also, I think that governments have finally understood that gaming is a very big business, and they are starting to help us in a lot of different ways. Not only in the development itself, but also in the whole ecosystem that needs to exist around the development studios.
Yeah, I think part of what makes Argentina great and growing in video games, same as Lucas. Also, I will add like the diversity of the companies that exist. So we have really young companies. We have really I wouldn't say old companies, but mature companies that grow. Some get acquired. Some is international, go international and operate globally. As well as we have smaller companies that just out of college start making waves. So I think that is really interesting, and there's a lot of potential aside from also like the government support. We also have different studios with different kinds of models. We have studios that are a lot of hybrid studios that do both original IP and services. We have service-only studios that work for AAA, AA, indie games, and different platforms, as well as original IP exclusive. We started to have some publishers, some studios that became publishers. So that is also a really good sign of the maturity of the industry in Argentina.
Well, the government of the city of Buenos Aires develops different programs for the different strategic sectors of the economy of the city. And we are convinced that gaming has become one of the most iconic and strategic sectors of the economy of the Buenos Aires. So we are trying to develop new programs for this industry. And in the first place, we recognize that there are three big players in this world of gaming. In the first place, the developers. These are the ones that create and make this all possible. In the second one, a place that is which makes the visibility of the sector, that is esports and streaming. And in the third place, but no less important, education. So our program that we are now creating and releasing, it's called Buenos Aires in Game, and aims to articulate and get together these three big players of this ecosystem. And to answer the question that is what makes Argentina a great place for gaming, I think that the answer is probably in the talent. Talent is our great resource in Argentina. I think that it's a combination of our characteristics, our passion, our creativity, our resilience, but also our great educational system that makes human talent our great resource. And to illustrate this, I want to give you a simple number. For example, in the city of Buenos Aires, it is a place where we don't have any mineral resources, natural resources, we don't have lithium, but with this small geographic dot in the vast territory of the nation, in the city it is produced 20% of the product of the nation. And this is mostly causated because of the talent of the people that lives in the city and in Argentina. So I'm convinced this is our great asset.
To answer that, or to add that to your last comment, Nahuel, I will just clarify with my own experience. Aside from what I do in general, I'm also a university teacher occasionally. And I see from my students lots of passion, but also see from the actual professors that they also have the passion, the will to create great experiences. And to just give an example of it, I read the game that I mentioned earlier was born in a university from Argentina. That means that from the origin of everything, we have people that not only know how to teach, but the actual students really want that. So they thrive on all the things to create great games, that then, of course, go out into the world. So, with that said, do you know, you probably saw yesterday in the big award show, and you will probably also see it tomorrow, that there are 7 Argentinian video games nominated here at Gamescom Latam. And that gives you like another question for it. Many of those are nominated for innovative gameplay, disruptive strategies, and many other great things. Argentinian games in general then feel like unique, that they don't have their own identity. We now have like this idea, this notion that the region is growing, but we don't really know why they are so special, why they are so unique. Do they have like a secret sauce, a secret behind all the magic? So let's start with Lucas to answer that question.
What?
Could you tell us?
Luciano, what are you speaking about?
Could you tell us?
Tell us the secret sauce, Lucas.
Why?
What's the secret sauce?
Why games in Argentina are unique?
Okay, so we might be overselling Argentina now. Okay. Of course, the most obvious answer everywhere is talent. There is, not only in our country, but in all Latin America, a very big talent pool and lots of passion to tap into this talent pool. People that, I mean, and I've been around lots of different conferences and events and places, and people that want to make games really want to, and their narrative and their gameplay and what they really want to do. And of course, we have that in vast quantities because we believe that we are the best in everything. So, given that, I think that we have a very good position and a unique way to want to show our passion to the world, and that makes great games.
I agree with that. I will add that as Argentinians, we're not also passionate. We're also ambitious, and we like to do. We're sort of forced to do a lot with little, and we agree you're used to that. And we are always trying to find that edge, find that angle. That I'm trying too hard not to give like an analogy with Messi doing an assist in a match or something like that. But we're always trying to find that edge. And of course there's talent. There's a lot of talent, like Lucas said. There's a lot of passion, like in all Latin America. But we also have that ambition that I think is unique to Argentinians. And we are not afraid to be bold, right? To go for innovative ideas, to try to take what's done out there, take the best ideas out there and make them our own and create on top of that. I think that, I'm not sure if there's a secret sauce. I don't think we found the secret sauce yet. If we have found it, I think we'd be on a different place. But I think we're on the way to that.
Yes, I agree to that. I think that we are in the process of finding this secret sauce. I think that, previously I answered this question. I think that the talent is mainly this asset, but probably this secret sauce is the articulation that we are starting to build between the different sectors. I think that the work that ADVA, the Association of Developers in Argentina, is doing, it's a key issue in this matter because it gets together all the players of the ecosystem, and when you get together all this talent, I think that you get ready for the next level, and I think that we are in this process. Today, the industry, for example, in Buenos Aires, reaches a volume around $100 million with a vast amount of studios and producers. And I think that in this articulation between the private sector, the public sector, the universities, we are preparing ourselves to reach and to find this secret sauce.
To add to that, I think we're really good about organizing ourselves. Like, I think even EVA and ADVA are vanguardist when they started. Like it's something that didn't appear because like in a way appeared out of the blue, but it appeared out of people like, for example, here Lucas and other that I see in the audience, that decided, hey, let's build this together. Let's try a way, like we are somewhat short on resources sometimes. How can we make this happen together and grow together? So I think that is also a differentiator for Argentinians in general.
It's great to hear that the three of you actually said talent. Talent is, of course, the origin of all, and particularly, you also mentioned ADVA, which ADVA does something very interesting for talent. We have a program there which is called MPVP, or My First Professional Video Game, which tells you all about what do you need to actually create a great professional game. It's a mentorship program, a free mentorship program, where an industry veteran actually gives you, for the remaining of half a year, lots of great advice, guidance, throughout what could be a very difficult production plan. In my own experience, I have my own mentor. Lucas was actually my mentor many years ago with Icy Red. He taught me everything about what takes to make a great video game. And everything ended up because we learned about ADVA and what they did there. ADVA also has, and you probably heard from many here, the event called EVA. EVA, which is the Argentinian Exposition of Video Games. It's an event that takes place usually around October. This time it will be on the 21st to the 24th. And EVA is growing every year, has been for almost 25 years now. And the event keeps growing and teaching about not only Argentinian games, but also games from Latam and around the world. It helps everyone around to do many things. And with that said, I would love to hear from our partners here what they think helped EVA to them and to their own clients, colleagues, friends in the region. Lucas, what EVA did for you?
Okay. I will start explaining a little bit about what EVA is, because probably many people don't know. EVA is our own video game event, much like Gamescom or other local video games event. We have been running EVA for over 20 years. It started very, very, very small, and now it's a pretty decent event. Last year, we had around over 300 developers from Latin America coming to do business and to mingle and to network. We also have an expo floor. We had over 100 local developers and Latin American developers showcasing their games. We had 60,000 people coming to our expo. And we also have 4 or 5 tracks of speakers giving lectures around the event. As Luciano said, the event runs from the 21st to the 24th of October, so you are all invited to come to Buenos Aires. And of course, whatever did for me is the same thing that ADVA did, that is getting to know other people making games, which is super important when you want to grow in this industry, like knowing other people.
So to add to Luciano's question, what for me in particular, EVA is of course, being Argentinian is the first exposure you get to an international market. But I think it grew enough where it's also like the first approach to an international market for all the country, not only like Buenos Aires in particular, but also for Chile, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay. Even though they come here as well, EVA has grew enough to receive a lot of buyers, international buyers. to draw a lot of interest for local studios to get their game out there. I know people that their whole studio started at EVA as a small pitch they had, a small idea they had, and they got to meet publisher or meet buyers, and that allowed them to grow the studio. And that generates industry, that generates workforce and employment. So I think having that event, have it been that mature. I don't want to say old because I think it stays young every year, but mature enough where it keeps growing year after year. It makes waves. People know about it. Buyers know about it. They come to us. We had companies of the size of like the biggest AAA developers and publishers as, I don't know, you name it. EA, New Blood, that is also here, comes to EVA year after year. We have Critical Reflex as well. We have Raw Fury coming year after year, Devolver Digital coming year after year. And that is another opportunity for people that are here like in April. These buyers will also be here in October, will be in Argentina. And I think that's interesting as a follow-up. It's interesting that you let them know, hey, I'm going to be at EVA again, so you can follow up those conversations and keep them more frequent and not having to feel the need and feel forced to invest a lot of money to go to GDC or Gamescom. Is another opportunity to expose yourself to those opportunities. Like, opportunity again. So, yeah, I know what it meant for me personally. I mean, like everything. Like it's being closer to the industry, it's being closer to the buyers, it's generating the bonds that you need to grow. And even if you start like as a solo dev, how to again find ways of growing together, right? And I think EVA is all about that.
Well, I agree with Franco. I think that in places like this, we can see the importance of producing this kind of events. These magnificent events are the opportunity to bring together all the community, to bring together the consumers, the B2B to the B2C, and that both communities can relate to each other. So these kind of events are of a huge importance. And in this way, what ADVA has done with the EVA, they really have been pioneers in this in the region in South America and in Argentina particularly. So we are very proud, and I can say it that this year we are going to work together, the government with ADVA, in producing EVA, and we are going to make it also in a very special week that is the Tech Week. It's a week in which a lot of technological events will happen in Buenos Aires in different places. So we hope to receive a lot of tourism and people around the world that will come for these events that have a lot of different thematics like crypto, artificial intelligence, and also gaming. So we are very happy that this year we are going to take the EVA to the next level.
I'm going to go off record and just... You probably heard the music while we were talking. First, it was a Skyrim soundtrack, and now I'm not sure which one it is. But the beauty of events like EVA is to discover new things, discover new games. That was one of the great things about EVA, is that it showcases games that perhaps you never heard before, but they were great. It happened with my game and the games of many of my friends that went to the event. And to that point, then you escalate it. Then publishers come to play to your games. And then the publishers are like, yeah, I would love to publish this game because it's really great. And EVA does that for all of everyone that really wants to be there. But of course, we're talking like with so much praise about Argentina, but probably Lucas will be the best one to tell us here, because he started with telling us we're not that great. Because yes, we had lots of challenges, and we still do have many challenges ahead of us. So which are really the challenges that Argentina is facing, and what could be the possible solutions to them?
Well, of course, the biggest challenge is our economy. We all know that it's chaotic at times, so that is probably our biggest challenge. I think that nonetheless we are resourceful, and we are, as everybody in Latin America, survivors. So we always try to get the best out of every situation, and try to, when things crumble down, try to build again. So I think that is the best approach to making games, not only in our country but in the rest of Latin America. Solutions, I don't know. So Franco will tell you the secret sauce and the solution for everything.
The solution. So the solution is getting more money. No. So
could be.
I agree. I agree with Lucas. As I said before, we are pretty resourceful, and that's going to be one of the ways. I think we, as an industry, need to keep maturing. Not that we haven't, but I think there's still young studios that need to as passionate as we are, we can be more inclined to business. I think the companies that grew a lot are companies that are starting doing business, taking business seriously. And I think we should take those examples and keep growing from within. And the younger companies need to take that example and keep talking, keep growing by talking to the people that drew the path before us. And yeah, but I mostly agree with you. Anything that I say on top of that actually I will just be making stuff up, and I don't want to.
Well, what a question. I agree with Lucas. I think that economics is always the main issue in terms of investment and growing. And I think that this moment represents an opportunity, because we are facing a time as a country that strangely we have a certain stability in terms of our currency. That is a very important thing to any business to settle and to grow. So I think that we have a great opportunity there. And also, I agree with Franco, always the importance of money and investment, and also public investment. So in this way, we are working in, last year we invest in new public policies for the sector, nearly $500,000, and we develop a new tool to help the sector, that is the cash rebate, that is a devolution of the investment. A percentage of this investment is turned back to the investor. So on Monday we are announcing the winners of this first tool, and I think that this investment of resources from the public sector to a growing economy will allow us to construct a new layer of business. Today there are a very small business in gaming and a few players that are of a greater size. We need to develop a middle layer of companies, and we are working to make that possible.
And to end on a positive note on what is a tough question, I'm going to go back to my very first answer, which is we are very passionate. We really like to make games. It's on our DNA. It's like we have fire within that we really, really just want to take it all out and express ourselves with great creations. And then, of course, go into the market and do lots of great things, like making money that will help us grow eventually more than we are today. So with that said, this will be all for today and for us. But of course, please don't forget to come to EVA at the 21st to 24th of October in Buenos Aires. Thank you all for coming today. It's been a pleasure being here, and enjoy the rest of Gamescom Latam.
Thank you, everybody.
bem-vindos ao Gamescom Latam Countdown, powered by o quê? Flow Games, galera. Eu sou o David Jones e hoje estamos aqui para mostrar algumas coisas, falar sobre a Gamescom Latam, que vai acontecer agora do dia 30 até o dia 3 no distrito AMB, e trazer vários trailers, jogos indies e as novidades e o que vai ter no evento dessa semana da Gamescom Latam, que mais uma vez está de volta, sendo um dos maiores eventos de games da América Latina. Tô aqui com o Zero. Boa tarde, meu amigo, tudo bem?
Boa tarde, irmão. Boa tarde, família. Sejam bem-vindos, eu sou o Zero. E ó, como o Dava bem falou, Gamescom Latam tá aí. A gente sabe que quando tem evento de games, a gente fica feliz, né, não, Dava? É muito bom entrar em contato com vocês, entrar em contato com o público, e muito bom a gente presencialmente ver e viver videogame.
E não só isso, né, galera? A Gamescom é um evento, obviamente, presencial, onde vai ter a presença do público. A gente vai estar lá também, inclusive. E nós iremos, nesse evento de hoje, mostrar como está a feira também. Então vocês vão poder acompanhar não só os trailers que a gente vai mostrar aqui, que serão vários trailers de jogos indies, jogos brasileiros, jogos internacionais, jogos latinos, que estão aqui disponíveis no evento também. Vai ter muita coisa que você vai poder jogar no evento da Gamescom também, ir lá e de fato jogar, né, no evento de games, mas também iremos mostrar o que tá rolando lá no chão no evento para vocês verem. Lançamentos inéditos como o Lego Batman Invincible Versus, o Phantom Blade Zero. Além disso, teremos as presenças de convidados internacionais como David Wise e o Maxence Carzola. Vários dos maiores influenciadores do Brasil, torneios como a grande final da E-Libertadores e a Retro League de Mortal Kombat, e muito conteúdo inédito e imperdível.
Dava, sabe o que tem aqui também? É maneiro isso aí, mas sabe, ó, aqui tem exclusividade e Gamescom Latam Countdown Power by Flow Game mesmo pra vocês aqui em primeira mão, pra vocês, ó. Don't Let It Starve. Ó, vou falar pra vocês, eu curti, hein? Curti Don't Let It Starve, achei legal. Essa mecânica de você ter que alimentar uma entidade, vai atender os pedidos dela. Tem aquele parada, parece um Tetris, né? Você tem que montar a ordem certa do pedido. Interessante, ó, viu o que acontece se você erra o pedido da entidade? Ela vem buscar você. A gente tá conferindo aí Don't Let It Starve, do estúdio Eduardo Scarpato, publicado pela Black Lantern Collective. Ó, ainda sem data de lançamento, mas você pode colocar ele agora na sua wishlist da Steam. E ó, pra gente que é BR, obviamente, fique feliz, porque teremos sim legendas em português do Brasil. E agora aqui, ó, com vocês, mais um trailer diretamente da Gamescom Latam Countdown Power by Flow Games. Gosta de capivaras? Temos Capi Castaway.
Capybaras are the animal that everybody loves.
I think Cappy Castaway is a video game where we imagined what it would be like to be a little guy. How do we feel about just being a little guy? Being a little capybara and then running around and doing things. So like digging and sniffing and having fun. And I'm gonna see how tall I can make my hat.
And you explore a big world with a lot of opportunity to play around and talk to other characters.
I think that I described it recently as silly animal co-op game in the backdrop of a calamity. This animal that is very humbly friendly to everyone, but also stubborn and deserving to be there, that is emblematic of story of Cappy, the inspiration of Cappy, and capybaras as they exist in their ecological niche in South American culture.
A heartwarming story of friendship, family, and finding your way.
We have finding a home, friendship, trying to resolve trauma through conversations and through the choices that you make.
The whole narrative of the game where they get swept away into another world and then have to connect with the people there, I guess it all kind of hits close to home.
There are a lot of inspirations on the island, a lot that are honestly over my head, but they're all Toronto references, which is so cool.
We have the High Park Zoo, we have the High Park Playground, we have lots of old neon signs, like the Honest Ed sign.
But I think that sort of like sharing of an intimate joy of like, it was cool and fun is the best thing about making games.
I want people to feel impacted by the story. I hope they laugh.
I hope they feel the whimsy, and I hope they also feel the intention that we put into the story.
I hope they feel mischievous.
Olha, eu vou falar pra vocês, sinceramente, capivaras, né? No Brasil tem bastante. Eu tenho certeza que você, em algum lugar do Brasil, já viu capivara. Agora, você somar um joguinho que tem uma capivara simpática em um mundo cozy, né? Tipo um cozy game. Você gosta de joguinho de relaxar? Eu gosto, particularmente eu gosto. E esse aí tem um amiguinho que fica com você, um passarinho azul que fica te levando pra cima e pra baixo. Ó, confesso, gostei e gostei mais ainda em saber que estão usando nossas capivaras e tem em português do Brasil. E você pode colocar agora mesmo na sua Steam aí, no wishlist. Cap Castle é desenvolvido pelo Kirin Cup Studio e publicada pela Big Blue Sky Games. Ó, o jogo tá na Steam para você colocar na sua lista de desejos, tá? O jogo ainda segue sem data de lançamento, mas sabe o que eu quero ver agora? O trailer de Kernel Hearts.
What you're about to see is probably the greatest indie game to come out in all of 2026. Oh, hi. Yeah, nicer tags, bro. So good, it's very beautiful, has vibrant music.
Toilet, literally.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Where did you come from? Why? Yeah, go. Please offer. You'll leave me.
And who knows, maybe when it fully releases,
This is the one. This is the one.
Wait, you can show them.
it might just be my game of 2026.
I had like the perfect height.
This is Kernel Hearts.
Okay, you know what I'm doing.
No. Okay.
This is going to win Indie Game of the Year 2026.
My God. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's get into it.
Olha, eu vou ser sincero pra vocês, gostei. Gostei, joguinho de mundo aberto, com farmzinho, tem batalha de chefe, parece que tem uma vibe de action de mundo aberto, eu adoro esse tipo de coisa, esmagar botão, é bem videogame, tá? E ó, tem animes, sabe quem gosta de animes? O seu David Jones, o que você achou, o seu David Jones? Tem animes, o seu tem anime, você gosta, né?
Bom, cara, eu não sei se vai ser o melhor indie, eles estão bem confiantes, né? A galera que gosta desse tipo de jogo, fica de olho, jogo de animes e tal, pra quem curte, pode ser legal.
E ó, Davi, esse aqui é o Kernel Hearts, tá? Do estúdio da Ephemera Games, publicado pela Whitehorn Games. Ó, ainda sem data exata pra ser lançado, mas vai sair em 2026. E ó, quer saber? Tem demo disponível pra você colocar aí e jogar no seu PC. E pode colocar na wishlist, tá? Ó, e lembrando, os caras estão aqui, estão chamando a responsa, dizendo que vai ser o GOT dos indies 2026, Dava. Você acredita?
Bom, galera, pra mostrar um pouco de como que tá lá na feira agora, eu vou chamar o Fênix pra ele mostrar pra gente o que tá rolando lá.
É isso aí, Dave. Estamos aqui na Gamescom Latam antes de abrir o evento, por isso que a gente está de capacetinho, segurança em primeiro lugar, não é, Thaís?
Pois é, se minha mãe visse, ela morrer de orgulho, porque ela é engenheira, tá sempre com esses capacetes. Peraí, eu tô me achando assim um fenômeno aqui, olha que coisa ridícula.
Muito bom, tá muito
bom. Gente, o importante é, vocês podem dar uma olhada aqui em volta, o pessoal ainda tá finalizando a montagem dos estandes. E aqui, por exemplo, atrás da gente, tem o Phantom Blade Zero, que é um dos queridinhos do Fênix. A gente já foi dar uma fuxicada ali. O pessoal falou que tem 40 estações de jogos pra você jogar antecipadamente, ou seja, antes do lançamento.
Muito maneiro isso, e o Phantom Blade Zero é um dos jogos que está em acesso antecipado aqui na feira da Gamescom Latam para todo mundo que vem. Então a gente vai mostrar os outros hoje para vocês aqui também.
Pois é, eu quero saber do estúdio, o que vocês estão achando da feira?
Ó, Fenicão e Thaís, tá incrível esse evento, hein? Gostei, tá legal, mas sabe que vocês não podem esquecer de trazer lembrancinhas pra gente da Gamescom Latam, por gentileza. Mas ó, sabe o que tem agora? Temos um anúncio em primeira mão. Dá uma olhada. Olha, eu gostei, hein? Gostei porque passa uma vibe de você ter que gerenciar. Parece que você é um gerente de um hotel e esse hotel é visitado ou tem hóspedes que são entidades, parece. Eu vi um negócio da Deep Web ali. Tenso. Tenho medo, mas estou interessado pra ver. Esse aí é o Moonlight Motel, do estúdio Electric Monkeys, publicado pela Black Lantern Collective. E ó, ainda sem data de lançamento.
Thaís, esse Moonlight Motel parece bem assustador, é um jogo bem de terror, muito maneiro. E falando em jogo assustador, aqui atrás de mim tem a Shadow Zone, que é uma área do Big Festival aqui pelo evento da Gamescom Latam, que tem jogos assustadores para jogar.
Quer dizer que tem umas áreas certas para você encontrar determinado tipo de
Isso,
jogo. Ou
isso.
seja, se eu vier aqui com o objetivo de jogar Marvel Tokens Fighting Soul, eu vou ter que ir para Hero Zone, é isso?
Isso, aí você vai para Hero Zone, que é outra área do Big que tem outros jogos aqui.
Mas eu sei que tem um negócio que você tá mais interessado, que tá pra cá,
aqui
né?
atrás da gente, Thaís, tem a NVIDIA. A NVIDIA tá com um stand muito bonito aqui, eles trouxeram várias coisas pra galera testar, incluindo um PC de 2002 aqui.
É esse que eu vou levar pra casa?
Não, eu quero levar pra casa um PC de 2002, tem até CD-ROM, cara, muito maneiro.
Ai, gente. Então, olha, eu sei que aqui tá muito legal, mas eu tô ansiosa pra saber o que tá rolando aí no estúdio. Dave Zero, é com vocês.
Fenicão, então, está legal o evento, hein? Tá bonito aí. Pra galera que tá interessada em ir, sabe como é que faz? Tá rolando desde ontem, dia 30 de abril. Se você quiser ir, dá tempo de comprar. Ainda tem dia 1º, hoje, tem dia 2 e dia 3 pra você conferir. E entre no site de Gamescom Latam pra garantir o seu ingresso. Mas, ó, não vai isso agora não, porque agora sabe o que tem? Um anúncio especial pra vocês. Esse é o Over There Studio, publicado pela Krafton. Se você é uma pessoa criativa e quer ter a experiência de viver essa criatividade, criando novas experiências junto com seus amigos, visite aí o site da Krafton. Mas ó, David Jones, o que a gente tem agora?
E agora, vamos chamar a Thaís, que tá lá direto da Gamescom, pra mostrar pra gente mais coisas da feira que vocês ainda não viram.
Galera, a feira já abriu e agora nós estamos em um dos destaques aqui do show floor, eu diria, na Nintendo.
A Nintendo tá aqui em peso, como sempre, né? A Nintendo tá em todos os eventos aqui no Brasil, mas esse aqui veio especial, cara. Eles têm várias estações de gameplay aqui, Donkey Kong Badanza, Pocópia, o Mario Kart, tudo que você conhece. E tem um segredinho ali dentro também, viu? Pra galera que viu. Tem segredinho e sempre tem brindes, né?
Sempre
a Nintendo traz
brindes.
uns brindes bronze aqui pro evento.
Se não me engano, eu já dei uma pescoçada ali, acho que eu vi uma camiseta do Yoshi. Acho que eu já vi uns pins do Mario por aí.
Pin eu gosto.
A gente vai ter que, inclusive, encerrar esse bloco aqui pra ir lá pegar
pra
esses
pegar
brindes.
antes que esgote, né?
Então, olha, mas antes da gente parar por aqui este bloco, porque tem muito mais coisa, eu quero falar pra vocês que tem trailer de jogo novo. Se liga aí.
I call for strength, I find but stone. The river's teeth, the forest breath, the shadows whisper tales of death. I call for strength, I find but stone, a shepherd lost.
Always be ready. Danger is often impatient. Hesitation kills. You hit or you bleed.
The wolves howl black against the night. My flock is scattered out of sight, with lifted staff and lifted eyes. I face the dark, but walk the fight to bear his light.
They will question if you are worthy, but that is irrelevant. No one is. We are not chosen because we deserve it. We are chosen because purpose demands a vessel.
trailer, vocês assistirem então Bogdan's Cross, do First Level, do Federico Moreno Bresser. É um jogo que ainda não tem data de lançamento, mas já está disponível na wishlist da Steam. E aqui atrás da gente tem o quê? O Fênix está se sentindo em casa, né?
Aqui a gente tem o stand da Logitech que está com novidades exclusivas. Eles estão com um teclado aqui, o G512, que foi anunciado literalmente ontem, na terça-feira, e já está aqui na feira em primeira mão. É o primeiro lugar do mundo que tem esse teclado aqui. E além disso, eles têm o Super Strike, o famoso novo mouse deles, que tem um clique diferente, muito maneiro pra galera vir aqui testar. Eu fiquei muito animado, testei ali e adorei.
Ai, maravilha! Então mais uma coisa pra vocês aproveitarem. E aí no estúdio, bora continuar?
Pô, interessante como é que tá a feira esse ano, né?
Pô, feira de games é sempre bom e a Gamescom Latam, tenho certeza que, nossa, aqui vai ser maravilhoso.
E ano passado tava muito legal, todo ano tá aumentando, né, a Gamescom, e a gente espera que vocês curtam bastante o que tá rolando lá. E agora a gente vai pro próximo trailer.
E ó, vou falar pra vocês, esse jogo é maravilhoso, tá? Joguei esse jogo, o Aaron Smith é um jogo que te apresenta um mundo vasto, tá? Da cultura chinesa, você tem vários tipos de builds, vários assets, você tem vários armamentos, tem várias batalhas épicas de chefe, movimentos majestosos. Você gosta de arma pesada? Tem. Gosta de armas de longo alcance? Tem. Tem coisas mágicas que envolvem o folclore e a cultura deles, e vale muito a pena você conferir, porque esse jogo é grátis. E ó, com certeza eu vou conferir essa expansão. O Aaron Smith é desenvolvido pela Everstone Studio, publicado sim por ela, NetEase Games. Se você não teve acesso ou não sabia da existência desse jogo, ele é grátis, tem para PC e para console. E eu tenho certeza que o capítulo 2 vai agregar em muito em um jogo que já é bom. E Dava, o que a gente tem agora?
Bom, cara, deu pra ver aí que agora temos alguns times brasileiros de volta ao EA Sports FC na Libertadores, Flamengo, Fluminense, Palmeiras, River e Boca, a gente viu ali também os times argentinos, então vai ter novidades aí pra quem joga o EA Sports FC. Dá pra ver que temos algumas novidades aí, né? Os times brasileiros de volta aí na Libertadores, no EA Sports FC, Flamengo, Fluminense, Palmeiras, temos River e Boca também. Então novidades aí com update pra quem aí curte e ainda joga o EA Sports FC.
Pô, Dava, legal, hein? Legal ter essa atualização aí, é bem interessante ter a atualização de Libertadores. Agora eu quero saber, Thaís e Fenicão, o que vocês têm aí? Tem alguma informação sobre o E-Libertadores?
Muito maneiro essas novidades do EAFC, muito legal. Inclusive, se vocês não sabem, tá rolando as finais da E-Libertadores do EAFC aqui direto da Gamescom Latam. Além disso, tem outros esportes rolando, como o campeonato de Mortal Kombat.
Pois é, e já que a gente está falando de Mortal Kombat, aqui atrás a gente tem o stand da Warner, só que está exclusivo e todo dedicado ao Lego Batman, gente, que é outra oportunidade que você pode parar aqui e jogar outro jogo antecipadamente, porque ele ainda não lançou. E não tem só o jogo, tá? Tem aqui umas miniaturas de Lego, todas bonitinhas do Batman, que você pode ficar admirando também.
Tem até um Batmóvel da série do Batman antiga. Quem lembra? Feira da Fruta. Muito bom.
Exatamente, parada obrigatória para você que está aqui na Gamescom.
E aí, tem mais trailer pra gente, Daisy?
Bom, e agora, galera, mais um trailer pra vocês e o jogo se chama Card Burners. Galera, Card Burners lança aí dia 28 de maio, tá? Agora, em breve, vai chegar. E eu adorei, tá? Jogo de cartinha maluco, maníaco, com vários modos. Tem os pacotinhos, é feito pelo estúdio Grosjevo, tá? E eu adorei esse. Jogo de cartinha tá em alta e eu tô adorando, porque eu amo.
Ah, você ama, né, David Jones? Mas sabe o que você ama também? Roguelike. E ó, dá uma olhada nesse anúncio que a gente tem pra vocês.
Então tá aí, esse é o Cuckoo's Overflow, um novo jogo do Petit Fabrique. Parece muito interessante, um roguelite refeito, né, Thaís?
Exato, e agora nós estamos no palco principal aqui da Gamescom Latam, o palco Journey. E aqui, Fênix, sabe o que vai rolar na sexta-feira?
O quê?
David Wise, grande aí compositor, terá a honra de ser entrevistado pelo mestre Bruno Micali.
Bruno Micali! Oh.
E não é só isso, tá? Porque no domingo teremos uma dupla aqui que, olha, põe qualquer David Wise no chinelo. Pois teremos aqui Fênix e Selbit.
Eu estaria aqui no domingo num palco muito divertido com o Selbit. E é esse tipo de coisa que tem na Gamescom Latam, né? Criadores de jogos, né? Devs, é muito legal isso tudo. Mas, e aí, Dave, como que tá aí no estúdio?
Cara, muito legal essas novidades que a gente tá vendo aí na Gamescom Latam. E agora a gente vai chamar mais um trailer.
Come get some.
Olha, eu achei incrível, tá? O Sokka é um personagem que tem um nicho, uma veia cômica dentro do Avatar que é muito bom. E eles conseguiram trazer isso pra dentro do Fighting Games com muita personalidade. Tem até o jeito que ele corre e tropeça e cai, usando as habilidades dele de forma atrapalhada. E eu tenho certeza que se você gosta de Fighting Games e gosta de Avatar de animes, eu tenho certeza que você vai conferir e vai gostar aí do Avatar. Avatar Legends The Fighting Game, desenvolvido aí pelo estúdio Gameplay Group International e publicado pela PM Studios, tá? O jogo tá chegando pra você aí no dia 2 de julho, tá? Pra PC e pra console, você já pode fazer a sua pré-compra e posteriormente vai chegar para Nintendo Switch 1 e para Nintendo Switch 2.
Bom, galera, quero agradecer a todo mundo que esteve com a gente aqui, agradecer o Zero aqui,
Valeu,
comigo
irmão.
também, Thaís e Fênix que estão lá no evento, agradecer a Gamescom Latam por ter dado essa oportunidade de fazer esse evento junto com a gente, espero que vocês tenham curtido, espero que vocês curtam o evento lá, aproveitem, quem puder estar lá presencialmente, a Gamescom Latam tem crescido todo ano, tem tentado trazer as melhores coisas de games que pode trazer e a experiência de você jogar lá. Então, muito obrigado a todo mundo. Curtiu, Zero?
Curti demais. Agradeço a galera da Gamescom Latam também. É sempre bom viver de videogame, viver videogame e presencialmente ver videogame com a nossa comunidade. É maravilhoso.
É isso, gente. Obrigado a todo mundo. Videogame é bom demais, gente. Tchau.
Hi everyone, I'm Steffi Varela and I'm very excited to welcome you to the second Gamescom LATAM edition of the Latin American Games Showcase, highlighting a curated selection of games from across our region. Gamescom LATAM is a key player in the growth of our industry and we're honored to be a part of it. Throughout the show, keep an eye out for this icon. It means the game has a demo available right now. You'll be able to find all of today's games at the Gamescom LATAM Steam event, so make sure to go and wishlist your favorites. And if you're in Brazil, make sure to visit our booth where you'll be able to try demos from some of today's featured games. A big thank you to our presenting sponsors, Raw Fury, Annapurna Interactive, New Blood, Halbert Studios, ID at Xbox, and Two Wedges. And now let's kick things off with games that are all about addictive gameplay and innovative mechanics, starting with a world premiere. As our long-standing partners, ID at Xbox has proudly supported developers across Latin America for many years. Today, we're excited to bring you a selection of ID at Xbox highlights, beginning with the release date announcement of one of Argentina's most anticipated upcoming games.
Hi, Alice. So, what can I do?
Oh, you must be kidding me!
Oh, dear Brooklyn, how I've missed you. In this town, everyone knows each other. Everyone's a friend. Everyone gathers after dark. But what happens when the masks go on? People have been disappearing all over the city, one by one, without answers, without a trace. Now the whole place is rotten from the inside out. And behind all of this ring, somehow it's connected to everything happening in this city. Someone has to be guilty.
This year, we've partnered with Exola to bring you a special bundle celebrating games from Latin America. Exola is launching a curated 5-title PC game bundle on Exola Mall, priced at $9.99 and available April 30th through May 3rd. The bundle features Mullet Matt Jack, Baki Hanma Blood Arena, Breakers Collection, Visco Collection, and Leah, Hacking Destiny, with a charity component supporting Stand Up to Cancer. To get it, just visit the link on the screen. Before we move on, we also want to celebrate the next generation of Latin American developers. We just wrapped up our second Game Jam and it was an amazing experience. Our jury selected the top 3 winners and flew them to Gamescom Latam so they could pitch their games and connect with the industry. In third place, Lug and Chupacabra, a silly casual adventure game where you fence in animals to protect them from the Chupacabra. Also, you're a wooden lug. In second place, Billiards Night Out, a stylish, fast-paced mix of billiards and deck building, where a small mage challenges opponents in high-risk matches across a neon-lit city. And this year's winner, El Llamero Solitario, an incremental game where you help a dog herd hundreds of runaway llamas, unlocking upgrades and uncovering a heartfelt story along the way. You'll be able to try these games along with a selection of today's lineup at our first ever on-site booth at Gamescom Latam, so make sure to stop by, play some demos, and say hi. And now let's celebrate something Latin America does incredibly well: bold, striking, and unforgettable visuals, starting with a game you can try right now at our booth.
Years after the event, humanity survives inside arcs of steel, drifting kingdoms in a graveyard sea. Wilhelmine Brooks, Janie Wett, Marek Samba, in the deep, every battle is a gamble. Pirates, beasts, Ravelargs, and things no one was meant to remember. Because the ocean does not hide the end of the world, it keeps the truth of how it ended.
Don't let me down, mon ami.
My esteemed colleague, what happened? Explore this paradise island. Three goddesses, one party, one great mystery. Play with three different characters, each with her own personality. Food, drinks, semi-pastry, cake. That sure looks like the sign of a party. Why would someone do something so awful on purpose? Sunny trails.
And that's it for the second Latin American Game Showcase Gamescom Latam edition. A big thank you to our presenting sponsors Raw Fury, Annapurna Interactive, New Blood, Halbert Studios, ID at Xbox, and Two Wedges. Don't forget to check out the Exola bundle and explore even more titles through the Gamescom Latam Steam event. And if you're here in Brazil, come visit our booth and experience some of these games in person, including titles like Clossum, Litany, and many others. Stay tuned because next we have the Gamescom Latam highlights by Find Your Next Game. But before that, we have one more thing.
Hello everyone! 2026 is already great in terms of video games we got, and it's shaping up to be even better in the coming months. And a sneak peek of what's to come has been brought to us by Gamescom Latam that is currently happening in Brazil. With the countdown show featuring hot new announcements and reveals and playable versions of hot upcoming titles on the show floor, Gamescom Latam 2026 is not something you should miss. But in case you can't be in Brazil in person, we're bringing you all the hot stuff from the sunny Sao Paulo. Check this out. Did you know that there's a new Batman game coming that is as much fun as the original Arkham series, but at the same time it feels like everyone in Gotham is tripping on Joker's laughing gas? That might come from the fact that it's actually a LEGO Batman that brings a lot of changes to LEGO Games' formula. LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight was originally announced at Gamescom last year. It brings the ultimate definitive Batman experience to PC and consoles, with the game telling a complete journey of Bruce Wayne becoming Batman, from training with Ra's al Ghul, finding new allies in Gotham, and then facing all the famous villains we know and love from comic books, movies, and even games. The gameplay in Legacy of the Dark Knight is heavily inspired by the Arkham games, with completely new combat for the LEGO series and the open world that you can freely explore, just like in Rocksteady's games. There's stealth mechanics, there's vehicles you can use, the whole package. And the cool thing? All the attendees of Gamescom Latam can actually play the game on the show floor. Legacy of the Dark Knight is coming really soon on May 22nd. The Countdown show featured a new trailer for Don't Let It Starve, a strategy roguelite game where you must prepare the most satisfying bentos for a monster lurking in the ventilation duct. I mean, what? During the game, you'll be preparing the bentos by arranging food in a grid. You need to choose ingredients wisely and optimize your layout to fit as much food as possible. The game allows for mixing and matching dozens of tools and effects, which makes each run unique, with countless ways to stay alive. Or, well, fail horribly. The game has an overall meta progression with new tools, upgrades, and run modifiers allowing you to stay alive just a bit longer, and if you feel like taking on a challenge, you can push both your skills and your luck to the limit in an infinite survival challenge. The game is coming out on June 12th, and the demo is available on Steam right now. Here's a question for you. Do you like fighting games? Well, then I'm pretty sure you've heard about this really cool-looking hand-drawn avatar legends. Whether it's water, earth, fire, or air that is your element of choice, you'll be able to choose from 12 playable characters and go head-to-head across a variety of modes and features, story mode included, where you will shape the fate of time and space. The game's simple intuitive controls allows anyone to start bending, and as a result, Avatar Legends is great for quick matches with friends and family. But underneath all that lies a deep fighting system for anyone who's willing to dive into it deeper. At the Countdown show, a new trailer was featured introducing the character of Sokka, a water tribe warrior. I gotta admit, the visuals look really cool, fans of fighting games really are lucky, and we're not yet done with those. One of the coolest recent animated shows is Invincible, a brutal superhero story adapted from comic books by Robert Kirkman. This world is obviously perfect for a fighting game, so we're getting Invincible Versus, a 3v3 tag fighting game where you can battle to the death as a team of fan-favorite characters in iconic locations. You need to realize that because of the source material, this game is much closer to Mortal Kombat than the previously mentioned Avatar. You'll unleash bone-breaking combos, land super moves and ultimates to turn your enemies into a, well, messy pulp. Among all the game modes you'd expect from a fighting game, you will also get a cinematic story mode with an original narrative written by a writer of the animated series. The game is developed by Quarter Up, a studio led by members of the core Killer Instinct dev team. It's playable on the Gamescom show floor, and guess what? The full version is actually available from April 30th for anyone interested. I mean, it is already out. So how about fighting some Viltrumites? Let's leave all the fighting behind and hop onto something much more peaceful. Cappy Castaway is a cozy narrative exploration adventure in which a capybara pup and a clever crow solve puzzles, help their animal friends, and explore a mysterious island. As the story goes, a massive flood upended the lives of several zoo animals and sparked the beginning of a life-changing journey for the two. In gameplay, Cappy uses their strong sense of smell and innate curiosity to dig up buried objects and push large obstacles, while Corvi uses their keen eye and flying ability to fetch treasures from high places. There is no combat in this game, it's strictly focused on exploration, puzzle solving, and character interactions with choices that have an impact on the whole narrative. The game features a lot of inspirations taken straight from Toronto, where the dev team comes from. Looks cozy, sounds cozy. Make sure to keep that on your radar, especially if you love capybaras. I gotta admit, out of all the Countdown announcements, this one I find to be the coolest. Bogdan's Cross is an action-adventure game set in the era of the Crusades where you follow the journey of Bogdan, a humble shepherd as he rises to become a legendary Templar knight. In this game, you traverse stunning landscapes, uncover hidden tales and mysteries, and confront shadows of doubt and despair. While the game is grounded in historical accuracy, you can obviously see that the game takes creative liberties to tell a captivating fictional story. Bogdan's Cross will have you meeting notable figures from the Crusades, exploring medieval towns, castles, and battlefields. You'll have to solve environmental puzzles and find treasures that enhance your abilities. The open-world design of the game encourages exploration, and combat will have you facing a wide range of enemies. I'm actually really curious to learn more about the game, but for now you can wishlist Bogdan's Cross on Steam, and I think I'm actually going to do this right now. How about a fresh announcement straight from the Countdown? Moonlight Motel is a game by Electric Monkeys, a studio already with a few games in their portfolio. In the game, you work as the motel's night shift only employee, and it's your responsibility to keep the guests happy. But when you suddenly encounter 3 deaths without any explanation, you might need to do some research and poke around the building. Just make sure you don't look anywhere too closely. There might be a bizarre figure lurking in the darkness. Where Winds Meet, an epic open-world action RPG rooted in martial arts culture, got a new trailer, this time focused on Xinchuan, a new region that came as the 3rd and final chapter of the massive Heshi expansion that was released on April 30th. While the update might be out already, this trailer showcases a dynamic 4-season map with boundless grasslands, as well as some boss fights which, as always in case of Where Winds Meet, look extremely cool. The concluding chapter of the expansion offers new side stories, the changing seasons impact vegetation, animation cycles and lighting tones of the new region, there's a new mystic skill called Idle Wind, there's 3 new stronghold challenges, 2 new trials, and a breathtaking new world boss. The game is available on PC, PS5 and mobile devices already with the newest update. Just go and play it, this game is a lot of fun. Countdown also presented a new trailer for Kernel Hearts, a unique blend of action RPG and roguelike with multiplayer co-op. In this game, you're tasked with climbing the Tower of Babel, eliminating the angelic creatures in your path as you dethrone God and save a world drowning in ashes. After each expedition, you will return to the last memory backup in a lab located on the outskirts of humanity's last hideout and spend the rewards from each run to unlock and equip new chips onto your unit. The trailer for the game focuses on the reactions the game's got from content creators all around the world, and actually, if you'd like to try it yourself before it releases later this year, the demo is available on Steam and Epic right now. You know what's also coming later this year? Phantom Blade Zero from S-Game Studio, a game I've been really looking forward to since I played it at Gamescom for the first time in 2024. In Phantom Blade Zero, you're framed for the death of your master, and you're literally left with a ruined heart. Now your character, Soul, has 66 days to live. Alone and hunted by his former comrades, Soul wants to unravel the conspiracy that brought him this fate. While the game might look like a Souls-like, it focuses on a bit of a different experience, a bit more friendly to the player, though do not worry, it will still be a challenge, especially if you're careless. In the game, you'll get over 30 weapons to wield. By defeating bosses, you will actually acquire their weapons and their signature techniques that they used to make your life miserable before you finally beat them. If you're at Gamescom Latam, you can test your skills in Phantom Blade Zero, but if you can't make it there, don't worry, the game will be out in September. Finally, I mean, it's been a long wait. Coming up next, our dear friends from Viva la Dirt League. I could tell you what they told us, but why not let them speak for themselves instead? Gentlemen, take it away.
What's up, everyone? We are Viva la Dirt League.
Yeah, it's actually been 10 years since we first launched Epic NBC Man back in the day, and 1 year, coincidentally, since we launched our first official video game, Nice Day for Fishing.
So if you like going to Sao Paulo Gamescom, you will also like the Sao Paulo of video games, Honeywood.
Hope you guys have an incredible time, and please do check out our video game, Nice Day for Fishing.
Morning! Nice day for fishing, ain't it?
Morning! Hey, Balin.
Nice day for fishing, ain't it?
Yeah, Balin, it's a nice day for fishing.
The patch for Nice Day for Fishing will be released in May, and it will add the birthday event for the game. The event will actually start 1 week before the anniversary of Nice Day for Fishing, and the whole of Honeywood will be celebrating with festive decorations and balloons to find everywhere in the game. Collecting the balloons will bring you some fun items, like a party hat or super special fishing rod. Come on, who wouldn't want a party hat? We might have been building bento boxes, but we haven't had a card game yet. It's time to change that. Card Burners is a chaotic, fast-paced solo or online versus card game. Since it's called Card Burners, you obviously have to play your cards quickly before they burn in your hand. You can choose your pace, but if you're feeling skilled and maybe a bit lucky, the game can deal cards as fast as 100 CPM, and that's cards per minute. You'll be able to tailor your game rules, mixing them from 4 different card packs. You'll be able to defeat your opponent using damage cards, making them overdraw, or by placing bombs in their hands. On top of that, you can of course add boosters to create ultimate chaos. The game offers solo adventure mode and online multiplayer for 2 players. The demo for Card Burners is available on Steam for you to try out, and the game itself will be out on May 28th. Coming from the team that brought you Kaku's Lost Pets, now comes Kaku's Overflow, where players are invited to enter the magic doors in a roguelite run in an attempt to go as far as possible to find the biggest treasure at the end of the run. You'll be going from door to door, facing new random maps, enemies, bosses, traps, and all kinds of wonders, with the chance to actually meet other players searching for the same treasure. In case that happens, you need to defeat the rival player or the rival team in order to proceed with your run. I guess that adds a bit of flavor to a roguelite, doesn't it? And for all of you who thought we're done with fighting games, we are not, but I left the biggest IP for last. Playable at the show floor at Gamescom Latam is Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, in which you assemble your team of legendary Marvel characters in 4v4 tag team combat. The game will have 20 characters available at launch, each rendered in the anime-inspired art style. You can experiment with team compositions to discover new combos and synergies while you blast through dynamic stages based on iconic Marvel locations, and I understand that not not everyone decided to spend the weekend in Brazil right now, so don't worry, you'll be able to take control of the likes of Iron Man, Captain America, Ghost Rider, or Doctor Doom when the game launches on August 6th on PC and PS5. It is pretty unique to see these characters in this kind of art style, right? And now that we had 3 fighting games in today's showcase, which one did you like the most? I know what my pick is. Like I mentioned in the beginning, 2026 is looking pretty tasty for us gamers. Some of today's highlights are brought to you fresh from the oven, the others should be coming through the rest of the year, but one thing's for certain, it's not only GTA 6 that will keep us busy, and here at Find Your Next Game, we will keep you informed. Thank you for taking a look with us through everything that Gamescom Latam 2026 had to offer. Let us know what game you're looking forward to the most, and if you're there in Brazil, make sure to have a lot of fun. Thank you for watching, take care.
That your company needs to address community management on a global level, right? It means that your company also needs to address a pricing on a global level. So at the end of the day, marketing on a global level. So at the end of the day, that's what it means to me, being global and making sure that you don't meet that thing when you start working on your game. When it comes to the art style, also, we all know that some art style are definitely not working in China or not working in Japan. So also you need to understand that. I think art style is 50% of the success of a game. You do a product because there's some visual and there's some gameplay. I mean, you can see when you go on Steam and you look at the Steam page, you definitely know if you're going to buy the game or not. And your first contact with the game is a Steam page. In 1995, you were buying a game and you were, taking the box, turn the box around and look at the screenshots and look at the definition, and you would spend your 40 quid on that, right? It is exactly the same nowadays, except that you can play demos, you can do things. But at the end of the day, it's all about the product and how you make the global players wanted to play your game.
Do you agree, Nicolas?
I mean, I agree, but let's say that to me, this title means it resonates in a different way. That's more like what I want to say. The first thing is that for a company like ours, for example, it's kind of meaning global means that we are happy, to be able to address certain IPs. To be honest, it was. I think we are one of the only French studios who worked on SpongeBob IP, for example. So for us, it's like cool, to say. Also to government, hey, we are bringing some money from America and to work on this IP, and we create, jobs in France. But the other thing is that we're not the best students of the video game industry in the world, but I think we have some advantages. And what resonates for me when we say go global is that France is investing a lot now to be part of programs to share knowledge and mentorship with other countries. For example, I was part of a Morocco program to support, Morocco company because we can see now there are some countries that are emerging in the video game industry, like try to build an ecosystem and to have some become stronger in the globally. And I think it's also part of how it resonates to me, like being more, we talk about solidarity in France, and I think this is also a question of solidarity in the world, let's say, so because this industry is global, so I think it's also great so that's why also I'm glad to be here. That's my last word. Yeah.
Thank you. Ben?
I think it's basically the same as we're saying as think of your target audience before. So when you're making a game, unless you want to make like a French game for French players, but like every game developer usually awaits his game to reach a global audience. So you always need to think about other countries, or other ethnicities, and just try to make the best of it, and try to never only see what you're doing from your perspective, but also see it like from a Chinese perspective, because today China is like you have to release your game in China and make sure that your game is compliant as much as possible, especially in some specific genres, such as roguelite, which is the one we're working on. But yeah, it's just a matter of never think it only from your perspective, but try to see like from an American perspective, European perspective, Asian perspective, and make the best out of this.
Well, there's also a split regarding platform. You know, mobile is very strong in Southeast Asia. A business model as well. Free to play is 98% of people in China. You know, are playing free to play games. This is something to consider as well when you go global.
Frank, because I see we have 2 minutes left.
I think because the digital age that we're in, like there's no such thing as borders anymore. Like you're always operating on a global scale. So I think what has been said is very true. But there is also a big opportunity of bringing a piece of your own culture to a global audience right now, which is the strength of the age that we're in right now. But then as being said as well, like make sure that it fits in a more global packaging, a wrapping. So it's not just for your small region or your city that you're from. It's like for those people, it's really cool. For everybody else in the world, it's like, it's too narrative, or there's no interesting mechanics to it or something. I think that's a big consideration that you should have. But yeah, because of everything, it's like you are global. It's like it's part of it. It's like that's the way you have to think right now.
It's kind of funny because before we were talking about Expedition 33, and it's funny how they succeeded to bring France in a subtle way, you know, to the resonate, you know, with the world, you know, kind of, you know, because it's like you know, you have the Eiffel Tower, but it's not named like that, you know, and it's like, but in the end, everybody knows that Expedition 33 is French, you know, and it's not so common for every game. It's not for every game that most people know that it's from a certain country, you know, and for this game they know because they brought some part of the culture, but in a subtle, not subtle, but in a light way, let's say, yeah.
And the funny thing to me there is actually that because of Expedition 33, I see a lot more people, non-French people, also bringing pieces of France in their games. Like I've played a game recently, American team, it's set in a France setting. And I was like, what? That is also another thing that's happening, I guess.
Yeah, you know, our Castlevania game is set up in Paris. So I had a few interviews in the past few weeks, and every time the person asked me, "Oh, is it because of Expedition 33?" I'm like, "No, just because we're French, we don't want to set up the game in Paris." But yeah.
Well, our next game is set in space, you know, so it's okay.
But France in space, right? It has baguettes and it has
baguettes and everything in space.
I think it was the best punchline ever to end this talk. So thank you so much, guys, for your time and participation.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Obrigado.
My ears.
Merci,
corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Oi, tudo bem? Pode tirar uma foto comigo, por favor?
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil, tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão e faz pix por voz, aperta o botão e extrato multibanco. Aperta o botão...
A gente tem que ir.
Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, pra tudo que você imaginar.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Hora de série, é hora de Seara.
Play. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time.
Chegou a linha Seara Netflix. A hora de maratonar ficou mais gostosa.
Play. Snack time.
Vamos indo ali.
Gente, cadê os outros?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho. E tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
Dando continuidade agora à nossa programação do palco Journey 1. Eu estou chegando, fazer uma apresentação breve, né? Meu nome é Ana XD, eu sou apresentadora, atriz e criadora de conteúdo e estarei aqui acompanhando vocês nesse palco para os painéis que vêm por aí. E falando no próximo painel, a Twitch é um lugar onde milhões de pessoas se reúnem todos os dias para assistir, conversar, participar, pertencer. De games e música a esportes e criatividade, o segredo é simples. Os espectadores não só assistem, eles fazem parte da experiência. Esse painel explora porque o conteúdo ao vivo está em plena expansão e como criadores, marcas e parceiros podem se engajar e interagir de forma realmente significativa. E para falar sobre isso, a gente recebe ao palco agora Dan Glancy, Nogal e Ignácio Estanga como moderador, todos profissionais da Twitch.
Obrigado aí.
Olá, obrigada.
It's great to be here. Yeah, it's absolutely great to be here and nice to have you as well. We have a great audience here. How's everyone doing? Did everyone already get their lunch, everything? Can you hear us?
Woohoo!
Hey.
Were you dancing during the commercial? I was back there dancing during the commercial.
He was very excited to be here.
Yes.
So, as you'll know, we have a great panel here with us. We have Dan Clancy, CEO of Twitch.
Where?
Been in the company since like forever. He wanted to wear the cowboy hat, but he has to wear the headphones, so can't do that. And then we have Nogal, which is not just a streamer, but also a Minecraft expert. And been a content creator for so many years. So that makes me very happy. And of course, I'll be happily moderating this panel here today. And I have a couple questions for you.
Well, wait, who are you, though? Who are you?
I already know who I am.
Oh, please.
Let people know.
I didn't want to make it about myself. But my name is Ignacio Stanga. I've been working at Twitch for more than 12 years now. So it's almost a third of my life that I've been working here. And I'm also a streamer. I've been doing content since like a long time ago. Not as successful as you both, because you're absolutely amazing. And I wanted to ask a couple questions about what have you been noticing lately, especially in the live streaming world. I wanted to ask, number one, how do you feel about Twitch and what makes it different, in comparison to other services? Because I've noticed that people say that there's something special about Twitch. Nogal, what do you think about it?
Yeah, so I do live stream since 2019, and then
I always try to make a safe place where people can just stay and have a good moment and forget the problems for a while. And it's a nice place to have this proximity with the audience. And I love this. We can do live streams from games, from just talking or playing some music. So for me, it's kind of magic to have this contact with people.
Yeah, and for me, I'll focus on what makes the Twitch different than other social media and other live streaming services. Because I jokingly like to say I expect to get an announcement any day now where McDonald's is starting a new live streaming service, because it seems like every day somebody is coming out with one. But I think what makes Twitch different, both from live streaming and from social media, is in many ways social media has kind of become antisocial. Sitting and swiping on your phone doesn't connect you with other people. It doesn't build that bond. A lot of people throw the word around community. I don't think they apply it correctly. Anyone who's used Twitch regularly knows that there's really something special about the community. And I think that's because we design it to get people to pull up a chair and stay for a while. Our focus is live streaming. On other platforms, anyone who's used TikTok, you've been programmed to swipe. So if you get a little bored, what are you going to do? You're going to swipe. And shockingly, newsflash, sometimes live streaming gets a little boring. It gets a little slow. And then you just swipe. But on Twitch, you stay. And when you stay, you get to know the other people that are there because you're hanging out for a while. And the foundation of community is shared experiences. And when you hang out for a little while with other people, you build bonds, not just with the streamer, but with the other people there. And the streamer builds bonds with you. And then that's what really makes it magical.
Absolutely. Nogal, I wanted to ask if you could describe your community, because Dan here just mentioned community. How would you describe your community? Are they like to troll? Do they behave? How are they?
I think it's kind of a family. We really created a family where we can play together, where we can talk about anything. Sometimes people say, hey, I just got graduated, and everybody in the chat just feel happy for these people. So it's a kind of love that we create for each other, and about the safe place, everything. I think family is the best word.
That is perfect. That is absolutely perfect. And I wanted to ask another question to kind of follow up on that. And because I've noticed one thing, Dan, that more and more people say that live is having a moment right now. That right now is a special moment in content creation. And you've mentioned that, social media has become antisocial. Do you think that Twitch, in a way, has navigated all these years, or there has been something that we have purposely built, that has created, in a way, this moment?
So I will notice you asked about her community, but you didn't ask about my community. Okay, and I do stream myself. It's not as big as her community. Okay, it's a small community, but I'm going to get to that question. But I have one good story about my community that everyone will enjoy, cool. Which is I play the piano and sing when I stream, and it's a very kind of cozy type of situation. And at one point, someone came into the stream and they said, "Well, I came to troll you guys," meaning me, as the CEO. But the vibes are so good here, I don't feel like I can troll, which I thought that was a very funny. Anyway, in terms of have we done something special? So often both people and companies like to take credit for all the good things that happen, and we all like to do that for all the good things that happen in your life. And then, of course, any of the bad things, it's someone else's fault. It's not our fault. Lord knows we did the right thing. So I do think live is having a moment right now. I think there are a lot of people that are kind of waking up to the value. Is there something we did that drove that? I think the answer is no. I think it's something that has evolved. I think by focusing on our creators and focusing on community, that created the environment. And when we were having dinner the other night, we were talking to some of the new people that have come to stream. And you see this, one of them's an actress, one of them's a musician. And you see this sort of light in their eyes when they get it. They're like, wow, it was amazing. Because and they never realized it. And so I think the thing is, it was something really special that was there, that really it wasn't what we did. and this sounds a little trite, it's what the community did. It's what the creators did. Because the thing that makes Twitch special, people often, of course, we think about all the stuff we built for Twitch, but really the product of Twitch and the why people show up are because of the creators. It's about 85% the creator, 15% whatever we do at Twitch. And so I think really it was the community in Twitch that built this thing that then other people have been seeing and saying, wow, this is pretty cool, I should give it a try.
That's really cool. And Nogal, kind of following up on the same topic of why live is having a moment, how do you feel that live streaming, does it for you that maybe in a way like you can do with VOD or pre-recorded content? Why live streaming for you, and why do you think it is so successful right now?
Yeah, I think we got more natural moments, so we don't have editing, and if something happens, people in the chat can just react in real time, and I can react back to them, so they feel like seen. And we don't have this contact in just video comments and that thing. So I think this real-time reactions and real-time time we spend together. Yeah.
I think one thing that's happened, it's very interesting. So I think all of y'all probably know, but live streaming started with Twitch with Justin TV. And it really was life casting. It wasn't focusing on gaming. And the idea was life casting, just cast your life. And it had some traction, but it didn't take off. And then when Twitch was formed, and it was focused on gaming, that's when all the magic happened. And it's really kind of come full circle. People mistakenly thought that people were coming just because of the games when they were coming to watch Twitch. They weren't coming for the games. The games is what the creator was doing. That then lets you get to know the person. I often kind of joke that people that love sports, they think it's all about the sports. It's not all about the sports. It's all about the people you watch the sports with, and you just need the sports to distract you so you can build friendships. And Twitch was always an entertainment platform where gaming was what they were doing. And now as people do just chatting, people do other things and start to explore, it really opens up to the thing that has been magical for gamers all these years, all these people that maybe aren't gamers or they're musicians or actors or anything else. They're like, wow, this is pretty great. And it's really kind of come full circle to where Justin TV started, 2007, I think. I think I have that right. I think that was... No, I think when they first founded it, it was 2007.
No, it was Justin with the webcam in his head, right?
Yeah. Justin TV was, I think, 2007, so 18 years ago.
Yeah, it's grown quite a lot. What was the first live stream you watched, Nogal?
I started streaming in 2019.
Okay.
And I
the one you watched, yeah.
2015, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember which one was the first one that you used to watch before?
Oh my God, I used to saw a lot of girls to inspire me because I wanted to start streaming too. So I watched girls doing live streams and gaming or playing music. So yeah, it was kind of an inspiration. I didn't play Minecraft in 2015, so I didn't watch Minecraft, but I watched the other games.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And for you, Dan, do you remember which one was the first stream that actually caught your attention?
Of course not. I mean, I was jokingly when he asked the question, I was like, what was the first Netflix show you watched? I don't know. I don't know the first stream.
I remember the first one that I watched, and I will share this one with you, because like it really built in my head how I would want a community to be. It was a streamer called Day9. Used to do esports, StarCraft 2 content. And I was like, I want to have a community like that. It felt so cool, so cozy to be a part of that. And I think that is the cool thing, which is just what you mentioned, Nogal, is that it inspires you, right? Yes. It inspires you and makes you want to build. Now, in the case of Dan, Dan, were one of the first musicians, actually that streamed that many hours, like...
No.
Okay.
No, who do we have? That is not true.
We have Deadmau5.
That is emphatically not true. We've had musicians on Twitch for so many years.
Tell me a couple ones.
There's this guy, there's this guy, what's his name? Nobody knows what his name, they forget him. Oh, T-Pain. Oh, that's right. But he started in 2016. So the interesting thing is people actually think like musicians coming to Twitch is a new thing.
Yes.
But actually, when you go back and when we pivoted from, for those who don't know, the it used to be disallowed to do anything but gaming.
Yes.
And when we pivoted from that, I'm trying to remember that the one of the very first things we did was in music.
It was in music and arts. Yeah, it was with Bob Ross and the creative arts.
And then, but I'm trying to remember what was some of the music. But anyway, so music. Interestingly, as soon as Twitch, its very first move away from gaming, music was sort of in that, and it's been there all along with very different types of musicians that come to Twitch to entertain and build community.
Exactly, and that is really the key about it. It's entertainment, but it's also building a community and it being a reflection of the type of content that you do. And I wanted to ask you, Dan, with community, being a big part of Twitch, how does that look like in practice? Like when you're building the community, like is it tools that we help facilitate the streamer with so that they can build those? How do we do it from our point of view?
I think the interesting thing, obviously there are various tools we built to try to help it, but the thing that builds community, the foundation of it is shared experience together. And you can do other things that help, okay, but it's shared experiences together. And when you think of the real communities that we're all part of, whether it's a religious community, it's a running club, it's a group of friends, it's all over time, all of your deep, meaningful friendships started as light, shallow interactions. Every single one of them. That's the story of humanity.
It starts elevator talk.
Yes, an elevator talk, some light, shallow interaction. And then when you add up lots of light, shallow interactions, you eventually get deep, meaningful friendship and belonging. And so the thing that Twitch makes it that allows it to build is we keep you there and don't let you wander off. I talked about that with TikTok, where you're watching a live stream and it's like, come on, I want to swipe. No, I really want to swipe. And in YouTube, it's not quite as much, but we've all watched YouTube VODs. We all get a little bored. If everyone out there, imagine you're watching a YouTube VOD. What do you do if you're a little bored? Your head goes down to the bottom right. Your head goes down to the bottom right. Used to be at YouTube. We used to have watch on the channel page, took it off because it's such an important part of YouTube is related videos. But that means you wander off. And it's one of these things, I don't think Twitch knew all this. It's just they did it and it worked. And a big part was we didn't distract you from spending time with the people you're there with. And then over time, you feel a sense of belonging.
That is really cool. And like to you, Nogal, what does community look like in practice to you?
Yeah. As I said, I feel like my community is like a family. So at the first moment, we all have time together just playing. So people are there in the chat and so, I want to play Minecraft too. So in the chat, they say, let's get and play together, us in the chat. And then they start playing together and create some proximity. And then some things happen. Like I had some viewer in my chat once that just came and say, hey, I'm pregnant. And then everybody in the chat just got, congratulations. And then she came to us every month to say, hey, the baby's okay. And everybody just got happy for her. And now her daughter is 3-year-old. And she can say to me, hey, my daughter loves you. And this kind of thing makes me want to continue and I see I'm having a good time. I'm making a good space, and this is a community where we can share these kind of happy things together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I always have this thought exercise I sometimes do. Imagine in your real life as you're building friendships, you could click a button and hyper transport to some other friend group that you didn't know. And whenever you get a little bored when you're watching something, you click a button, you go to some other friend group, and you think you're in high school now, and you're like, you're meeting some folks, you feel a little awkward, you're feeling a little uncomfortable, and suddenly you can click a button and hyperlink to be next to someone else, and then hyperlink next to be someone else, and hyperlink. I don't think any of us would have any friends if that actually was the way the world worked, and we could click a button and suddenly when we get a little bored, go and be with other people. So I think it really matters, and that's where the magic happens, and that's how we, evolved as humans, is to spend time together.
And one thing that I've noticed is that it always comes back to people in chat, either trolling you, supporting you, sharing their life story. I wanted to ask Dan, you in particular, like, how has chat shaped your stream, in a way? Because I know that for a time, when you were to music. I hung out on in your chat. Like some people could do song requests. Is that correct? What other ways that people shape the way that you stream?
Yeah, the interesting thing is, when you ask a question like that, I want to have a good answer about how they've shaped my stream. But interestingly, so much of what I stream, and I think this is so true, it's these things that I really want to do, and it's more they've come along with me. Okay. In fact, if I was going to let my chat to shape my stream, I probably wouldn't do songs all the time.
Yeah.
If I wanted to get my ACCV higher, then I know what I'd do is collaborate more, do my IRL, hang out with other streamers. But I like playing the piano and singing. And so I do that more. And it has shaped the community in that the only people that stay are the ones that enjoy the songs I create. I write songs now. And I think it is fair to say one reason I write music now, I used to not write music, is because of the response I get when I write a new song. And so as opposed to them shaping my stream, I think it is fair to say they have shaped me. In that because of the feedback I get from them, I now feel more motivated to write more songs because if I write one and they respond to it, I feel good about it.
Perfect. That sounds great. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, ACCV means average concurrent viewers, basically viewers. Whenever we say ACCV, that's what that means. In your case, Nogal, we just heard Dan talking about how even his creative process really is impacted by chat. In your case in particular, how have you been influenced, positively and negatively by your chat?
I think we always get motivated to do something. So if I share, I want to learn a new language, and the chat, I want to learn it too. Let's learn together.
Okay.
That kind of thing. Or I want to play a game. So I've never seen this game before. Let's play together and discover together. Or if I don't know, it's a very hard game. Chat just comes and say, we help you. We can help you to pass through it. And I think that's it.
That's pretty cool. That's actually very cool. And like one thing that I started thinking about as you were mentioning this is like sometimes, if it's in the hundreds, if it's in tens, but do you have a moment that comes to your mind when you think about, this is something that the community built, helped the streamer build together, that everyone just built it together? There was a massive moment that you still have in your mind. For instance, in my case, I think it was probably when I would love a lot, just watching people doing influencer boxing, essentially, just streamers, duking it out. That was really cool, just filling out an Olympic stadium in Spain. What is one moment like that comes to your mind that you're like, wow, that is something really cool? It doesn't necessarily have to be from Brazil or Latin America. It could be from anywhere that has inspired you.
It was that they made me cry. I'm not so easy to cry.
Okay.
But there was like my Twitch anniversary. I was doing 3 years from live stream. And then my community just made like a presentation for me. And sent me messages saying, you are so important for me. And then I just started crying in live stream because it was so special for me. And that was a big moment.
That was a big moment.
Yeah.
Dan, what's one moment that comes to mind for you?
For me, one moment, it was early on when we were working together in drop-ins with Stream Together. And I think I went ahead and knocked on T-Pain's door. And we started streaming together right then. And then we went and grabbed Will Neff and then Wake Wilder and then Esvon TV. Before you know it, there were like 5 or 6 of us just hanging out. And then one person left, and then we went and got Thug Shells. These are all English streamers. And Thug Shells is, she's a rapper and a DJ. And she was thrilled that T-Pain was hanging out. And in fact, she got T-Pain to give her a seed for her to then do an improvisational rap, which was a very high point for her that, T-Pain she was hanging out there rapping with T-Pain listening afterwards.
That is really cool. That is actually amazing. And yeah, I think that the collaborative aspect of tools, like it's the case of Stream Together, and just the fact that your chat can build something so special for you, and just the nature of that is really cool. How that has evolved. I remember when I started streaming, it was very difficult. When I started streaming, you needed like 3 different tools to kind of make your stream work. And you need to be like the nerdiest nerd in audio and video to kind of make it work. Nowadays, it's a little bit more open. So like, I wanted to ask you, like, there's a lot of people here that probably they think that they needed some special kind of hardware or camera or microphone. What would be your advice for someone that is thinking about going live for the first time? You know, what is the most important thing to do, really?
I think you can just go for it. You don't need the best hardware. You don't need the best camera. You don't need to be a pro player. You just need to do what you want to do and share that. So just start it. Yeah.
For me, if I were giving someone advice, I say a few different things. First of all, you have to enjoy what you're doing when you're live streaming because it does take time. And in fact, it's a great thing to do something that you want to be doing anyway. That's why gaming works so well, because everyone was like, well, I'm already gaming, and now people are going to watch me? Damn, that sounds pretty good. And so even if 5 people are watching, and you're like, well, that's 5 more than if I wasn't streaming when I was gaming. And 5 becomes 10, becomes 20. So do something you enjoy. Don't get caught up in ACCV, your average concurrent viewers. It can that just we're programmed that way, and you feel good because you get up and you're starting to get 50, and then it goes down to 30, and now you feel shitty about yourself. And how you feel much shittier when it goes down than you feel good when it goes up. Yeah. Okay, so don't get caught up in that. So do something you enjoy. Collaborate. I always tell people I use a rule of 10, which means that you need to be part of other people's communities. Yes. Okay. And then they often will, give you a raid, they'll do something with you, but be an authentic member of their community, but do it somebody who is within a factor of 10 of your viewership. So if you're at 20 average concurrent viewers, don't think you're going to go hang out with a 2,000 concurrent viewer streamer and they're going to start noticing you and be friends, and look at folks the same size. People often feel like they have to find someone bigger. You find 5 people at the same size that's just as powerful as one person that's 5 times bigger, okay? And collaborate with them. So that's 1, 2. And the third thing is short form social media matters. Yes. So I always tell people that you should think about deriving short-form social media from your stream. We're working a lot on this right now. Make it simpler for you to get 5 clips at the end of every stream that you can both share on Twitch and share externally, because ultimately short-form is a little better for discovery because of the nature of the format, and long-form is better for building the connection and relationship.
I mean, and one thing that I was thinking about, as you both were saying that, is that it is true that people, when they want to start streaming, they want it to be perfect from the get-go. This happened with my wife, for instance. She started streaming and she was doing co-working and studying. That's the category that we have on Twitch. And she's like, oh, but I want to have this and I want to have this. And I'm like, just relax, just start your stream. Your chat will be telling you, hey, you need to set up this alert. Hey, you need to do this. Hey, you need to do that. Of course, you need the basics, the audio, the camera, and a background. But after that, people will let you know how they want to interact with you. Because if you get bogged down in the details, then you'll be doing the prep work forever. Yeah. There's a lot of pre-production in every stream that you do. And one thing that, Dan, that you were mentioning, with short form media, I've noticed that it's also like kind of a funnel in a way, because you do these very long streams, then you get some clips out of it, and then you do the compilation video. So everything really just, the more you're producing when you're live, you can also reuse that content as well quite a lot. And that helps you get discovered. And on the topic of discoverability, Dan, I wanted to ask you, or actually, first I'm going to ask Nogal, because I want to hear and you can be totally honest.
Okay.
How do you think discoverability works on Twitch? Give me your take, and then we get the real answer from Mr. John Twitch himself.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think this part of collaboration just helps it. So if we play together with a group, the chance to be discovered is bigger. So collaboration is always a good key. And then I think you going there, not every day, but if you make a routine, every Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm here at 7 p.m. and you let people know that you'll be there that time. So they remember, oh, I'm just passing through the Twitch front page here, and I said, oh, I just saw that people yesterday. I'll give a chance. And I think that's it.
What about you, Dan? How discoverability works?
Well, here's why I like to talk about it. So I suspect all of y'all have used Twitch.
How many of you use Twitch, please?
I assume most of y'all use Twitch. Finding a streamer you like is like finding a friend. Okay? The reality is you need usually to have some context of what's going to get you to sit there long enough to like this person. I often joke, I said, suppose Kevin Hart, he's a U.S. star, but I assume everyone here knows who Kevin Hart is. But I think he's one of the most entertaining people on the planet, possibly. Suppose you had no idea who he was, you've never heard of him, and no one ever told you anything about him, and he was live streaming. The odds that you'd sit there for an hour to really say, wow, this guy's really funny, is small. And that's one of the most entertaining people on the planet, okay? And so that's why collaboration is so important, because you need to get exposed frequently. I often tell the story, suppose you have two friends that don't know each other, and you want them to hang out, and you tell them you two should hang out. That's kind of like a front page rec. How often do you hang out with those people? Almost never, right? Because your friend told you y'all should hang out together. Now, let's suppose you say, oh, let's meet at this coffee shop or this bar Monday night at 7. They both come with their friends, and you introduce them. But as soon as you introduce them, you take off.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a raid.
Okay.
You're taking your friends, you're introducing them to this streamer you like, and you say, great, you remember, I got to go now. Okay? And a lot of times what happens, they may stay for a little while, but then they wander off to go hang out with their other friends, the other channels that they like and all that, right? Now, suppose instead that you show up at that same coffee shop once a week at 7 o'clock and you tell them to be there. In 4 weeks, they now maybe hanging out without you. And they're no longer like, oh yeah, he introduced us, but they build their own friendship. So that's why it's not just singular collaboration, it's repeated collaboration or repeated raids. Okay, because it's not one time, 2 times, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then eventually it's like, oh wow, I really like this person, and then you hang out without them. And so people always say, oh, put me in the feed for the front page, The reality is, if this person doesn't have a reason to know why they should watch you, if we shove them on the front page, how many of you have found a streamer you love just because we shoved them on the front page? The answer is most of the streamers you love didn't come because we shoved them on the front page. You saw short-form social media. You saw them collaborating with someone you know. They were playing a game you loved, and you wanted to watch that game. That's where it comes from.
Perfect. And Nogal, I wanted to ask you, why do you think that Twitch works and it's a really good service and a really good place for new creators and more established ones? Because there are creators like you that have been around for quite a while and newer creators, but why do you think it works for both?
Yeah, I think the new ones, it's a free place for you to be you and to create what you want. So you can start, I want to start streaming my piano classes. So you go there and you motivate audience to learn piano too. And the other ones that make content in another platforms is the place for you to get closer to your community. As we said before, is the better place for you to make this close contact. You don't have this contact at the other platforms where you just make edited videos and you see comments and you interact for a while, but it's not in real time. So for creators who make content in another platforms and want to start streaming, it's the best place for you to give this proximity and make this contact closer to the audience. Yeah.
That's really cool. Dan, what about you? Why do you think it's good for those that are new and those that have been around for a while?
So I think that for those that have been around for a while, when you build a community, you keep that community, right? And for those that are new, it's kind of the same reason it worked initially. Okay, it's because you're finding people that care about what you're saying, And I'll tell a story of there's a influencer in the U.S. and internationally called India Love, who's a big kind of Instagram star, and she started streaming. And there's this great clip where she's crying. I think it was her 30th birthday, and she said, "I used to just be a pretty face, and nobody cared what I had to say. And then I started streaming, and you guys are here every day, and you care about what I have to say." And she was a big Instagram star, starlet and all, and she was crying because of how much it meant to her. And so I think that is the thing that makes it work for new people. It's not so much that you get a gazillion views, it's that you have somebody listening who cares what you have to say.
That is a great answer, and that story about India Love is super powerful, really, when you can finally get to interact with your community and you're reminded of what you're doing, And I wanted to ask a final question to both of you. We're reaching the end here of our session. I wanted to ask, where do you see live streaming and Twitch going next? What do you think is the next step for both things?
That's a hard question. I think it's always an open door for new creative content. So I'm now playing video games, but tomorrow if I want to do something different, I can. And we feel free to create. I think that's the point. We feel free to create what we want and play games or making another content is just a free place to make what we want. And yeah, I think that's the most answer, because we have to be creative every day. That's the hard part. So sometimes we just feel bad to not being creative, but then we stop for a while and think, okay, we take a moment, but then we can be creative again. Yeah.
That's really cool. Dan, what about you? Where do you think we're going next?
You know, as opposed to answering a question about where Twitch is going in 5 years, I'm actually going to answer a question about each of the people here about where they're going in the next 5 years. And I think that gives you the answer of Twitch, okay? Because we will go where our creators go. And I think the thing I always recommend, this also comes with what recommend you give, it is you have to take chances. And you have to embrace and accept and not be afraid of failure. And so I think one of the biggest challenges that streamers run into is they're playing a game. They've been playing this game for a long time. Their community really likes them playing this game. They're getting a little bored playing the game. They want to try something new, but they're like, oh no, I don't know. My viewership is going to go down. I don't know. They're afraid. I mean, just look at this hall. There's so much going on in the gaming world, okay? And the reason, if somebody's only there because of the game you're playing, they aren't going to be that long-time member that's right for you. Because the reality is, I think the biggest reason for burnout is because you get tired of playing the same game for 10 years. And you keep playing the same game because you feel like you can't change, because you're afraid that your viewership is going to go down from 60 to 40. And you're going to feel bad about yourself when it goes down. And the problem is you're afraid of failing and trying something new. So what I always tell people is set goals of how many times you fail. Set goals of how many times you try something on your stream that actually doesn't work. Because the one thing I guarantee you is if you never do something that doesn't work for your community, then you're not going to be doing the good stuff that does work. You're not going to find the magic because you're not risking enough. And you're not embracing failure enough, and that we will evolve with you as you try to do different things. Twitch will continue to be doing different things.
Thank you very much, both of you, and thank you all. See you around.
Thanks for being here.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take a picture.
Oh, get a picture. Oh, hold on, we'll get a picture without the headphone.
It's off.
Aí ela fala, não, agora eu quero ser a primeira. Aí começa...
Ele sabe mexer com a mente gamer, ó.
É isso, você fala a primeira, você fala assim, beleza, tô só a segunda, você fala, não, peraí.
Peraí, verdade.
Pô, não.
Tá bom.
Valeu, Ana.
Agora, a gente vai parar um pouco para ouvir além dos ouvidos, mas também com o coração. A Able Gamers vem ao nosso palco Journey 1 para falar sobre um estudo que é mais do que sobre números. É sobre vida. Em parceria com o psicólogo Euseário Lucena e com base em protocolos da OMS, essa pesquisa vai mostrar que pessoas com deficiência voltaram a jogar graças à acessibilidade, analisando o nível de satisfação antes e depois do uso de controles adaptados. E o resultado? Qualidade de vida. Para falar sobre isso, chamar ao palco, então, Christian Rivolta Bernaur e Euseário Lucena Oliveira, ambos da Able Gamers. Acessibilidade, dignidade e jogo para todos na Gamescom Latam.
Boa tarde a todos. Vocês estão ouvindo? Olá. Meu nome é Christian Bernauer, eu sou da Able Gamers Brasil. Eu já vou me apresentar um pouco mais, mas como essa é uma palestra sobre acessibilidade e inclusão, eu vou fazer a minha autodescrição. Eu sou um homem branco, 40 e... eu falava poucos, agora muitos anos. Cabelo loiro, curto. A minha barba é barba por fazer. Tô de blazer preto, camiseta vermelha, calça jeans escura e um tênis vermelho.
Meu nome é Euseário Lucena Oliveira, eu sou uma pessoa com deficiência, estou aqui trabalhando pela Able Games, sou psicólogo também, vou me apresentar um pouco melhor depois. O meu sinal é o sorriso e eu sou uma pessoa, fazendo minha audiodescrição, eu sou uma pessoa branca, um homem branco, estou com uma barba com bigode, um cavanhaque, tenho meus 28 anos de idade, tenho 1,75 m, mas sou uma pessoa cadeirante, estou com uma calça azul escura, um sapato preto e uma camisa social escura, azul escura também.
Maravilha, gente. Hoje a gente vai falar justamente sobre o impacto da acessibilidade na qualidade de vida de pessoas com deficiência, tá? Para quem não conhece... Eusário, se apresente aí rapidamente, seu histórico, e a gente fala depois.
Perfeito. Então, eu sou formado na Bahia, em uma faculdade chamada Faculdade Anísio Teixeira, então eu sou baiano. Eu tenho formação em terapia de aceitação e compromisso pela Universidade de São Paulo e pelo Seconte, tá? Especialização. Eu tenho especialização também em neuropsicologia pela Universidade do Estado de São Paulo, pela Unifesp.
Maravilha, eu sou Christian, eu sou presidente da Able Games Brasil, sou um dos membros fundadores. Sou instrutor de APX, que é um curso da Able Gamers que ensina design de jogos acessíveis para desenvolvedores. A gente trabalha muito com desenvolvedores para ensiná-los a fazer jogos mais acessíveis, é um dos trabalhos que a gente faz. Sou formado em computação, tenho pós aí em administração, marketing e conselho administrativo. A Able Gamers, para quem não conhece, é uma ONG voltada para a inclusão e acessibilidade de pessoas com deficiência em games. A gente já faz isso há mais de 20 anos. A gente está desde 2017 no Brasil e a gente tem várias frentes, né? Uma delas, a gente, como eu falei, a gente ensina e qualifica e treina desenvolvedores a fazerem jogos mais acessíveis. E aí que a gente vai ver jogos onde a gente vê pessoas cegas jogando Mortal Kombat, um God of War, um The Last of Us. A gente está aqui presente na Gamescom já pelo 4º ano seguido. né, trazendo um pouco de acessibilidade para o evento. Então, talvez vocês tenham notado mapas táteis ao longo do lugar. A gente está com controles adaptados nos estandes de Nintendo, Nvidia e Claro, na área de jogos da Hero Zone e logo na entrada do evento. Temos uma sala de acolhimento para pessoas neurodivergentes, então para fazer uma descompressão, né, pelo excesso de estímulos que esse evento traz. E nós temos uma vertente que é um lado de filantropia muito forte nosso, talvez pelo qual a gente seja mais conhecido, que são os controles adaptados, né? Onde a gente tem um trabalho onde a gente entende a necessidade de cada jogador com deficiência, qual seria o controle ideal, e a gente doa esse controle sem custo algum para as pessoas, né? Aqui a gente tem alguns exemplos e algumas fotos que a gente já fez de entregas de controles, onde a gente participou de alguns eventos, né, mostrando o impacto realmente que o controle traz. Quando a gente fala na questão da doação do controle adaptado, é muito importante a gente falar na questão do contexto social do jogador com deficiência, tá? Eu tô sem óculos, eu vou ter que olhar para trás, tá, gente? Eu não consigo ver o retorno. Tá. Alguns dados aqui que a gente acaba trazendo para vocês, onde quase 25% dos jogadores brasileiros têm algum tipo de deficiência, tá? Esse aqui é um dado que a gente tira da PGB, que é uma das pesquisas mais renomadas de mercado de games no Brasil, né? Metade deles, ou seja, 12,7%, precisam de algum tipo de recurso de acessibilidade para poder jogar. E com isso a gente estima aí que no Brasil, mais ou menos, né, juntando vários dados de pesquisa, a gente não tem uma pesquisa firme, específica sobre isso, mas a gente está falando em torno de 25 milhões de pessoas com deficiência no Brasil que jogam com videogame, sendo que metade deles precisa de recursos de acessibilidade. E aí pode ser tanto de software quanto de hardware, tá? Existem algumas legislações que ajudam na aquisição desses controles, que estão ainda em tramitação, para redução de impostos desses controles adaptados, que hoje tem a mesma carga tributária que um videogame, que a gente sabe que é altíssima, né? E o ponto mais importante que a gente fala do nosso trabalho é o seguinte, que os jogos eletrônicos, eles são uma fonte, uma ferramenta de inclusão social, né? Quando as pessoas jogam, elas jogam online, elas socializam, elas se conectam com outras pessoas. Quando elas jogam um jogo single player, elas participam da conversa, elas sabem o que está acontecendo, né? Elas podem interagir com outras pessoas em volta do jogo. Eu acho que não tem exemplo maior de como a gente se conecta com outras pessoas pelos jogos do que todo esse pavilhão que a gente está vendo aqui em volta, né? Hoje a gente tem, sei lá, 25, quase 30 mil pessoas aqui unidas no mesmo lugar em volta de games, né? E essas pessoas, elas vêm para cá por quê? Porque elas jogam, porque elas consomem. Se elas não conseguem jogar, elas talvez não quisessem estar aqui se conectando com todo mundo. Então o impacto do nosso trabalho é justamente voltado para a conexão social, né? O controle adaptado acaba sendo uma ferramenta que a gente usa para as pessoas se conectarem. E a grande pergunta mas por que a gente precisa se conectar, né? Aqui tem uma questão, acho que todo mundo aqui passou pela pandemia, sabe o impacto que teve, mas eu estou trazendo alguns dados para vocês, tá? Pessoas isoladas socialmente têm uma taxa de mortalidade 12% maior do que pessoas que não estão isoladas, né? Ser socialmente isolado equivale a você fumar 15 cigarros por dia, né? Ou seja, esse é o tipo do malefício que a solidão acaba causando nas pessoas, né? Eu fumava 15 cigarros por dia, eu parei, né? Eu fiz amigos, então eu tô bem, né? Você poderia até voltar a fumar, mas aí zerava a conta, melhor não. Agora o dado mais importante é esse aqui. Metade das pessoas com deficiência se sentem socialmente isoladas contra 15% da população em geral. Isso quer dizer que hoje as pessoas com deficiência, elas são 3 vezes mais afetadas pela questão do isolamento social. Tem vários motivos para isso, gente. Tem questões econômicas, tem questões de infraestrutura, ou seja, é difícil uma pessoa com deficiência sair de casa porque não tem um transporte acessível, né? Às vezes os lugares não são acolhedores, não tem uma infraestrutura necessária, né? Mas isso faz com que a pessoa acabe se isolando do mundo e com isso acabe sofrendo todos esses malefícios, né? Por conta disso, a gente resolveu, e a gente entrega esses controles, a gente entende que esses controles vão ter esse impacto positivo na vida das pessoas, mas a gente não sabia quanto ele tinha. E foi aí que a gente trouxe o Euseário. Ele vai explicar um pouco da metodologia de pesquisa para que a gente pudesse quantificar o real impacto que esse nosso trabalho de doar os controles adaptados para as pessoas com deficiência teria na vida delas.
E aí, pessoal? Tá, vamos lá. O Cris me deu essa difícil missão, mas eu falei, missão dada, missão cumprida, vamos ver o que a gente pode fazer. Então, o que precisamos estruturar ali primeiro? A gente precisa estruturar como é que essas pessoas com deficiência chegam até a Able Games, né? Então, qual é o nível de sofrimento psicológico, o nível de sofrimento social, as dificuldades de atividades do dia a dia deles, né? Então, desenvolvemos primeiro a primeira fase, né? Então, a fase 1, que nessa primeira fase vai ser a nossa linha de base, vai ser como essa pessoa está chegando até nós, né, antes de receber o controle adaptado. Então, vocês percebem, né? Não sei se vocês notaram, mas a gente tem mais pessoas com deficiência aqui nesse grupo, aqui nesse stand, né, da gamescom, do que encontramos na rua comumente, né? Então, tem muitas pessoas com deficiência que jogam videogame, como o Cris acabou de apontar, mas também que não têm acesso aos recursos adequados para ter uma boa gameplay. Então, queremos saber, poxa, como é que essas pessoas chegam? Então, dei uma pesquisada, né? Diversos questionários, diversos inventários para saber qual é o melhor, e encontramos o RUDAS. RUDAS é um questionário da Organização Mundial de Saúde, e também o SWLS, né, que não é da Organização de Saúde, mas é um questionário muito utilizado nas pesquisas de pessoas comuns, né, sem pessoas sem deficiência, nas pesquisas de psicologia para avaliar o nível de satisfação da vida que cada pessoa tem, tá? Então, por que a gente escolheu o RUDAS? Eu acho que ele é o mais importante, inclusive, né? Porque ele pega a classificação internacional de funcionalidade do sujeito. Isso é o que a gente entende, o que a Organização Mundial de Saúde entende como deficiência. Tá? Então a gente precisa entender primeiro o que é deficiência, que é a função dessa pessoa, como que ela tem de funcionalidade física, né? Que se ela tem alguma lesão que ela consegue fazer, mobilidade e tudo mais, e as funcionalidades que ela tem no dia a dia dela, né? As coisas que ela consegue fazer sem auxílio. E também a participação social, que é o que a gente está querendo verificar se o controle ajuda nisso também, porque não estamos aqui para curar nenhuma pessoa com deficiência, estamos aqui para dar acesso a essa pessoa com deficiência à maior participação na sociedade. Tá? Então, o nosso objetivo principal foi esse. O RUDAS, ele é muito bom porque ele é extremamente sensível à aplicação de melhorias na vida desse sujeito. Tá? Então, ele é formado por teste e reteste. Então, quando ele foi feito, ele era aplicado para algumas pessoas, uma semana depois era aplicado de novo para ver a validade desses testes, tá? Então, foi essa primeira fase. Então, aplicamos esses questionários, o RUDAS e o SWLS, para verificar como essa pessoa chega. E aí pensamos, poxa, vamos fazer uma fase 2 agora. A gente precisa saber quanto que essa pessoa, quanto que a nossa intervenção está melhorando de fato a vida dessas pessoas. E aí o Cris falou, Elzéario, tem uma curva de aprendizagem, um controle, né? Como todo mundo aqui. Quem aqui joga PlayStation, né? Levanta a mão para mim quem joga no PlayStation. Tá, boa. E quem joga no Xbox? Levanta a mão pra mim, por favor. Aê, pessoal, isso aí. Então, quando vocês mudam do PlayStation pro Xbox, não dá uma travada? Vocês não dão umas bugadas no controle? Aperte X. Aí tá lá você apertando pra pular, né? Que tem, e por aí vai. Isso acontece também com a pessoa com deficiência. E o Cris, muito sabido como ele é, ele fala, olha, vamos esperar 30 dias pra gente aplicar. Então o controle chega, o pessoal instala, né, Cris, e tudo mais, ensina as funcionalidades. E a gente espera 30 dias, que é essa curva de aprendizagem que a gente tem também, né? E aí a gente faz esse acompanhamento. Tá, Elzéario, melhorou, provavelmente, né? Tipo, se você não tem um controle e aí você começa, né? Você pega aqueles controles melhorzinhos, você vai ficar mais animado jogando. Mas será que isso se perpetua durante o tempo, né? E aí a gente teve uma ideia que é a terceira fase. Então, depois de 3 meses, a gente vai reavaliar. A gente vai usar os mesmos inventários e vamos ver se aquela melhora que aparece na segunda fase, ela se mantém na terceira fase. Infelizmente, né, Cris, a gente não conseguiu trazer ninguém ainda da terceira fase, porque não é fácil, assim, adaptar esses controles, né? e adquirir esses controles. Mas trouxemos alguns exemplos já da segunda fase para vocês verificarem essa melhora.
É importante ressaltar, né, como o usuário falou, a gente tem essa pesquisa onde no primeiro momento a gente mede como a pessoa chegou, né, e depois um tempo de receber o controle num tempo mais longo, para a gente ver se aquilo se mantém ou se é só uma empolgação daquele primeiro momento. Como ele falou, esse é um estudo contínuo. A gente começou isso em setembro, outubro do ano passado. Né? A gente enfrenta algumas dificuldades, muitas pessoas não conseguem responder em 30 dias porque acabam tendo alguma piora na qualidade de saúde, acabam ficando doentes, internadas, mas é uma pesquisa contínua. Né? Então a gente está apresentando para vocês os estudos preliminares, mas isso vai continuar. Ano passado a gente conseguiu entregar 82 controles adaptados, esse ano a nossa meta é chegar em 100. E a gente pretende expandir essa pesquisa para além dos controles que a gente está entregando aqui no Brasil, né? A gente tem parceria com projetos parecidos com o nosso nos Estados Unidos, na África do Sul, na Inglaterra e na Itália, né? Onde a gente pretende replicar isso para ver se, né? O que funciona melhor no Brasil, em cada lugar. Mas o mais importante é justamente ver isso, se mudou alguma coisa na qualidade de vida das pessoas. Você não mencionou uma coisa, Eusário, a pesquisa, a gente chamou ela de pesquisa de noção de satisfação de controles.
Eu não ia mencionar isso, pessoal. Não ia. Sinto muito. Você sua.
A pesquisa de noção de satisfação de controles, pra gente não ficar falando isso toda vez, a gente gerou acrônimo, né? Que são a primeira sílaba de cada uma, que a gente chama.
Eu não acredito.
Ela, né? De pé no saco, que é o nome da.
Não, aí eu tenho que ficar falando, não, estou fazendo uma pesquisa de pé no saco aqui, do pé no saco. Aí eu tô lascado. Cris, você tem o slide? Não dá pra ler.
Não entendi.
Não dá pra ler o slide aqui.
Claro. O usuário não tá conseguindo virar aqui. Tá um pouco pequeno. Nossa, ficou pequeno mesmo. Mas vamos lá, gente. Esse protocolo aqui, né, é o RUDAS, como o usuário explicou, e ele mede 6 áreas da vida da pessoa.
6 domínios.
6 domínios, que seria...
a cognição, a mobilidade do sujeito, as atividades diárias, o trabalho e a acessibilidade dele.
Aqui, ó.
Deixa eu pegar
aqui. Cognição, mobilidade, são cada uma das áreas. Essas barras, enquanto a gente pega para vocês, a primeira barra é justamente a nota que as pessoas da nossa pesquisa tiveram. Tá? Quanto mais alta essa barra, pior a qualidade de vida da pessoa. Essas outras barras aqui, a gente está comparando com outros grupos de pessoas. Que está muito difícil de ler aqui, gente. Mas esses grupos, a última barra aqui, seriam pessoas sem deficiência e sem nenhuma condição complicada. A barra rosa, se eu não me engano, são pessoas com condição de saúde, problemas com drogas. A barra verde, a primeira aqui, são pessoas com problema com álcool. A azul, problemas mentais, tá? Então...
Tô abrindo aqui, Cris, pra gente pegar
fácil.
cada um.
Maravilha. Então, assim, o que a gente consegue trazer disso aqui, né? A gente vê que todos esses grupos, eles acabam tendo dificuldades, eles acabam tendo problemas em áreas sociais. Como eu falei, quanto maior a barra, pior. Esse segundo aqui é de mobilidade, tá? Então, essa nota tá bem alta, ela tá relacionada por conta...
Pronto, Cris, tá aqui.
Pode falar, Eusário.
Perfeito, tá. Então, pessoal, como o Cris está trazendo... quanto maior o gráfico, maior a deficiência que essa pessoa tem nesse domínio, né? Então, primeiro, Cris, se você puder me ajudar apontando, o primeiro gráfico é o domínio da cognição, tá? E o grupo da Able Games é essa primeira coisinha aí, esse azul forte, tá vendo? E os problemas mentais é o verde mais escuro. O álcool é o azul clarinho. E as drogas é o roxo. A saúde física é o verde e a população em geral é o último, que parece que está na cor preta aqui, né, gente? Tá. Então, como vocês podem perceber, no domínio da mobilidade é onde as pessoas com deficiência têm maior dificuldade.
É o segundo.
Que é o segundo. Mas, não só isso, pessoal, mas no autocuidado, ela também tem bastante dificuldade, tá vendo? E o mais impressionante, pelo menos na minha percepção, é relações interpessoais, onde ela está páreo a páreo com drogas e também com pessoas com saúde física, né? Mas olha a discrepância dela de relações pessoais em relação às pessoas sem a população geral, né? Então, percebam, usar álcool ou outras substâncias, né? O quanto que isso dificulta a vida do sujeito com deficiência a ter interação, a ter relações sociais, né? Não estamos aqui, como eu disse anteriormente, para mudar as questões com mobilidade, né? E por aí vai. Mas sim nas atividades diárias dessa pessoa, né? Que é a relação interpessoal e o antepenúltimo, Cris. O antepenúltimo e o último também, que é a nossa participação social, né? É isso que estamos buscando melhorar nesses sujeitos, quando estamos aplicando esses controles.
Essa primeira barra aqui, como a gente falou, é a primeira fase da pesquisa, né? Então a gente queria entender como, em relação a outros grupos ali, com problemas com drogas, com álcool, com questões de saúde, estaria relacionado, né? E a gente consegue ver essa relação realmente onde tem essas dificuldades.
Exato. Aí você pode passar, Cris, acredito eu. Perfeito, meu caro. Tá. E aí, pessoal, a gente tem a escala de satisfação da vida. O quanto que essa pessoa se sente satisfeita com a vida dela, tá? Então, o azul escuro, o primeiro, é o grupo da fase 1, tá? Da pessoa com deficiência. A fase 1, como eles entraram sem o controle.
Só uma coisa, essa nota aqui, isso aqui é a outra escala, tá? A anterior era quanto maior, pior. Essa aqui é uma outra escala de medição. Isso aqui é uma nota de felicidade, basicamente, tá? Simplificando muito, é uma nota de felicidade de vida. Então, neste caso aqui, quanto maior, melhor. Aqui, como o Eusário está falando, a gente trouxe os dados já da fase 1 e da fase 2, né? Onde a gente começa a ver uma melhora de felicidade aqui, depois da pessoa receber o controle.
Pois é. Parece ser uma melhora sutil, pessoal, mas não é uma melhora sutil. Tá? Então depois a gente mostra as questões por questões e vocês vão ver o quanto que eles ficam impactados com a grande mudança, né, das relações sociais dele. E os outros gráficos em grupos terapêuticos já para manejo de estresse, tá? Então não está sendo, a gente não está comparando, a gente está comparando intervenções, né? Então a intervenção psicológica, né, e uma intervenção de acessibilidade. Então vocês percebem que na intervenção de acessibilidade a gente tem um ganho equivalente a uma intervenção psicológica, inclusive, nos grupos, tá?
Isso aqui, o primeiro grupo, como a gente falou, são das pessoas que a gente trabalhou e pesquisou. Este segundo grupo é fase 1 e fase 2 de um grupo de funcionários públicos de uma área que estava sofrendo estresse muito alto, tá? Então isso aqui era um pessoal que foi feito um trabalho psicológico com um grupo de pessoas que estavam sobre altíssimo nível de estresse, com taxa de suicídio, burnout, fora da curva, né? Então a gente pode ver que essas pessoas, em relação ao nosso grupo aqui na primeira fase, já estavam com um nível de felicidade menor, né? E o terceiro grupo aqui é o grupo de controle, tá? Isso aqui são outras pessoas deste mesmo grupo que estava sofrendo estresse, onde não foi aplicado nenhum protocolo, nenhum tratamento terapêutico. E, como esperado, né, se manteve o grau de felicidade, porque nada foi feito, a pessoa continuou na mesma.
Perfeito. E vocês notam, porque isso é bem importante, tá, pessoal? A gente dá acesso a essas pessoas, novamente, né? A gente dá possibilidade a essas pessoas, está sendo equivalente a um protocolo de manejo de estresse da Organização Mundial de Saúde, feito por psicólogos de renome. Olha o quanto que a gente muda a qualidade de vida das pessoas em dar um controle. O quanto que essas pessoas se sentem mais felizes por isso, né?
É importante que ninguém tire dessa palestra que jogar videogame te deixa mais feliz, tá bom? Eu quero ninguém vindo pra casa e falando, olha, a gente viu a palestra do Cris Deuseário e falou que jogar videogame é melhor do que terapia.
A gente tá dizendo que é equivalente, não melhor. Calma lá.
A gente só quer dizer que traz uma... tá, calma, gente.
Tá, esse é muito legal. Tá. Esse daí, pessoal, é a melhora obtida nos grupos de fase 1 e o grupo de fase 2, tá? A pessoa como ela estava na primeira fase, como chegou para Able Games antes de receber o controle e depois de um mês de receber o controle. Então, o domínio compreensão e cognição.
Esse aqui é aquele que quanto maior é pior, tá, gente?
É bom, o Cris vai me lembrando disso.
Então assim, aqui é como o pessoal chegou, era aquele gráfico que comparava com álcool, com problemas de drogas e tudo. E aqui a gente só tá comparando o nosso grupo amostral, que o pessoal com deficiência. Então aqui é como eles chegaram e aqui estão caindo esses gráficos, a gente pode ver uma melhora em quase todos os quesitos.
Exato. Então quanto menor, melhor, tá, pessoal? E a gente está avaliando aqui o grau de deficiência, né? O grau de funcionalidade. Mas aqui, a gente não estamos fazendo um teste físico, motor, nada disso. A gente estamos fazendo um teste qualitativo. Então é o quanto que essa pessoa se percebe tendo uma melhoria. Então no primeiro, Cris, é a cognição, né, as habilidades de comunicação desse sujeito. Então vocês percebem que eles já apresentam melhoras até na cognição, até na comunicação deles. O segundo é na mobilidade. Gente, isso daqui eu achei fantástico, né? Porque não é o que estamos procurando, a gente não está buscando a mobilidade, mas mesmo assim eles melhoram. Autocuidado, melhora um pouco, mas olha que impressionante, que é o que estamos buscando. Relações interpessoais, olha como cresce, cai pela metade, né? 2%, se não me engano, estatístico, tá, pessoal? Então cai muito a deficiência, o quanto que essa pessoa se sente deficiente nas interações dela com o mundo. Então, olha o quanto que isso é importante e o quanto que estamos apresentando melhoras em dar essas possibilidades, né? Do trabalho se mantém igual, né? Como vocês estão percebendo, porque não estamos mudando o trabalho deles. Atividade doméstica e participação social apresentou um pouco de piora, mas...
Essa piora a gente se aprofundou um pouco e teve... O nosso passo amostral ainda está pequeno, por ser uma pesquisa iniciante, e teve uma pessoa que acabou ficando muito internada durante esse período, né? Então a nota dela caiu muito e ela acabou maquiando ali, jogando para cima. Se a gente tivesse excluído este caso, né, que a gente não queria excluir, essa nota teria tido uma melhora também. A gente viu uma melhora em todos os outros respondentes, exceto uma pessoa que, por conta da internação, ela ficou ali 30 dias dentro do hospital, ela teve uma piora muito nesse caso, que acabou afetando um pouco o resultado.
Antes de passar esse, Cris, olha que interessante, pessoal. A pessoa que mais teve melhoras foi a que tem uma deficiência mais severa também, tá? Então, não sei se vocês estão conseguindo ler direito aí, mas tem algumas respostas de maior impacto do lado esquerdo do gráfico, né? Então, uma delas é analisar e encontrar soluções para os seus problemas do dia a dia, né? Na fase 1, a pessoa colocou moderada, então que ela tem uma dificuldade moderada em encontrar isso. E na fase 2, depois do controle adaptado, ela fala que não tem nenhum, né? Então percebam o quanto que isso cria um insight na pessoa que a culpa não é dela. Entendem? A culpa não é minha de ser uma pessoa com deficiência e não de estar conseguindo fazer as coisas. A questão é a acessibilidade. É como é que eu vou criar possibilidades agora para mim. Então, poxa, será... Olha só, eu tive um controle adaptado, tô jogando melhor. Será que isso não se encaixa em outros momentos da minha vida, né? Então, as soluções do dia a dia dela. Fazer novas amizades. Então tem ali, moderada, fase 1, moderada. Na fase 2, a pessoa ela não se encontra mais com dificuldade de fazer novos amigos.
Não necessariamente ela não se encontra, mas ela não percebe, né? Porque esse é um questionário meio que de autopercepção, né? Então a gente começa a ver esses impactos em como a pessoa se enxerga, como ela se enxerga perante outras pessoas, né? Então tem um impacto muito grande na própria autoestima, na autopercepção, né?
Sim, exato. E o próximo, Cris, que é quanta dificuldade você teve, olha, presta atenção, quanta dificuldade você teve para viver com dignidade por causa das suas atitudes e ações, por conta das atitudes e ações dos outros. Então percebam, é o quanto que eles notam que os outros atrapalham a vida deles. Eles iam de moderado na fase 1 para nenhum na fase 2, né? Então, percebam, quando a gente vai jogar videogame, Uma pessoa com deficiência pode ter dificuldade em liga para mim o videogame, conecta para mim o controle, faz isso, olha, põe o teclado no chão se a pessoa joga com os pés, né? Faz isso, faz aquilo, né? Quando tem um controle, ela não precisa disso, né, Cris? Ela vai lá, chega com a cadeira dela ou com outro mecanismo, chega, tem um controle adaptado já pronto e já começa a jogar, né, pessoal?
Ela ganha autonomia.
Ela ganha autonomia.
Para pessoas com deficiência, autonomia é dignidade. Né? É não precisar pedir, é poder fazer por conta própria. E isso acaba tendo um impacto muito grande. Tanto que a última questão aqui fala quanto você tem sido emocionalmente afetado por sua condição de saúde. Né? E, de novo, para alguns respondentes foi de moderado para nenhum.
Exatamente.
Né? Então a gente começa a ver essa melhora em outras áreas das vidas das pessoas.
Para além do videogame.
Naquele outro dado que a gente mostrou, que a gente comparou com os outros grupos aqui, trazendo melhorias obtidas, a gente traz esse gráfico, né, onde a gente mostra o percentual de melhoras obtido, né? Aqui vocês vão lembrar aquele gráfico que tinha 6 barras, né? Que a gente tinha o grupo controle, que obviamente não teve melhora nenhuma. Esse aqui é aquele grupo onde ocorreu a intervenção terapêutica. E por último, a gente tem o grupo aqui do pessoal que recebeu o controle, tá? A gente percebe uma melhora quase 40% maior nesse grupo em relação, uma melhora percentual em relação ao grupo que recebeu uma intervenção terapêutica, né? Que passou por um tratamento. De novo, gente, videogame não substitui a sua terapia, o seu remédio, tá? Por favor.
Nem o chat GPT. Mas olha só, pessoal, é importante ressaltar que a gente está falando também de pessoas com deficiência. Pessoas que estavam colocando lá uma nota 3, 4, né? Então, uma nota de moderado, uma nota de concordo, uma nota de concordo completamente, para nenhuma, para bem pouco, para leve, né? Então, o salto estatístico também, quando a gente vai calcular isso, é muito grande, porque a gente estava enfrentando, são pessoas que estão enfrentando uma dificuldade muito grande naquilo. Então, a percepção que ela tem também é muito grande. Tá? Então não quer dizer que a terapia não vai funcionar também, né? Mas é porque o salto estatístico dessa população também é grande, tá?
E aí a gente traz algumas das respostas, né? Que são, de novo, as perguntas que trazem no questionário, que a gente pode ver como mudou, né, a percepção da pessoa. Então ela fala que na maioria dos aspectos da minha vida é próxima ao meu ideal. Né? Então aqui é uma escala que vai de 1 a 7, né? Que ela discorda totalmente, discordo.
Essa daqui é a positiva, tá, gente? Então quanto maior a nota, a gente tem que ficar lembrando, porque é o contrário. Quanto maior a nota, melhor, tá? Essa daqui não é o cálculo da deficiência, que é quanto maior, pior. Esse daqui é quanto maior, melhor.
Se vocês estiverem confusos, relaxa, a gente também bugava bastante na hora de validar os dados. Né? Mas é isso, você vê a pessoa por conta de um controle, não é do controle, eu acho que é todo o entorno que aquilo causa, né? Ela coloca que os aspectos da vida dela já estão mais próximos do ideal, né? Lê a segunda aí, Alzinho.
Dentro do possível, tenho conseguido as coisas importantes que quero da vida. Foi de concordo para concordo totalmente, tá? Então a pessoa está sentindo que ela consegue as coisas que ela quer, tá? Se pudesse viver uma segunda vez, essa é muito importante, porque a gente está falando de pessoas com deficiência, tá, gente? Se pudesse viver uma segunda vez, não mudaria quase nada na minha vida. E olha o salto que essas pessoas dão, de concordo ligeiramente para concordo totalmente, né? É um salto de 2 pontos estatísticos, é um salto muito grande. E eu não sei se vocês conhecem ou têm contato com pessoas com deficiência, mas existe uma grande felicidade, noção de felicidade, quando elas conseguem isso daqui que eu tô sentado, que se chama uma cadeira de rodas motorizada, né, Cris?
Não é elétrica, gente.
Elétrica é a outra, que o Cris tem vontade também de utilizar alguma vez na vida. A motorizada é essa daqui que vocês estão vendo. Tá, então quando a pessoa ela tem acesso à cadeira motorizada, ela se sente muito autônoma. Ela sente que, poxa, eu não queria conseguir para uma gamescom como essa, agora eu consigo. É uma sensação, a gente está notando que é algo próximo a isso, né? Quando ela tem acesso ao controle, porque eu não conseguia jogar com qualidade. Algumas pessoas, né, Cris, falam que, poxa, incomoda, é difícil, é duro, se machucam enquanto estão jogando. Para agora eu tô com controle e tô jogando tranquilamente. Qual é o nome do controle que é com a boca, Cris? Eu me esqueci.
O quad stick.
O quad
controle para pessoas tetraplégicas.
Nossa, então imagina, a pessoa não estava conseguindo jogar, não tem outra maneira, né? E a pessoa era um gamer, a pessoa agora tá parada, ou a pessoa era um esportista, né? Como é o caso da última menina, qual é o nome?
A Laís Souza, semana passada. Aliás, foi postado recentemente, gente. A gente entregou. Laís Souza era uma ginasta olímpica, né? Ganhou medalhas olímpicas, ela mudou para esportes de inverno e sofreu um acidente esquiando. E ela ficou tetraplégica 12 anos atrás, né? Ela buscou atendimento conosco, a gente entregou semana passada o controle para ela e eu acabei indo, né? Fazer entrega e configuração. Ele é um controle bastante complexo e eu lembro que quando eu participei do atendimento dela, ela falou que assim, a namorada dela e o sobrinho gostam muito de videogame. E ela falou assim, eu queria me conectar com meu sobrinho, né? Eu queria estar junto da minha namorada quando eles estão ali curtindo. E quando a gente conseguiu instalar, foi um momento muito emocionante pra gente de ver os três jogando juntos pela primeira vez. Então eu acho que esse tipo, né, de poder proporcionar esse tipo de relação, de você ver assim, uma coisa simples para a maioria de nós, que é jogar um videogame, né? Você vê ali as pessoas juntas no sofá, jogando juntas, né? Se divertindo, curtindo, dando risada, né? E isso afeta diretamente todas essas questões de qualidade de vida.
É muito bonito, Cris. É muito bonito o trabalho da Able Games. É muito bonito o seu trabalho, Cris. É lindo, pessoal. A gente tá vendo isso, sabe? A gente está vendo isso nos gráficos, a gente está vendo isso quantitativamente, a gente está vendo isso qualitativamente, a gente está vendo isso, sentindo isso também. E o Cris tem toda a razão quando ele fala, Zé, eu quero mostrar isso para o mundo. Eu quero mostrar o quanto que a gente pode mudar a vida de pessoas. O quanto que isso daqui é o mínimo para a dignidade humana. O quanto que isso daqui é direito de todos e deve ser o direito também para as pessoas com deficiência. Porque elas merecem brincar com o sobrinho, brincar com a esposa, com a namorada. Elas merecem poder ter a qualidade de vida. E a gente está buscando isso, pessoal. A gente está mostrando isso daqui para vocês em primeira mão. A gente não mostrou isso ainda. Então, é isso, né?
Obrigado a Gamescom por dar o espaço para a gente trazer essa pesquisa. A todos vocês na plateia que estão assistindo uma palestra que é muito mais técnica, de gráfico, muita gente acaba vindo aqui para ver jogo e pela atenção de vocês em acompanhar um pouco e a gente poder compartilhar com todos vocês o resultado do trabalho que a gente vem fazendo, não só com a Able Gamers, mas com o Zé Ário.
Muito obrigado, pessoal.
Celebrate gaming with Gamescom. A shared passion unites us across generations, across continents, across every world we explore. From the leading gaming events around the globe to the people who bring them to life. Together, we embrace creativity. We connect communities. We shape the future of gaming. This is where worlds meet. Be part of the heart of gaming.
por favor.
Lógico.
Olha, eu fiquei de cara com o seu show, viu? Nossa, se fosse eu ia ficar doidinha com aquele tanto de botão pra apertar. Eu achei que era mais fácil. Tipo a tecnologia do bebê. Aperta o botão e faz pix por voz. Aperta o botão e extrato multibanco. Aperta o botão.
A gente tem que ir.
Vamos. Aperta o botão aí pra gente.
Quem ama tudo simples e fácil, ama a tecnologia do bebê. Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Hora de série, é hora de Seara.
Play. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time.
Chegou a linha Seara Netflix. A hora de maratonar ficou mais gostosa.
Play. Snack time.
Gente, cadê os óculos?
Ih, ele tava aqui agorinha mesmo.
Falei pra ele fazer um seguro de itens pessoais da BB Seguros e ele nem viu.
Pois é. Além de cobrir vários itens da sua bolsa, você também fica protegido contra saques, compras, transferências e até Pix.
Eu tô ligado.
E o melhor, pra contratar é rapidinho. E tá no precinho, só R$ 9,90.
Proteja seus itens pessoais com a BB Seguros. BB Seguros, pra tudo que importa.
E aí, família? Agora sim, falando com todo mundo que está aqui na região do nosso palco Journey da Gamescom Latam 2026. Meu nome é Ana XD, sou apresentadora, atriz e criadora de conteúdo. E cheguei porque tenho um recado para dar para você aí. Brasil, take control. Quem quer? Bate a palma aí, faz barulho. Agora, no nosso palco Journey, a gente recebe ele, Mikael Kassurinen, diretor criativo de Control Resonant e da Remedy. Para um bate-papo aqui descontraído, de sofá mesmo, mas com muito conteúdo. E a pergunta que não quer calar: como a Remedy aborda o design da franquia Control colocando o mundo em primeiro plano? E mais, como o Control foi construído para contar diversas histórias dentro do mesmo universo e como isso ganha vida em Control Resonant. Então, por favor, vamos receber com muito barulho Mikael Kassurinen. Mikael, before we start, I just want to say thank you for being here in the name of all Gamescom Latam and the Brazilian fans. Let's make some round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Hello, everybody.
So, I want to start with, who is Mikael and what is your history with Remedy?
Right. So, I'm the creative director of Control Resonant and the Control franchise. And working with the great Remedy Entertainment.
But you did leave Remedy for a while and you came back for Control, right? Can you tell us a little bit about that decision?
Right. So I started at Remedy in 2001. And my very first game that I worked on was Max Payne 2. So it was quite a start, a lot of fun at that time. I worked as a gameplay designer and then continued on to Alan Wake as a lead game designer. And after that, yes, indeed, I left Remedy for a while to work on games such as Mad Max and Battlefield 4. And then after that, I came back to Remedy again, and it was actually the first game that I directed, which was Quantum Break. Quantum Break was a very interesting, fun experience. We got to do a lot of cool stuff with time breaking apart and so on. And while doing it, I wanted to already bring in elements like utilizing these core mechanics like shooting, but combining it with other abilities, in this case, time abilities. And it was a natural step after that to continue on to something, well, in a way different, but still kind of adhering to that same kind of idea, taking shooting, but using supernatural abilities even more. And yes, that led to Control, an entirely new IP that we are, of course, very proud of. And that we got done in 2019, and now 7 years later, it feels crazy, 7 years. But 7 years later, yes, we're gonna get done with the sequel, Control Resonant.
And why did Remedy come to Gamescom Latam?
We are, at the end of the day, a small studio in Finland, North Europe, and so on. Even though our games tend to be based in the United States quite often, but still, like, we very much see ourselves as a studio that has fans all over the world. And it's been wonderful to be here at Brazil and see so many different fans that are very passionate. I've been blown away by all the people here and how they react to our games. And honestly, it's been astounding. Really fun to be here.
Tem fã apaixonado por aqui? Very passionate fans. Yes, indeed. You once said that Control was the best game you've ever made. How excited are you about the sequel?
So, Control was in many ways a starting point for something that's been with me for a long time. It introduced ideas that are close to my heart, like a surreal, interesting environment, supernatural abilities, RPG mechanics, more agency and volition for the player, a cool story, and all of those things. So, and it wasn't an easy game, of course, to do, and it was quite a journey to get it done, especially in that environment that we were in at the time. And I was amazed what we were able to pull off with what we had and in the amount of time that we had. After being done with that, and after starting to think about where do we go from here with Control Resonant and so on, and started to kind of put together these ideas, Control Resonant, I think, takes all those things that made me excited and took it to another level. I remember there was a kind of a period of time, it was a kind of a strange period where we announced the idea that we're doing Control 2, but we couldn't really talk about what it actually is. So I did kind of send out the message saying that I've never, ever been this excited about any project that I've ever worked on. So I'm incredibly excited about this. We're doing things that, to me, are mind-blowing, and I just can't wait to see everybody experience it for themselves.
If you are that excited, I can imagine people here. Estão animados para Control Resonant? So, what is Control Resonant about?
Right. So, Control Resonant is a third-person action RPG. It's all about combining melee with supernatural abilities to fight otherworldly enemies. So that's the starting point. Sounds familiar if you played your Control before this. Okay, you play as Dylan Faden, who is very much on this journey to regain control over his own life. And it all is taking place in Manhattan, who's been afflicted by a strange paranatural event, creating these monstrous beings that Dylan has to hunt down.
And the interesting thing as well is that in the first game, we had Jesse from the outside coming inside, and this time we have the reverse journey. How was that came about? How did that came about?
Yes, when I was thinking about Control as a franchise, I wanted to maybe not approach it from a perspective that we usually did at Remedy, where we started always with the story first, and then we kind of built the world around it. I wanted to start with thinking, what is this world first? And then we started to only kind of think about, like, okay, who are the characters? What are the stories that we want to tell within this world? If you think about it from, let's say, a pen and paper role-playing game, we first thought about, like, here's the rule book, and then we kind of started to create the campaign. So that's the fundamental thinking for Control. It's first and foremost a world where a lot of stories can happen. And the first story was Jessie, who entered the oldest house, and her rise to become the director of the Bureau, Federal Bureau of Control. And when I was thinking about, like, how to then do the sequel, because the thinking was that this is not the story for one person. This is a world, and you have these different lenses into this world through different protagonists. And I started to think about these two games as separate siblings. It's not really in a sense that there's a like first game and then a sequel to it. It's more like both games are standalone experiences, both standing on their own feet, yet they belong together. They form a larger circle, like yin and yang. They complement each other. So there's this philosophy of seeing the other side of the coin. Jesse was the other side that we saw in the first game, and with Control Resonant, we're going to see the other side, which is Dylan. And this philosophy comes into play when we think about these different journeys that these characters had. So Control 1 started with you, through the eyes of Jesse, stepping into the oldest house for the first time. And you can turn around and see the New York, the street behind you, but you can't go there anymore. You're leaving that normal world behind you, and you're diving deeper into this strange paranatural place that is unknown to you. And basically you see it through Jessie's perspective. So you go through that journey, and Jessie's looking for her brother, Dylan. She doesn't know what happened to her, and eventually she finds him, and of course he's been taken over by the Hiss, and then a lot of things happen. And ultimately she has to defeat him, and I'm sorry, I'm spoiling the story of Control 1 here, but I have to, a bit at least. She has to deal with him, and he ends up in a coma. Okay, so I'm just coming to that kind of a point of the yin-yang thinking. So you had that as the kind of a one game in this kind of a duo. Now, when we look at the other game, this time, instead of starting from the streets of New York and stepping into a strange world, we start from the strange world, the place where Dylan was all along. He's been there for 25 years. He's been closed off from the normal world. And now the players get to experience this journey, starting with him waking up from the coma. Jessie has disappeared. He doesn't know what happened to her. And of course, he's a bit confused by what's going on anyway. And one of the first things you do is go through those same doors that Jessie stepped through in the first game, but we go the opposite direction. So there's this idea of a kind of reverse journey compared to the first game. As Dylan, who hasn't seen the normal world, but strange is normal to him, but what's normal to us is strange to him. So he's a fish out of water in the same way as Jessie was when she stepped into the oldest house. So we go the opposite direction, step into Manhattan, to the normal world, where we very much feel like an outsider. So in that sense, there's this kind of a full circle that is formed between the two games.
And then we go outside and we have a gameplay that is really exciting. Actually, it's the biggest gameplay team in Remedy's history, right? So what makes the action that exciting?
The franchise overall is gameplay driven. And I maybe sometimes hesitate to say that as an opening statement because it comes with a lot of baggage immediately, where people think like that it's just all about combat and so on. But no, what we mean by that is that it's all about the agency for the player. They get to choose how they navigate through this world, how they want to, build a character, what are the abilities that they want to invest in, but also how they want to look like, or how they want to kind of traverse through this very complicated yet beautiful world. But it's all about having that sense of agency. And also it kind of comes across in the form of navigating conversations, you're making the choices you want to do, or dealing with the quest the way you see fit, and so on. So we wanted to find a way to have the stories and the kind of worlds that we built at Remedy, but express it in a way where the players can do it through their own agency by playing the game, making it as active as possible, making it you doing things, you kind of figuring things out, sometimes failing, sometimes succeeding. You don't watch others do it, it's all about you. So that's at the forefront. And looking at like gameplay overall, of course, the big new thing that we're doing is melee combat. We've never done that before, so it's a bit scary, daunting for sure. But it's also something that we all were very excited about immediately. Like, oh, that's cool. The animators were like almost giddy of the idea of getting to do melee combat, because we've been doing shooting for such a long time. So nailing melee combat and making sure that it feels gratifying, fun, and works with the combat loop was a lot of work in itself. And we kind of had to navigate through like a lot of different issues, things that were challenging and so on. But we found a place where, yes, it looks very different compared to Control 1, but it is still, when you play it, it's unmistakably control. Like the way you face against different compositions of enemies in mind-bending environments, and you combine the use of melee with the supernatural abilities and so on. It's all about bringing those elements together.
And we have a gameplay video, right? That we are going to show.
Yeah, we should have some footage.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here's some moments from different parts of the world. That's a fast travel door. And here you can see some of the combat in action. It's very hectic. There's a lot going on. And you can see some pretty advanced moves that the player's doing there.
In here, we also can see Aberrant, which is Dylan's weapon, and basically gain form while the player chooses what they will play with, right? Can you walk us through that as well?
Right, so I want to say one thing about Aberrant, where Jesse had the service weapon, which was a shape-shifting weapon. With Aberrant, that takes a totally new meaning, where basically every attack that you do is a new form. So what's cool about the Aberrant is that it's like it's recreated every time you do an attack. So it's this kind of a birth and death of a weapon that happens every second. Let's say you do the big hammer attack and kind of smash an enemy with that. The hammer is actually left on the ground and you create a new weapon. So it brings in this very interesting physical side to the kind of a visual style of the weapon. And it's something that I think is distinctive and fun.
Yeah, I remember when I saw one video that you guys talked about developer video, saying how it was challenging to create the weapon while the player is going through combat, because you have just some seconds or fragments to show the weapon before it loses or changes its form. So it was a challenge for you guys to do that as well, right?
Yeah, the VFX team was like really one of the big challenges that they had was they basically had a few frames to tell a story of what is happening. And yes, but we couldn't sacrifice the tempo of the game. It's a very fast-paced, hectic experience. And what's really important to me is that, well, you feel like you're always in control. You can, at any given second, choose what to do, because it's a very unexpected environment. Suddenly, enemies can come at you, things can change, and everything that the player is doing has to be responsive and quick.
And talking about the environment, you said that you wanted the visuals to be full of richness and variety. So what were the inspirations for the visuals?
So looking back at Control 1, people love the oldest house, and we do as well. But again, going back to that yin and yang type of thinking, starting off in this kind of a cramped, claustrophobic space, you feel almost like you're trapped inside. That was very much a big theme. Also that sense of isolation from the world. Those were key themes for us in the first game. And when I talk about reverse journey, it's turned the other way around. We're now in the outside, trying to kind of almost deal with there's something oppressive and scary about openness of the world as well. If you've been inside your whole life as Dylan and you step outside, it can be scary and daunting as well. Anyway, in the first game, we kind of set up these separate sectors inside the oldest house, each one having their own story, unique identity, and kind of a reason to exist. The stories were told through the environments themselves. And in Control Resonant, basically we're doing the same thing in a way. So even though we have this big urban landscape in many ways, it's broken down into smaller zones. Each zone is like this bubble that you can access, that you have a lot of freedom and exploration within that zone. You can do quests, bounties, explore, find secrets, do all the cool stuff that you could do in the first game as well. But what was important to me was that the game doesn't become this repeated kind of a visual, so similar urban environments over and over again. I wanted to create this really strong and rich palette of different types of environments. So in the lore of what happened in Cultural Resonance is that the world has become broken and patterned in a strange way. And we have these zones which are just like separated from each other. And what the pattern has done is not just change like how the space is folded in itself, but also time and weather and gravity. All of these things have kind of fallen apart. So when you go through an airlock from one zone to another, you might walk into from daytime to nighttime. It rains here, like, and the other side is cloudy, or the skies are clear, and so on. So there's this sense of variation just through that. And then every zone also has this kind of a core identity in regards of what is the paranatural affliction that is affecting them. Like in some zones, for instance, like hiss is a lot stronger, whereas in other places it's more about the mold and so on. So every zone has this rich, interesting identity. And the urban environment is more like, it's not the defining characteristic, it's more like the canvas that exists beneath all of this. So it's not New York as you know it, it's something that is very transformed. And on top of that, we have the FBC, which we treat also as a strange faction. They have their own bureaucratic, weird ways of doing things. And what they're actually doing is they're kind of bringing the oldest house with them. So they start to, if you played your first Control game, it had these things which we call fire breaks, this kind of a strange paranatural like voids between different sectors and parts of the oldest house. They basically recreate those into the middle of Manhattan, try to contain it and deal with it to the best of their ability. And they leave their own interesting mark upon the world as well. So yes, as I said, it's not New York as you know it. It's very, very much transformed, and but still unmistakably, of course, that iconic city that we know and love.
How challenging was to make Mo not look like nature? Because that can happen, right? Like the Mo in the city, it can kind of look like nature taking over. How did you go away from that? Right, so it was important to us that it doesn't feel too familiar in an apocalyptic sense, something that we've seen before. And it's more like this place has been affected by a kind of an unexpected paranatural force. So a lot of kind of thinking went into, when you look at the images of this place, it's like, it can look crazy how the buildings have been warped and kind of transformed, but it's actually all very deliberate design. Dylan has this ability called the shift, which allows him to attach himself to these different gravity anomalies. And it was actually a lot of work to design all of that. And it's not just the feature itself, like from a player's perspective, but the enemies can utilize these surfaces as well. And we had to think through the visual design in a larger sense through the whole world. So everything that looks walkable from a perspective of a floor. So if you see a wall that has a carpet on it, that means that, oh, it's a gravity anomaly. I can actually enter it if I want to. So a lot of like visual thinking went into the creation of this world. You once said that you wanted Control to haunt you for a bit. What do you want the sequel to convey? Yes, to me, like when we think about the different influences that
we have as a studio, we often talk about like David Lynch and so on. We talk about surrealism and so on. And when I was thinking about Control, I feel like I've succeeded in a way. If people, when they play the game, they can't shake the feeling that the experience gives to them. And to me, it's all about having this sense of a deep mystery. And the feeling that if you only have enough time, you can solve it. Only if you have enough time. And there's many different interpretations within the world about how things work. Somebody thinks like this, another character might have a totally opposite kind of opinion and so on. So the truth is, nobody really knows, but we all kind of keep guessing what's beneath all of this, just like in life, I guess. Sorry, that got a bit too deep there for a second. And with Control Resonant, I wanted to kind of have this feeling of awe overall, like we are facing cosmic forces whose like reasons to do things are alien, but it can't be too alien, right? Like you have to have a sense of a connection to it, where you feel like you think you understand what's happening and why, and you can't help but be drawn to it and kind of dig deeper, and who knows, maybe you'll find the truth.
Okay, that's exciting. And getting on what you said, like letting the players in, we going through the game and having different perspectives and opinions, and just getting things in and trying to come up with explanations and things like that. I think it's challenging for the developers to just give something out to the players that you are not explaining too much. So, how does it feel for you doing a game like with the name Control, but letting go of control that much?
Yes, it's definitely a tough thing. There's this, I noticed like as a creative person myself and working with especially narrative people, there's this sense of like we have a story that we want to tell. And you feel as the creator that you want people to get the story exactly in the way that we structured it. And which is very good because it in many ways allows you to make sure that all the different nuances and pieces land exactly right. But what can happen in that kind of approach is that the player don't have the agency to work through the kind of bits and pieces themselves. So there is this daunting thing that we're doing in the Control franchise where we want there to be this sense of control that the player has, that it's on them to figure out what is happening and why. The stories are told not just in a simple cinematic layer, they're also told through the experiences, through the different characters that you might have a conversation with. They're told through the visuals in the environment, they're told through the narrative documents, different theories of different bits and pieces of what like different characters within this world have seen and then written down, or audio logs and so on. So it's all like this bigger kind of a selection of elements that the player has to navigate and understand and piece together. And then this story starts to kind of form through that. And it requires a sense of, yes, as you said, like letting go as a creator, that we are not gonna hold the player's hand through that whole thing, but we're gonna give them enough. But it's also like not giving them something, but more like inviting them on a journey together with you. Like come and have a look at this, but you have to be the one driving the action. You have to be the one looking at all of this and trying to kind of figure out what's the best way to approach it and so on. And ultimately, it's on you at the end of the day to form your own feeling and take of what is it that you think is going on in this world.
Control is not named after a character, and that gives us the opportunity to discover more stories through the world. So, are we going to see more stories besides Dylan's?
Yes. So, I think it's crucial to Control as a franchise and any kind of an RPG experience so that it feels like as you're stepping into the world, it's not all revolving around you, right? Like you feel like you're almost like stepping into other people's lives and kind of get to see what they go through and so on. So many of the stories that you're going to experience in Control Resonant are almost 100% independent from what's happening to Dylan or what is the kind of thing that is going on in the world and so on. And to me, that in itself is important, and it's all for the benefit of creating this really rich and interesting, multifaceted experience where you see different stories from different walks of life, you know, from a very human perspective sometimes, or from a perspective of, let's say, an alien being from another dimension, or through like what an object of power can do to people, for instance, within this world. So it's very important that it feels like it's this kind of a rich environment where almost anything can happen. That's what makes it exciting.
Since you talked about life, is there something about Mikael's life in Control in any form?
I think we've all kind of gone through a phase in our lives where we kind of try to see how do we navigate this world where you feel like you're a fish out of water. And I'm trying to face it, jump in, and find your own way how to handle all of that. And I think in many ways, that is what Dylan is doing, with his own kind of a situation. He's been denied life for over 25 years. I'm not saying that that's my case,
Okay.
but
you know.
but there is something I think interesting and relatable in regards of watching who Dylan is, what he's gone through. He's inherently seen as somebody who has, say the least, a complicated past, but still he's willing to try. He wants to kind of move forward with his own life, find out like, how can I get control over my own existence when you've been denied that for such a long time? And I think that's a very interesting and very kind of a relatable angle. I know that Dylan is like a interesting and I'm sure in the eyes of many a tricky choice as a character, but as a kind of a creative person, that's also what makes him very exciting.
And we do feel like that sometimes in life, right? That we don't know our place exactly, and we need to find out what is our role in something completely new, someplace or work or anywhere. So I think we can all relate a little bit to that, right? And I've heard you have a new video to show our audience for the first time. So what is it about?
Yes, we actually have some new stuff. So a brand new dev diary, never seen before in the world. So, and it has a very special message as well. So let's have a look.
Hello, Sean Dury here, and I play Dylan Faden in Control Resonant. And I'm very excited for Brazilian players to get a chance to jump into the world of Control Resonant and experience Dylan's story. It really means a lot to me personally, and I know you're going to have a great time playing this game. So from the bottom of my heart, obrigado. But that's not all. We've got something very special that we would like to premiere right here, right now at Gamescom Latam. It is the latest episode of the Control Resonant Development Diary. Right now, enjoy.
We had to start to think about the world building a little bit differently.
There are a lot of intricate environments for the player to explore.
Where to go from here? We want to burst that bubble. The setting in the first Control game was unique. It all took place in a single building, which was part of the point, right? Like that it feels like a secluded, separate space from the rest of the world. You feel like you're in this kind of a bubble, isolated from normal life and familiar things, and so you're within a lockdown. And having this sense of isolation in the first game was crucial. And we had this brutalistic architectural style that was like a key part of the visual DNA of the building and so on. And we had this bureau that was backwards leaning in its kind of a presence and so on. So it was this kind of a strange yet familiar kind of a bubble that you're in. And of course, as creators, when we think about like where to go from here, we want to burst that bubble, right? Like, you know, the lockdown falls apart and we get exposed with the normal world.
Manhattan has been shaped and twisted into a labyrinth, so there are a lot of intricate environments for the player to explore, similar to Control 1. So there's still quite a lot of interesting stuff for the player to find. We've also introduced a couple of new types of narrative collectibles for the players to find. One is audio logs, where as you're listening to the audio log, you can continue parkouring around the city, exploring and finding other stuff. We also have given Dylan a radio, which he can use to call up his handler, Zoe, to report interesting things he sees around the city.
So in Control, brutalism was at the core of the experience because of the oldest house, naturally. And in Control Resonant, we really had to make sure that from a world-building point of view, we have this mundane and grounded and believable and lived-in baseline in the world in order for the paranatural to really shine. It's very important for us, specifically when doing concepting and visual exploration, is not to look at reference from other video games. There's easily this tendency where AAA games start to all gravitate towards this aesthetic singularity and nobody's taking risks and everything starts to resemble each other. So looking at reference from art exhibitions or film and TV or scientific visualizations or nature, if it helps us to bring some new fresh takes into this singularity, I feel like it's going to be worth it and the player will appreciate it as well.
Well, imagine that there's a place that was Manhattan, but it has been taken over by a paranatural force that may or may not have been in the first game, might be something completely new. We actually have multiple factions in this game. So there are some zones where you can find all of these factions from, I think all the zones in the game, but how much of these factions have presence in each zone, that differs.
Now that things are flooding from the oldest house into the Manhattan, we had to start to think about the world building a little bit differently. So now it's not just FBC holding on and trying to gain control, but it's more of a world, a lived-in world that has a history of its own already, and there are different factions that are basically trying to gain control in our world.
For the enemies in Control Resonant, we definitely heard the feedback and tried to address the feedback we got for Control. So this time around, we have way more creatures than we did before. One of the enemies that we, for example, have is a bus. So that obviously creates a little bit of challenge for the animation team of what can you actually do with this bus when you have limited controls on it. A lot of his enemies, they are creatures, but we still have used a mocap actor to mocap some of the enemies, and we have one mocap actor so freaking amazing, nailing down his twitching and glitching. So Tuomas Nilsson, he's our go-to guy when it comes to his enemies that can be mocapped.
His and Mold are there, but of course we're introducing a lot of new things as well. And it's a fun layering of familiar things, but definitely facing new challenges.
Wait, so a bus?
Yes.
Mikhail, I just want to thank you again and ask if you have any last words that you want to say to our crowd today.
Thank you. It's been absolutely wonderful being here and so on. I've had a blast. And again, the fans here have been amazingly passionate and so on. So thanks for being with us. And yes, if you haven't already, please wishlist the game. Thank you, everybody.
Can you invite people for your meet and greet? Call them, come take a picture with me, right?
Oh, right, yeah, there is that. Yes.
Yeah. So now, after our talk, Mikhail will be right on the left side here from our stage, taking pictures. And not only we will take a picture with this awesome person that looks great in this Brazilian night, okay? But you are also going to get an exclusive Control Resonant Gamescom Latam poster in a very rare, you cannot buy this, okay? You cannot buy these things. FBC pins. So let's give a round of applause and see Mikhail right there. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Na rua, no corre, no seu estilo. A Cruzeiro do Sul tá em todo canto. 7 campi em São Paulo. Anália Franco, Guarulhos, Vila Lobos, Liberdade, Paulista, Santo Amaro e São Miguel. E eleita a universidade mais amada de São Paulo. E quando o jogo fica sério, você também evolui. Aqui, você soma pontos todo dia, no seu ritmo, no seu squad. Porque na vida real, o objetivo é simples: subir de nível. Cruzeiro do Sul, do seu jeito, do seu futuro. Escolha ter estrela.
Hora de série, é hora de Seara.
Play. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time. Snack time.
Chegou a linha Seara Netflix. A hora de maratonar ficou mais gostosa.
Play. Snack time.
A cidade virou um terreno fértil para sofrimento e injustiça. Ela precisa ser destruída. Acho que podemos ajudar um ao outro.
Alguém precisa fazer alguma coisa.
É hora de atacar a raiz do problema.
Sem trocadilhos.
Tem o som que vem da rua, tem cinema no sertão, tem criança no ginásio com talento de montão, tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil em ação.
O governo do Brasil está do lado da cultura, do esporte, do meio ambiente, da ciência, da educação, da inclusão e do povo brasileiro. É assim que o desenvolvimento chega, a oportunidade vira realidade e o nosso país avança. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil.
Tá certo.
Achar, gente, fecha. Vamos ter fé.
She's gonna call us.
E agora, quem aqui ama música? Porque esse próximo painel que temos aqui no nosso palco Journey é exatamente para quem ama música, para quem se emociona, para quem guarda cada nota ali no coração, tá? Porque a gente vai receber David Wise, o lendário compositor. Vai estar aqui no nosso palco Journey. A gente vai conversar, então, sobre a sua carreira desde o início, né? O primeiro contato com o mercado de jogos eletrônicos, lá no começo de tudo, até a criação de algumas das trilhas sonoras mais icônicas do mundo dos games. Um bate-papo íntimo com histórias de bastidores e muita emoção. Então, por favor, uma salva de palmas para David Wise. E essa entrevista será conduzida por Bruno Micali, do Flow Games. Continua a palma para ele não se sentir mal, né? Você também ganha palma, Micali, você viu? Música, memória e emoção é aqui no Palco Journey.
Let's go. E aí, galera? Beleza? Donkey Kong Country? Battletoads? Ukulele? They are good. Good to go.
Good to hear it.
All right. So let's have a little short chat here. Please have a seat, David. It's very nice to have you here.
It's very nice to be here. Really enjoying Sao Paulo, and it's nice to meet everyone.
You should have equipment, all right, for the translation. So thank you very much for the professional guys that are translating this conversation, all right? Understanding? So, David, you are a legend.
Allegedly, so.
How legendary are you feeling today?
Sorry, how?
How legendary are you feeling today?
Yeah, a little, yeah, you know.
So from Donkey Kong Country, as we said, Battletoads, more recently, Ukulele, Nico Derico.
Yeah, Nico Derico.
Nico Derico. Who played this game? Nico Derico? Yeah, great. This is a indie game. It's a great game. So, David, tell us a little bit about the different themes you explore on the games. So you have jungle, you have, the ambience on your stages. How do you work on that?
So it's always nice when you've got lots of different stages, such as a lava or a jungle or an ice. And it's always nice to try and get some of the elements. I suppose it's a bit like a holiday program. If you're watching a holiday program, you might be in Hawaii on the beach, or you might be in Austria skiing. So I try and incorporate as many of the what we think of as cliches into the music.
Right, and we know that the atmosphere and the environment are very important on those games. Many fans describe your music as atmospheric. So how do you, draw inspiration to create these natural songs? Do you use very natural objects to create that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going back to the Super NES, we only had 64K of memory, which is tiny. That's it's less than half a second. So we had to be very conservative with how we use that memory. And again, we only had 8 channels. On a big console today, you've got many channels. You've got a whole swathe of channels just for atmosphere alone. You've got some for speech, you've got some for the music, and you've got the sound effects as well. So you have all of this processing power, which we simply didn't have. So what I used to do is I used to incorporate the atmospheric part into the actual tunes. So a lot of the percussion was made up of atmospheric sounds as well.
Nice, and we had the Rare era.
Yes.
So, guys, Rare, all right? Yeah. Rare with Nintendo created great franchises, great games, and you are part of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a very magical time to be working at Rare on all these great franchises and bringing them to market. It was really good to be there. And such a great bunch of people to work with, some of whom I still work with today.
And we know that when you compose a song, do you look at the concept art or level designs to help you, or do you follow a specific musical genre? How do you begin your composition?
So I think it's really important to try and play the game if you've got the opportunity to do so. You certainly need to see a video of the gameplay. The main thing and the most important thing is always the gameplay. And then secondary to that, as you say, the concept graphics. So if I can play the game to get an idea of the speed and the rhythm, that's always a great start.
And about the evolution of soundscapes, because now we have more technology.
Well, we do.
But you didn't have that back in the day. So how is it to work, for example, Battletoads to modern titles like Tropical Freeze,
yes,
or Ukulele or Nico de Rico? How has your philosophy on melody as the technical evolution changed?
So we have far more opportunity with all this extra processing power to put people in the right space for the actual level. Whereas if we go back to the 16-bit era, we had to rely more on themes, so strong themes. In a bit like if you were watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, that's got a very strong theme, and it carries the whole film along. So we very much use the strong theme and process. Whereas today you don't need as many strong themes because you've got all this technology that can you can get the nice ambience in the background, and you can use musical cues to set the emotion, which is a shame really, because I really enjoy the big themes. That's the bit I like.
Yeah, and speaking of that, how do you balance the roles of a composer and a sound engineer? Because it's different.
It is different, but I like the combination because sound's really important, and the instruments that you use to compose with are really important too. So I think both are essential to create a video game style soundtrack that's going to work for the audience, especially for gameplay.
And for example, out of the script here, what do you like to listen to? Favorite genre, musical genre?
I love listening to soundtracks, so I've got several favorite composers like James Newton Howard, obviously Hans Zimmer, John Williams, people like that. That's the sort of go-to, but I also like listening to lots of bands. I like rock music, I like funk music. Just as many different styles as possible is my preferred choice.
Do you know the Brazilian music?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that earlier. Ever since we did probably Diddy Kong Racing, I mean, that starts with some Brazilian rhythms. And also I carried on with Star Fox Adventures. That also uses quite a lot of Brazilian rhythms as well.
Nice. Aplausos a isso, né, galera? Nice. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, some of the reason for that is I was at a Nintendo party in Los Angeles many decades ago, and there was a band there called Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66, and they were playing at this party, and they had 3 amazing percussion players, and it's a very strong emotional response when you get 3 percussionists giving it some. So I was really impressed by that. Had a strong influence, and it's rubbed off on me.
And one of your, expertise is to bring emotional connection.
Yeah.
Because music brings that to players. So how does that work in your mind?
So it's a bit like if you've watched Disney films, they have several things that you'd associate certain emotions with. So that if you were listening to an oboe and it's played nicely, it might sound quite sad. So you'd want to use that kind of tone and let people know that this isn't the happiest place. Whereas if we're using deep brass and strong percussion, you know that you're in trouble and it's a big boss level. So those cues have been set up really since the 40s and 50s and probably long before that. And so it's just finding what works to set the emotional tone to let the player know how they ought to be feeling. Because a lot of emotional cues can be dealt with the music rather than just by speech.
And one of the greatest things about games is the difficulty. Battletoads, for example, is a very difficult game. So you have to bring a soundtrack that is intense to this difficulty.
I mean, the main reason Battletoads was so hard is because we didn't have the internet, we didn't play a lot of other games, we only had our development studio. And as soon as we could complete the level, which we did, we'd just make it harder to make it more of a challenge. So we just bumped up the difficulty.
And working with indie studios.
Yes.
You worked with AAA productions back in the day, and now you got an approach with indie games, which is great.
Yes.
So how does that change in your life, in your work style?
Well, I think the good thing about indie studios is it allows you a freedom. Obviously, if you're working for a big AAA studio, they have a very strong directive of where they want to go. So your confinements that you have to work within are very strict. Whereas with indie studios, the same goes for the gameplay and the graphics. They can experiment a bit more, and it's very refreshing.
Please raise your hands who played ukulele. Raise your hands, all right?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And now raise your hands who played Nico de Rico. All right. This is an indie project. I really recommend this game to you guys. Nico de Rico or Nico de Rico in Portuguese.
Yeah.
In Portuguese, it's Nico de Rico. And in English, it's... So, this game was fantastic. This game is fantastic. How it was to work specifically with this game, Nico de Rico?
They came to me before 2020, and they got this idea. It looked really good. But with all the extra time that we had during lockdown, they really went for it. And suddenly the graphics got really magical. So it was a very enjoyable experience to work on that. And the extra time I really appreciated. So it was good fun.
Yeah, I really recommend you play this game, all right? We don't know Nico de Rico. And are you participating in other projects you can talk about now, David?
Sadly, with all projects that I'm working on at the moment, we come what's under a non-disclosure agreement. So I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you. So, that'd just get messy. So sadly, I can't talk about anything I've been working on for the last 2 years. But there are projects coming out, so keep your eyes peeled.
And yeah, keep our...
Yeah.
That's a great one, thank you. And what advice would you give to someone who is beginning their work, their career as a game developer? Whoa! Off and on again, all right. What advice would you give to someone who is beginning their career in the gaming industry as someone who is composing the soundtrack?
Yeah.
Or any developer?
Yeah, you've just got to be fascinated by what you're doing. If you're not really passionate about what you're doing, you're not going to make a good job, and the competition is huge. There's hundreds of people who want your job, well, probably thousands. So whatever you're doing, you've got to be really knowledgeable about the software that you're using, really knowledgeable about, if you're creating art, that you can do the best that you can do. If you're doing music, you've got to study so many different styles of music and be able to bring those and do them extremely well. Otherwise, the next person's going to be able to do it. And of course, it's a global world now. It's not like it used to be. So there's a lot of strong competition. So you've just got to make sure that what you do from the heart and you do it better than everybody else.
Façam do coração, galera. That's the most important thing. So, one thing, let me see something from you guys. Who is creator in here? Writer, script writer, composer? Yeah, anything. All right. Composer, music, works with music, movies. All right. We have something called the creative block.
Yes.
How do you deal? You had any creative block?
If I'm honest, not very often. Just because I've got so many people who I work with who are very creative, it's very hard to not have ideas. So if I'm looking at great graphics, instantly I'm getting ideas. So if you're working with people who are also very talented and very creative, it's hard to get writer's block.
Especially writers can have creative block. Would you give more advices specifically for someone who has creative blocks by anyhow?
I would say the best thing is to stop what you're doing and go and take a break. It's the best thing by a long way. So I enjoy cycling and swimming and other sports. So if I'm not making progress, and sometimes you don't, the best thing to do is just to go and do something completely different. And that in its way is inspiring on its own. And I also find that movement, if I'm cycling, that just generates ideas. Just because you get in a groove, it's very repetitive, and your mind soon goes elsewhere, and it's very easy then to create stuff.
Do you think it's important, for example, in your songs, we can hear, ambience. We can hear Brazilian dips here and there.
Yeah.
Tribal songs.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in Donkey Kong Country. Do you think it's important for the professional, the artist, to be there, to capture the song, to capture inspiration?
I think it helps. I mean, I'm fortunate to have been to Africa and to see tribal drummers performing. And anything that you've got first-hand experience of, because it's different. You can watch it on telly, you can watch it on a video, you can watch it on YouTube, and you just don't get that feeling. And I think it's really important to actually get the guttural feeling of actually being there in person to listen to the emotional response that it gives you. It's very different.
And about live performances,
yes.
We are seeing more orchestral concerts dedicated to video game music. How does it feel to hear your compositions from the 90s being performed by a full live orchestra?
It's very overwhelming because you obviously produced it on a 16-bit system. I was very fortunate enough to be, the first time I saw it, I was fortunate enough to be invited over to Sweden, and they had a big full orchestra and a big choir, and they'd had people take my music and orchestrate it for the choir and the orchestra. And it's a very emotional thing to think somebody's taken a theme that you've done and it's meant a lot to them, and they've taken it somewhere else. So yeah, it's just magical.
If you could pick your favorite songs, favorite compositions, or maybe, no, let's ask about the composition. Do you have favorites, or all of your work is considered?
I always like to think that the last thing I've worked on was the best thing I've worked on. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't bother doing the next one, would you? I think when I look back, when I look at aquatic ambience, it changed so much. It was a new way of working, and it seemed to work. People liked it, and that literally changed my music, and by consequence, then changed my life. Everything changed as soon as I'd done aquatic ambience.
And about the video games industry in general, what's your take about the future of this industry? Now we have a lot of stuff going on. For example, artificial intelligence, AI. We have people using AI for a lot of stuff. But when we talk about composition, we are talking about the human work.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think AI is good. I think it's got a place. I think it's very generic. I think it's a very good way of generating ideas and giving you an alternative point of view. But I think you're right. It's that that personal human thing that you need to bring to the table for everybody else to appreciate it. Because you don't want the computer to have done the work for you. You know, you can type in prompts, but at the end of the day, it's what you feel in your heart that you want to share with everybody. Because when I'm writing music, I'm always writing music that I want to hear in a game, and I want to share that with everybody. And AI probably isn't going to do that for you. So I think, you know, that the whole future of gaming is, well, it's like a blank slate at the moment. I think it will improve. I think it will create some experiences we haven't even imagined yet.
Yeah, and talking about this future, what games have you been playing lately in your free time?
I get to play the games I'm working on. So I just don't have enough time to work on other games. Years ago, I had Zelda. I've had a few Zelda games, and as soon as I start playing Zelda, I'm hooked, you know, and I'll play Zelda until I've run out of money. So I tend not to play games outside of the ones I'm working on because I'd be penniless. So, you know.
No, that's great of you because we have other media, for example, movies. You know, we have reading, writing, books, and everything is inspiration for you, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just getting out and about, you know, coming here is an inspiration for me. Going over to Japan is an inspiration, or going to Chile, which was another one, that was inspirational. So I'm fortunate enough to be invited around the world and get to experience different cultures, different ways of life, different music, different art, and it all, you know, as you're going around, you sponge it all in, and it's part of the creative process. So I'm very fortunate in that regard.
We have other great people. For example, Grant, the composer of Banjo-Kazooie.
Yes.
You know Banjo? Banjo, guys? Which is another great game of another great composer.
Oh yeah.
And are you friends with him? Do you talk like with other engineers and artists? How does that work?
So I occasionally play in a band with Grant. So, you know, he plays the guitar. I'm obviously keyboards and saxophone. And he's a great guy to be with. So we do as much stuff as we can. When we get the time, we're quite happy to do it together. So we've got other things coming up in the future. Again, keep an eye on it. So, you know.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's it. We're looking forward. I was going to ask you that if you ever thought on a collaboration, you know, with other composers, and Grant would be great.
Oh yes, he's a good guy to work with. He's always got some great ideas, and he's good at setting things up as well, which is, you know, you kind of need that inspiration. So yeah, Mr. Grant, yeah, he's good.
Keep an eye out.
Yeah, absolutely.
And about other jobs you do outside of gaming, do you do those or only gaming?
I mainly only do gaming. I'm doing another project at the moment. Again, NDA, can't talk about it. But I think we're about 6 months from release for that.
And about the future, I'm going to have to ask you that because I ask this everyone about GTA 6. GTA 6 is like a fever, word fever. So how are you feeling about this game in particular?
I'm looking forward to seeing it. I wish I'd get time to play it, but I can't see that on the horizon yet. So, but
you have the skills.
Yeah, absolutely.
And about the Nintendo games, for example, Nintendo is very magical. Until this day, they have great games with other great composers. How are you feeling about the Nintendo Switch 2? The games that are coming out from Nintendo, Legend of Zelda, Mario, the other franchises.
Yeah, I mean, Nintendo have got a certain approach to how they produce games. Has anyone seen the Mario Galaxy film yet?
Filme do Mario Galaxy. Boa.
So I went to see that a couple of weeks ago. Very good, very impressed. And it's got that kind of Nintendo sheen, which is why we all enjoy Nintendo games. So it's good to see, and that, you know, I can't wait to play the new games that they're releasing on Switch 2.
Did you imagine when you were composing Donkey Kong Country? Let's pick Donkey Kong Country. did you imagine that this franchise would be like the beginning of your legacy?
I had no idea. I mean, before I wrote music for video games, I was in a band trying to become the next rock star, which obviously never happened. But fortunately, video games came along and gave me an outlet to write music. And when I wrote Donkey Kong Country, I thought it would be popular for about 2 years and then be forgotten about forever. So, you know, you cannot predict the future, and it's for the audience to decide whether they like it or not, or whether it's going to be good.
Donkey Kong, né, galera? Vamos dar uma moral aí, né? Pô. Thank you. You see, Donkey Kong here in Brazil is huge.
It is, thank you. So appreciate that.
Did you imagine you were going to be this huge in Brazil?
I had no idea at all. Who'd have known? Because I mean, when I wrote it, I was living in a bedsit basically. So you know, to be here now in front of all you people, it's you know, you just couldn't imagine the difference.
Yeah, because Donkey Kong, I mean, your legacy, Donkey Kong Country, and more recently, Ukulele, you know, Nico de Rico. We want to see more of those games.
Oh, yeah.
We are missing those platforming games. How do you feel about that?
I always like a good platformer, and you know, I'm sure there are some more coming out at some point in the not too distant future, which would be nice.
Yeah, it would be good. I mean, now we have the open world games, which is great, of course, but you know, Nico de Rico is like a hug. You know,
yeah.
It was a very cozy game for me because it reminded me of my childhood, of my teenage, you know?
Yeah, obviously it's based on that experience, and the people who designed it were also very influenced by those early games as well, and they wanted to bring their take on it. I think the good thing about it is it's not just for the Nintendo, it's for lots of other platforms as well, so everyone can experience the magic of that kind of game.
Can you imagine Nintendo coming to you, David, and saying, all right, we're gonna have a stage in the jungle, and then water, and we're gonna have 2 monkeys because it's Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong in the first one, and we're gonna have bonus stages. So there is a meme in Brazil. Do you know that meme? There's a meme in Brazil, uma piada, that goes like this: David, you have to do this, and that, and you say, got it. You just say, got it. And there is the perfect score.
Yeah, there's quite a few memes which are all very funny. There seem to have been more lately as well. And yeah, I mean, it's great. It's a great honor that people want to make memes about the music for Donkey Kong water levels. So I'm very happy they did.
Of course, they are good memes, all right?
Oh, yeah,
they're
all
memes
good, yeah.
that, you know, elevates your
Yes,
work.
Absolutely.
And talking about a little bit more about the future, as we said, we have more technology, so we have more ways to bring in more music into games.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the new tools that people can use in the future, new software, new ways to create the soundtrack, new ways to draw inspiration from? How do you feel about that? What's your advice on that?
Well, fortunately, there's new software coming onto the market all the time, which is great. So we've got software now that can listen to a track and it can divide the stems up automatically. I mean, that's a good use of AI, as in it's a creative tool, and it helps you as a composer learn what the composer did originally. So I can take somebody else's work, break it down into its components. So I could break it down into the guitar, the drums, the brass, the vocals, and you can listen to them in isolation. And that is a really useful way of learning how somebody put the thing together in the first place. So that is a great tool. It takes a little while to learn how to use it and to get the best out of it, but you know, that's why we do it. And it's good fun. You know, learning software, making your music better than it was before is always enjoyable.
Do you think that AI, you just said it, but I think it's good to go a little bit further on that. Do you think that AI poses any danger to people that work with soundtrack specifically, with sound design?
So, I mean, I'm sure for some people it would be a threat. I mean, if I was starting out today and
it can be helpful as well.
Yeah, I see it as a helpful tool, But if I was starting out and I was at the beginning of my musical career, I'd see it as a great, almost a helpless threat that you couldn't do anything about because, you know, type a few lines in and somebody's got a soundtrack.
And coming back to movies, movies are a great inspiration for soundtracks.
Oh yeah, completely.
Christopher Nolan is a great example of someone who uses sound design and the soundtrack with other artists as well. How do you mix those media?
It's
very different.
It's very hard to put your finger on it. It's just one of those things you just get on with it and do it. And there's a lot of experimentation, so you just keep going until you find something that works. So yeah, just have fun with it, really.
We have a great composer called Hans Zimmer.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's great.
So one of my favorite soundtracks is The Last Samurai.
Oh, nice.
So great soundtrack. And I suppose about once every 2 years, I'll watch the film. And the way that Hans is using the music to enhance the story is amazing. And as a composer, it's good to see that. I don't think, you know, like all composers, some soundtracks work better than others. And that one just particularly works brilliantly together. I think his cues on there, the emotional story that he's...
Connection.
Yeah, that he's putting underneath all the action on screen just works brilliantly. And I think as a tool for aspiring composers, they've got to watch it, break it down. Because, you know, when you're learning, you're sort of writing down tempos, you're writing down the instrumentation, what people have used. You're breaking it down, and that's a great way of learning.
Yeah, we have, talking about favorites, we have on Donkey Kong Country, the Sticker Brush Symphony. You might remind of that.
Yes.
The Sticker Brush Symphony, you know, guys? Yeah. You never disappoint us. Thank you. So when you were composing those themes, we have the sticker brush I'm just mentioning here. We have a lot more. Did you realize you were pushing the Super Nintendo hardware to its absolute limits?
With Sticker Brush, that's what I wanted to do. Now, there's a story behind Sticker Brush, and they were literally put onto floppy disk, you know, those 3.5-inch or maybe 5.25 discs. And it sat on my shelf for about 3 months because we didn't have a water level. And it wasn't until later on towards the end of production that they came and they said, look, we've got this level. Have you got any music? I said, well, I've only got this water music. And they said, well, we're not having any water music. You know, we're not having any water levels in the game. Anyway, they tried it with the Brambles, which is really hard. You know, as games go, that's really difficult. And it's that difference or the juxtaposition between being really hard and having some soothing music. It seemed to work. So fortunately, it made the game, but it very nearly didn't go into the game. But yeah, I was pushing the technology as much as I could.
Yeah, because it was like a 32-bit game on a 16-bit hardware.
Yeah.
So you just pushed the limits.
But you have to imagine that I was working with some very talented artists who were pushing the graphics just as hard. So I felt obliged to keep up, and I was pushing just to support the guys who were doing the graphics.
That's what legend means. You are a legend.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you.
Isn't that right, guys? Yeah.
Too kind. Thank you.
And unfortunately, we're getting to the end of this conversation. Yeah, I have the TV screen right there. It's showing the time. Unfortunately, I have to ask you one more question. So 2 questions.
Okay.
David, you mentioned earlier about new projects you are involved. I mean, just to be crystal clear, can we stay put to hear more from you in future games?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I've got
indie projects, big projects.
I've got some indie projects that might be a bigger project than that coming along. So you'll just have to wait and see.
Please be around, all right?
Yes, absolutely.
Be around,
yeah.
All right? And the other question I wanted to ask you is just, you know, to give a message to everyone who is here.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you on behalf of myself and the people I've worked with. Thank you for playing our games. Also, thank you for listening. And I really appreciate your support and your appreciation of the games and the music that we've made. So, thank you.
We are the ones that are grateful to have you here, David.
Well,
thank you for your time in Brazil.
Yeah.
Have more barbecue.
Yep.
You're gonna eat a lot here?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Oh, man. What about the coffee? The coffee?
The coffee's good. I like the coffee. I drink a lot of Brazilian coffee at home. My favorite coffee shop has some very specialist Brazilian coffee. So, you know, it's good to taste the coffee in Brazil.
It's the culture.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, David. Obrigado, galera.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, sure.
Let's take a picture.
Yeah.
Microfone, dá. Pode.
E para quem está aqui presencialmente com a gente na Gamescom Latam, agora a gente passa por uma pausa aqui no nosso palco Journey. Tô mandando um recado, fiquem à vontade. Hi, David. Imagine, eu que agradeço. Thank you so much. A gente vai preparar o palco, porque mais tarde, daqui a pouquinho, na verdade, nós teremos a apresentação musical com o David Wise. Ele retorna aqui para poder tocar. Quem quer ver, pode continuar batendo palma. É isso. Com esse recado dado, eu tenho que dizer que, infelizmente, quem nos assiste de casa não vai poder acompanhar. Então, muito obrigada por vocês terem estado aqui conosco de alguma forma, mesmo que longe, ainda pertinho. Mas vamos encerrar a nossa transmissão. E quem vai poder assistir realmente é quem está aqui presencialmente. Então, daqui a pouquinho a gente volta. Nesse meio tempo, vamos preparar o palco. A gente quer qualidade de som, muita coisa boa. Então, daqui a pouquinho, a gente volta com David Wise e Game Boys.
O vídeo a seguir possui recursos de legenda e libras. Apresenta cenas dinâmicas que registram diversas manifestações culturais